Fisho guy stops him in his tracks though. And oh my goodness, this is just an onslaught right now. Knights with only 2 players left. Only 3 drones to their name. They have to try to make something work.
A risky play once again. I like the gusto, and it's nice of Hayward to find a double, but yeah, when he's traded plus interest without finding any more replies, it's just too difficult. This vertical ability's too good. God Legion still control of mezzanine. It just proves detrimental to the Knights as they hold their hopes on Dino in a 1v3. So much info for the defense. This ain't happening.
No, it is certainly not. He may be able to find a kill. No, it's traded, in fact. I've been completely stopped in my tracks here. All season long, you know, we've been saying, my goodness, the Chiefs are looking good. You know, APAC South have had some close performances where we're really starting to see an upward trajectory for them. And they are hitting their strides in playoffs. They are just turning into a different team altogether. Mind you, with this best of 5 win, I think that we can title them the best in Oceania, because right now that is all they're showing us.
Well, we might get there, honestly.
No way. No way.
You know it's desperate when Juicy goes on to the Blackbeard. It's like, come on, like...
Oh.
I mean, I respect him for wanting to change it up. I don't think the Dockerby has had a massive impact, at least from the perspectives we've been watching. But yeah, I don't know if the Blackbeard's really going to be the difference maker here for Knights, especially considering, of course, that does leave him a little bit less mobile. But it's nice that he at least has the stuns. Look, the thing for me here, right, is the last time these teams played each other on Chalet was in APAC South League. Knights won 7-4, and Chiefs only won 2 defense rounds. Knights won 3 attacks to close it. And already, Chiefs have met that target that they managed last time, and doesn't look like they're going to slow down. It looks like the balance has shifted.
I mean, the thing is, Knights always have that potential to just turn it on. And I know Chiefs are riding high right now. They are really comfortable. But in a heartbeat, that could all change. Juicy now. Oh, this is a free kill every day.
No!
Week, how does that happen? And now they know full well that they have the sweat operator on board. Oh my goodness. Talk about confidence.
You're peeking a Blackbeard rappelling on a window. This man is cracked. Digital doesn't care. And look, if it wasn't for Blackbeard, Juicy would be dead. That's his first shield down. And Digital doesn't care. He's going to peek it again.
MVP.
And that's both the shields broken.
MVP. MVP.
Digital is just insane, bro. Like, for a man that we criticize so heavily, he has really picked himself up this game.
He certainly has. And it just feels like when he's starting to hit his shots, the entirety of the Chiefs just looks so much more comfortable. Knights, how do they find their way back into this round? So far, only 4 drones left, Dev. 1:40 on the clock. Every time I look on the drone economy side of things for Knights, all I can see is X's and O's from Digital. Oh my God. He is just continuing to be the thorn in the side. This is ridiculous.
The hard breach down. At least Dino managed to get a breach open. Sage finally trades the man himself, Digital. Good galloping. Sage wants this, but how far will he extend for it? A nade to come through. Goodbye, God Legion, as he runs away, survives to fight another day. Still man advantage for the Chiefs as they don't actually manage to catch that Roma.
That may really come back to haunt the Knights at the end. In comes the deep nade, but it will be caught, of course, by the Magnets. 40 seconds left. Still 3 drones and still on 3 players alive. God Legion not expecting Josh just to be on the side. And now Knights have even the advantage.
Haywood has the util to clear that Banshee, or does he? There's a nice pick from Sage. Fast, didn't need to push that. Fisho finds one, that's piano clear. Sage and Josh to hold on.
Oh, the audio cues are ringing true for the Chiefs. They know full well Josh has to play this in a 2 versus 1. The time is running thin. The rounds are starting to run out. Worthy now, he should just be able to wait for the timer. He's going to go in and push, and this should be it. A 3rd round in a row for the Chiefs, and it is going from bad to worse for the Knights.
Massive round from Digital, but across the board, Chiefs held firm. Some strong roam play from God Legion, at the very least distracted the Knights for some time. And really excellent job on the anchor from Fisho, really stalling out that final push and finding 2 picks. Also want to credit the util from Chiefs. So castle barricades might not have seemed like much, but they certainly slowed down the Knights, and because the Knights needed to clear off those castles with explosives, it then telegraphed to Chiefs every time Knights broke one of those barricades that window was a point of ingress. Also, how many projectiles that round were caught by ADSs and magnets? Yep. This setup, the util that Chiefs are bringing to the table, is just such a boon to them.
Okay, this is the turning point that we saw things start to come back into the favor of the Knights on Clubhouse. Now, of course, from the position of 2 rounds that they won on their attack, very quickly, or rather, was it on their defense? They very quickly just got absolutely slapped around. And, I mean, this is ridiculous. The Chiefs have put themselves in such a great position. 3 rounds on the trot, not looking to slow things down at all.
10 seconds left.
And it could get toward the end of this game, and I think we heard a 7-3, a 7-4 that Vinny and Guz were predicting. It could be even less than that, Dev.
Well, I think Guz said 7-4, Vinny said 7-5,
okay,
to my recollection. And yeah, look, honestly, if Chiefs can do another circle of defenses, or even just win this one, I do think that, yeah, it's on the cards to be a dominant game and obviously a closer of the series, but I don't want to count out the Knights, especially while they are making some changes and adaptations. For a first, Dino has switched onto the Hibana instead of the Ace. I don't know exactly the reason for that. My theory is maybe it's if he's pushing in from Garage, he can actually aim in and get the lines of sight he wants, rather than having to throw the Selmas, which he struggled with last round. And even though Hibana doesn't necessarily have as much breaching capability as Ace, oh my god, just analyze everything you want. God Legion can just tap Juicy right in the face and it doesn't matter.
And just, you know, at this point we're beating a dead horse, but the Chiefs are just on every single occasion coming out the better in nearly every piece of contact here. Digital not going to fall victim to the same mistakes he made before, so most likely you'll see him on full HP and playing ever so aggressive.
Yeah, and there's no Zafir in the lineup. The stun grenade's nice. I like the air jab too, going to force him back a little bit. Although that could be shot later on. He's going to shoot it. There you go. Oh, and here comes the peak. Great bait though. And at least Josh gets a kill thanks to that air jab.
Get something back. A much needed something at that. This is probably the first round we've really seen the Knights testing the Chiefs, taking down the Clash. It was not a massive part of what the Chiefs were playing around in the last basement defense, but it certainly did help when it came down to it. So Knights being a lot more methodical than we've seen them previously, and then that happens.
That's a big pick though, and that's actually Fisho, who is the player always playing the shield. Really well supported. I'm glad that Worthy's taken his position though, otherwise this setup would be for nothing. The nade to come through and hopefully clear new jam, but my god! They didn't think Worthy had replaced Fisho, and they pay the price for it.
Fast, nearly catching the timing on the peak as well. That would have been Dino going down. It's actually Dino on the other side of things. Sorry, swing it. Jeez, you just want him to swing everything. The confidence is booming for the Chiefs right now. Worthy will find another one, and all of a sudden they crumble and they are burning. Worthy will find himself a 3-piece in the round. Never mind Digital for MVP. Worthy is making his case known.
Certainly is. Worthy's being a bit of a god today. I mean, I would love to see full stats for the day of how many kills each of these player has, because keeping in mind Worthy dropped a 22 bomb on Villa earlier today against Roffle. And you know, we've already mentioned the stamina, but I feel like the fact that Chiefs are playing their 7th map, and that's not just like 7 ranked games, right? This is 15-round games, first to 7. Like, this is massive. And honestly, the warm-up is just looking to put Knights, or rather Chiefs, more on point.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It's, from my perspective, you know, Knights need to make claim to this title of OCN. They can't let it go down like this. A 7-3, a 7-2, and right now a 4-0.
What a redemption this is, man, because these teams played this map, for goodness sake. Like, in APAC South, in a best-of-1, they went to Chalet. It was amazing. Everyone loved it, but Knights asserted themselves 7-4, and they had some good attacks. And here we are, Chiefs, revitalized, new brand, new name. And bang, they come out of the gate swinging 4 defenses in a row. Now, people say Chalet is attacker-sided. I say this game is Chiefs-sided.
Chiefs-sided, hey?
Yes, sir.
Could well be. Now, very early on for Knights, well, not really very early on, but we have seen signs of promise from them in the earlier rounds, but I mean, it's just been so overwhelming in favor of the Chiefs. And how many times can you say the Chiefs before Digital appears behind you? Worthy just not going to find that kill, but backs away, and now Knights need to be cautious, because if it's the ever-elusive Worthy, you are going to pay the price. He'll get away scot-free as well, and look at the damage he's done to Haywood.
Certainly dealt more than he received there. That Dockerby call not really having huge impact. Mad respect to Worthy. I mean, that MP5 is not a great gun with a one-time sight, but he makes it work. And he's got the guts to peek, even when he's taken a bit of damage as well. I'm really liking this Chiefs. They look confident, they look refined, they look organized, and they look like they have a map pool suitable for a best of 5.
Refined. You make them almost sound, you know, upper class, Dev. Surely not Digital. Are we talking about the same person here?
They certainly have elevated themselves a class compared to the Chiefs, or rather the Elevate roster that we saw of old. These guys, they certainly are starting to be a commanding Chief.
I feel like we could almost see Digital sitting on an armchair with a cigar in one hand, and oh my word. Be very careful here. A minute gone, Dev. Have Knights been doing enough to really stake claim in this round?
Well, they've taken good map control of the Northeast, but, you know, you've got to convert that to take Library. At least they've found 2 picks now. That's quite big. And pivotally, that's also the Library control. They're converting it. My God, this could be everything for them. They could find their first round.
Yeah, and that they will, just as you say it. The Devil will appear, and the Devil forms in Knights in round 5 here. A much needed breath of fresh air for Knights. They give themselves some room to move for what will be an explosive second half if they can't get a handle on it.
Yeah, look, not impossible here for Knights. We know that they tend to struggle on their attack these days. So when they do switch to defense, I'd have a bit more faith in them, perhaps. That said, you know, it wasn't the case on Clubhouse. Actually didn't win a single Clubhouse defense, which is honestly just bonkers to think. But yeah, Chalet here, they've found their first. They've got themselves a look back into this game. And it really was on the back of, while they took a lot of map control away from Chiefs, it took a long time. And then the picks just started to fall into their hands and onto their lap as they set up well, and Chiefs started to move around. Knights didn't really have to squeeze too hard before the picks started coming their way. But Rob, remember the last time this Master Office site came through, it did come down to a 1v1 in the end. It was the closest round that Knights had seen. And honestly, this is probably the best position they've put themselves in so far to get another attack round.
10 seconds left.
Win conditions being as they are, the Knights need to convert this round, in all honesty. They cannot go into the second half looking down the barrel at a 5-1. The issue is not so much just the, you know, the overall demoralization of their morale, but it very much comes in the form of giving yourself the opportunity to make a mistake on your defense and to go back to a site and reattempt it. The Chiefs have well and truly extended across the library there. So Knights are going to need to rein them into sight, try to force them back, herd them back into what could be a kill box if they're not careful. But obviously in doing so, you do leave yourself rather exposed. They did an excellent job of it in the last round.
Time to assess the Knights. Master and Office is the site. What progress have they really made? Some good info as they turn their attention to library. Now, it's always kind of hard here. You can jump in as we see them do, but that top pillar's position is so powerful. Perfect pinch there thanks to the logic bomb. And 3 players pushing in tandem, they find that opening.
And maybe that's what Knights need to look for, just bodies thrown at the direction of the Chiefs. It'll give them chances that maybe they may not have otherwise. Fisho now, he could be an absolute nuisance here by Piano.
It's an interesting angle, not one I'd seen before. He knows his castle barricade is gone. Tempted to make an aggressive play, but thinks better of it. Good move as well for now.
So being spotted out, yeah, he's going to have to move here, Dev.
I don't know, man. Like, it's so hard to say what the right call is to Fisho, but he's the best player. One of the best players in OCN for being in a tough pinch like this. Honestly, I trust whatever judgment he makes.
Well, he's got a really nasty line to the balcony there through the double window. That could cause some serious issues. Okay, that's different though. Dino is on site and he is planting. They haven't been able to stop it just yet. Is that going to be enough? It looks like the Knights are fighting back there. The plant's been stuck. The damage was not done. And now Knights have found themselves in a great opportunity, but Chiefs don't count them out yet.
Haywood's done a good job to cover that window, though, as Fisho guy starts to move up. He needs to land these shots. Info on him. He doesn't know where these players are. 1v1 in library is first up on the menu, and that's a great angle held by Sage. No way Fisho wins that. God Legion all falls onto his shoulders. Too difficult to pull off, and the Knights come back and find 2 rounds in their attack half.
Knights right now, they have given themselves a look into this half, into this map, into this series now, all off the back of some big plays at the end of the first half, Dev. But the job isn't done yet, that's the thing.
Yeah, is this kitchen dining?
Wow.
That is not something I see very often. Kitchen dining, regarded by most teams to be pretty terrible, but yeah, Knights have taken to it, and I respect them for that. You know, you look at the last time these teams played, they did pick kitchen dining twice. They lost it once and won it once. So overall, you know, not their best site. Master tended to be their most successful overall, but yeah, I mean, I respect them for going for this. The Frost is also something they did last time as well. Look, I can't remember exactly how effective it was, but I like it. It just is really going to put some more pressure on the Chiefs to really check with their drones. And honestly, like, the thing is, Rob, like, the way Chiefs are playing today, I don't think they'll get caught off by a Frost mat. I think that they are being careful and they are droning things before entering. So I don't think that Frost's going to be hugely impactful. I'm very ready to be wrong there.
I pray that you are wrong, because that will be really spicy. So, in their current form, we are most definitely really looking to the Chiefs to make this work. And just like that, they have droned out not only that frost map, but also that vertical hole that being held from the person in bar stock. It is in fact Hayward, so maybe looking to capitalize off anyone jumping in the big window. Any kind of library control he'll be looking to shut down early on. But the Chiefs, once more, slow as they are, methodical as they are most definitely on a roll.
Said Knights certainly breathed some life back into their game here. Now, what's the attack play from Chiefs? Looking at it. Top down. We got the top floor hold quite strong here from Knights. For all intents and purposes, this looks very similar to what we saw on a Master defense, but Digital's found the first pick from outside, and I believe Vast has also found himself in quite an aggressive position as well.
Sage has been lit up. I'm not entirely sure where from. Maybe peeking down the corridor. Regardless, though, once more, just the Chiefs are not rushing into anything, not rushing into encounters, not rushing into places on... As far as I'm concerned, no one's even in the building. There we go, finally, through the double window. In the library hall, they have made their presence known. God Legion needs to be cautious right now. It's Hayward who gets his head absolutely ripped off, Dev.
I'd love to see it from God Legion. By all rights, that should have been Hayward's fight, but at least there is a refrag. Dino starts to get aggressive from his position. He was meant to be bandit tricking that, but didn't work out. Now he's feeling the pressure and completely obliterated as the pick comes in from Worthy. It's all on Sage.
Oh my goodness. No, it's not, Dev. No, it's not. The Chiefs putting themselves into position now. Like we said, though, they needed more than one round. The Knights needed 2 rounds on the board to be able to make mistakes and move on. Now, in all honesty, the site pick, sure, it catches Chiefs off guard. The issue is, that's not where the problem comes from. It's all the ones that are being lost by the Knights. They weren't able to convert any more than 1 kill, maybe 2. And now they are the ones calling this pause. The Knights, their backs are up against the wall, not just in this map, Dev, but in the series. They fall here, and the Chiefs take title of OCN champions.
That's it. It's a massive series here, and the Oceanic Nationals playoffs grand final, and Chiefs, after only being in the scene for a couple of weeks, this organization, the most prestigious arguably in all of Oceanic esports, they might be here to take the championship. It's pretty amazing considering the journey that this roster has been on for many years. I mean, Vast and God Legion, these guys have been on this roster for, honestly, forever. Ever since they qualified into Pro League. Fisho Guy, also an OG, in there since the very first season. Digital has been with these guys for a long time. And Worthy as well has honestly made a statement as one of the most phenomenal players that we possess here in OCN.
They're backing it up in the server. They certainly are. There's no doubt about it. Tack, timeout, out of the way. Time of the Knights here. Chiefs have no pressure on them whatsoever. Not only are they the map up, they're also 3 rounds up here. And on their attacking half, there's always 1 or 2 weaker sites, especially on a map like Chalet that really hasn't seen all that much competitive play for these 2 teams. There's so many questions that we had coming into this.
The thing is, here on Chalet, I feel like Chiefs have done more preparation for this map than Knights. Despite Knights winning it last time, you look at this operator lineup, it's identical to what Knights were bringing on their Master Office defenses against Elevate last time they played. You look at the flip side of that, and no, Elevate have actually changed. They're not bringing the same lineup. You know, they've switched on to the Buck instead of the Sledge in the past. They brought the Addition, right? So you've got even more soft destruction available, and I just feel like as a whole, Chiefs have just come into this every single site, like it looks like they're prepped for, and round by round, it just looks like they're so pumped up.
There is another element to it. You can almost say the body language of the players in the server is showing that there's just something different about them today, and they're showing it in spirit and in the server. Right now, looking very similar to how Chiefs approached the last round, not in any kind of rush to force something. Oh,
Here's an 8. As it lands, actually doesn't take down Dino.
Oh.
Does take down his shield. The second one goes through. Dino finds a pick elsewhere as he fades away, but there is one kill in return from God Legion. Fortunately for Chiefs, they have managed to take library control as they drone it out and confirm. But Dino is still quite dangerous here at the top of the stairs.
question is he going to fall away? Is he going to remain? He's got the Banshee to support him if he wishes to fall back. And in they come now, the Chiefs going side by side, hand in hand. They've slowed back down again, and once taking control of that top floor, they now just need to be aware of these flanks, which no doubt Worthy will be fully capable of dealing with.
Honestly, these days, it looks like Worthy is capable of anything. He's always got a perfect read. He lands his shot when it matters. Now let's turn our attention to this Chiefs attack. They finally cleared out library. They're starting to surmount onto the bomb site. Bit of an unusual hold here with the castle barricade. Changes the influence of that big window on this site. Not as impactful thanks to some of those castle barricades denying lines of sight. The Chiefs are taking this slow and steady, but they need to make sure they're thorough here.
That's the issue right now. Is there an air jab that's going to stop Josh from being a little bit cheeky? It doesn't look like he's going to come up library stairs. In fact, he's going to rotate across to Aquarium, or even just play for vertical dominance. 20 seconds, Dev.
Oh, they've got to push, man. Like, Chiefs need to make something work, and Dano's being disruptive. Worthy, that flash is going to do himself. Surely he gets shut down. He does, and Knights, they run away with the defense here on Master and start to make this look achievable.
Yeah, that is not the Chiefs that we've seen so far in this series. That looked... I don't even know what that looked like, Dev. But Knights have done incredibly well in fighting that and ensuring that there's no real free rounds. So back and forth, tit for tat, and it looks like I get baited, of course. I was hoping maybe to see that Vigil. Sorry, not the Vigil, my goodness. The Jackal we got there in the end. Ends in an L, right? But they are quite elusive, Dev. We will admit that.
What, the Knights?
Yes.
I feel like every time Chiefs are looking really, really strong and really, really close, the Knights are pulling something that's maybe giving the Chiefs a bit of grief. You know, for example, I think Dino, who's honestly overall, I feel like today been pretty quiet. He was the player, right, that was on the 007 back on Oregon, if I recall, and
yep.
he was pretty pivotal there in library, managing to find one pick and then fade away. Chiefs, honestly, it was the mid-round that really punished them. They're just quite slow on converting, and it's funny because that's the thing we've praised Chiefs for, especially in contrast to the Knights. It always looks like Chiefs has an idea, has a vision, has a plan for their attacks, and that's something that we've been critical of Knights. They haven't. And that round, Chiefs looked pretty lost. So we need to see them start to show that mid-round calling that we often look to Fisho guy on. That's the thing that we've said has been so fantastic about him joining this roster. We need to see that.
They could well become the Lost Boys of Neverland if we're not too careful, Dev. Knights, if given an opportunity, if given a chance, they will be the hook to the Peter Pan of this story. And so far, we haven't seen enough to really make any claim there. But there's still so much oomph left in this. You know what I mean, Dev? Just oomph.
It certainly is. You know what? This might not even be the final map, you know? Cross your fingers for Chiefs. But we could well see the full length of this marathon. And if that does happen, you know, Chiefs, it'll be their 8th map today, which would just be insane. And surely that does give advantage back towards the Knights. I feel like this progress has once again been fairly slow.
Yep.
Still no picks. I think that Knights are starting to play a bit more passively. They're not really just letting, you know, Chiefs find these early picks. It's a good job spotting that camera out from Worthy. But it really does put the onus back on Chiefs, right? Like, if you're just going to sit around for several minutes, like, you really need to start dealing with these obstacles. One obvious one is just this shield at top library stairs.
Yep.
You know, you have plenty of stuns. You have plenty of util that you can use to dump through those ADSs and then just destroy that shield. Just get it done.
Well, there we go. Maybe the opportunity in this round. Digital taking down Dino. Now, of course, defense is on that first floor. They're slowly going to be pushing these players back. It looks like Knights have conceded, fallen away from that top floor control. But again, it's on Chiefs here, Dev.
Yeah, we just need to see them get inside. Now they've cleared it. They need to drone it, know it's clear, and start moving in. We've got Buck and... Or rather, we don't have Buck, but we have Sledge, plus breaching charges on Ash, which we can see open up that floor and start to really expose the positions on Bar. I feel like this is just getting pretty grim here for Chiefs. They have to start finding these picks or mount a really strong execute.
The intel is few and far between with only 2 drones left on the Chiefs. One still in the pocket of Worthy. They are going in with little to no information. Oh my goodness. Sage playing some sort of role for Knights. He has to step up even larger than he already has. Juice is the last to remain. And the Chiefs, they storm past the Knights in round number 9. And we're on that point, Dev.
The Chiefs are so close to taking their first ever championship here in Stage 1 2021 of the OCN. Knights, they were the clear favorites. And this is the final round that Chiefs need. Not only for these players who have been fighting year after year, always the bridesmaid, getting knocked out by Fnatic at Six Masters 2019, getting second place in Pro League Season 11, but not getting to go to the LAN, and getting knocked out early in the playoffs by LFO last stage. This is Chiefs' chance to take it home and put their first trophy on the mantelpiece.
Certainly is. You won't get many opportunities better than this. In fact, you may not. You just never know what's going to happen. Look at what's happened in Stage 1 of 2021. In all of 7 weeks, Wildcard have fallen off that mantle. Knights have returned to form and become the kings of Oceania. They've played incredibly in APAC South. And now the Chiefs are looking at claiming that title, at dethroning the Knights in OCN. What on earth, Dev? You are not going to get a better opportunity than this. They could really push themselves into the known. And it could come down to this final round. Surely the Knights keep it in touch.
So close that they can taste it, but we've seen the pressure get to them before. They choked out the playoffs last season to LFO, the underdogs, eliminated them despite a strong season. Now Chiefs, on the back of this troublesome season where they've seen ups, they've seen downs. First set, round by round, just deal with the roam clear. Sage here, he's been hot all day long. You've droned him out once. God Legion's keen on the angle. And while Sage slips through the cracks, Chiefs may well be all right here.
So, that minute off the clock, you said that it's the phase 2. It's that, as we come into it, it's just the final little bit for the Chiefs that's been falling short. It may well continue here, Dev. Still yet to find an opening pick, and as long as Knights sit back a little bit longer, it's only going to make that job more difficult with each waking moment.
There's the opening pick they've been looking for. Sage goes down. God Legion is on fire once again. This could be it. Chiefs, they need to keep making progress here. This roam clear is not complete, as they're only halfway through the round droning this top floor. Knights may have outplayed them here. Knights, they have a strong setup on the garage floor, even a player all the way down in car garage. Plus, you've got that roamer in bar. We really need to see Chiefs start punishing these individual players, and it starts with Vast right here. He knows? No, he doesn't! Does he know? He gets it!
How does he win that? A minute left on the clock, and we know that Chiefs have been methodical. Dev, they are going to take their sweet time here and slowly but surely suffocate the Knights.
A bomb has been located.
The foot has been placed on the accelerator, and there's no stopping it but Juicy. We've seen his passion constantly throughout those interviews. And here he's going to put a stop to Vast this round. The captain of Chiefs will sit back, relax. 25 seconds. This may be it.
Bishop, smoke to cover. God Legion coming from the lobby now. They are starting to pinch. They are starting to suffocate. Unbelievable nade from Digital. It's being responded on, but here we go. Haywood in a 1 versus 3 to save their chances. It doesn't look like it's going to be doable. The Chiefs are clawing bit by bit, inching their way closer and closer to the throne of OCN. They are right on the cusp, and it's Digital. Of course it's Digital. He gives the Chiefs their first ever title, and it's OCN Nationals Stage 1. They are your champions.
Welcome to OCN. The Chiefs have taken their first championship, and the trophy sits high on that mantelpiece. An insane game. The Knights simply ran out of time, and Chiefs run away with this match.
Winning Stage 1 definitely has been a bit of a uplift in spirits after our disappointing year last year. We put in a lot of time to improve our in-game performance as well as early game performance, how we prepared for matches.
Before the start of the last stage, we took a different approach to the game. We had a look at things we felt like we were doing wrong in the way we were practicing, and we just try to make everything that we do in and out of the game as efficient as possible.
We changed up our role structure in-game, heading into the 6 Invitational qualifiers. After a brief run there, it looked promising, looked a lot better, but heading into the Stage 1 of OCN and Apex South, Fisher Guy, IGL, became available after his previous team disbanded, and we felt it was just an opportunity we couldn't pass up. So we made a roster move, brought him in with about 2 weeks notice, and we ended up winning OCN Stage 1.
I think me joining the Chiefs, they sort of all knew that I was going to be dead weight, and there was a really big responsibility for all 4 of them to step up and really start carrying me, which I think they realized and managed to pull off pretty good.
The way we incorporated Fisho into our team was kind of giving him that freedom. We allowed him to come in and be the IGL of the team and have freedom over how we play.
I think bringing in Fisher Guy as a roster shakeup prior to the season starting was definitely a huge part of our reason for success. He did bring a lot of new ideas in game and out of game that helped us, but I think everyone played their own part towards our success in Stage 1.
I think all the players were already really skilled and talented when I joined. I think just giving them the freedom to really shine.
The reason we succeeded in Stage 1 is just everyone put in the time, everyone put in the effort. There was a lot of hard work from everyone behind the scenes and just showing up on game day, week in, week out. Eventually, we did get to a point where we were burning out, but it all paid off in the end.
Winning the first stage was awesome. I've been working towards winning OCN for such a long time, and I finally did it, and it feels awesome.
So the secret to our success, I guess just making sure that everyone's ready for anything on game day.
I think something that we're doing quite inefficient was scrimming without any goals in mind. At the start of the first stage, we started implementing more of a goal system in the way we scrim, and it's helped so much.
You know, in practice, sometimes I like to get sneaky, you know, give intentional missed calls when I'm droning and just make things really hard on them to, you know, a bit of resistance training before game day.
As the Stage 1 champions, I think there are quite a few good teams in OCN. It's a competitive league.
Yeah, pretty much every team, I reckon, across the board seen a pretty big improvements. So yeah, I mean, every game is going to be hard.
It's definitely going to be really difficult. A lot of teams are getting a lot stronger.
They're all tough contenders, and they're definitely going to be looking at us to try to take us down. It's just about playing our own game and trying to do what we do best.
Winning the championship has changed nothing for us. We don't want to get complacent. We have bigger goals, such as winning APAC South.
We're just as ready as we can be.
Heading into Stage 2, we're a lot hungrier. We want to win OCN again, but we also want to push for international events and try to compete there at the highest level.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time.
And now, it's all on the same. The player heroic.
Welcome to Playday 4 of the Oceanic Nationals, ladies and gentlemen. It has been so far a very fantastic Stage 2 being led by Team Bliss at the top of the standings. We'll see though if by tonight maybe another team could take their place, Scars, because it is heating up. It is very, very close here for OCN at the top of the standings and even to a degree at the lower end of the standings. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, man. As you mentioned, OCN, always a lot of fun, tightly contested. I mean, we only have one team at the moment that is undefeated. We also have the grand final rematch from Stage 1 as well tonight, so a lot to look forward to.
It is, it's going to be a very, very fun night. Let's go have a look at the standings, though, and give you guys a rundown as to where we are at so far. It's basically going to be the halfway mark tonight, as Team Bliss are in that top spot. Like I said, 3 and zip, all 9 points in the bag. The Chiefs, of course, defending champions in second, not too far behind. And then Order and Night Scars kind of round out what is a bit of a top 4 here, because the bottom 4 a little bit far behind. Yeah, it's a little bit split at the moment. In terms of the names that are in each half, a lot of it probably does make a bit of sense. I mean, as we make our way a little bit further down the standings, seeing Wildcard currently in 7th, maybe a little bit of an eyesore, but if this is your first time watching OCN this year, Wildcard, of course, went through a little bit of a stretch there where they were finding some pretty bad form off the back of, unfortunately, Diesel stepping down and Starlix taking that spot. In Stage 2, though, however, they have got the new addition onto the roster of Molosca. It is just taking a little bit of time for those cogs to turn, but they have been showing good form in APAC South. They just need to transition that across to try and bump themselves up the standings. Let's go and have a look at the schedule for tonight's matches. Our 4 games to be played, of course, all best of ones. It is Wildcard versus LFO to kickstart things, and like you mentioned, Guz, they have been performing well in APAC South. You'd almost have to, you know, put this one in as a dub, and if they don't win this one against LFO, things start to get a bit shaky here for OCN. Following that, you've got Rafflecopter versus Order. Who knows what's going to happen there? That is as difficult to predict as really any of the matches tonight. Rhythm Bliss, you would have to suspect, Guz, that should be a win for Bliss.
Well, yeah, the thing about OCN is you can suspect as much as you want, but given the nature of OCE Best of Ones, predictability is not really the name of the game. I think the way you've prefaced those first 3 games, yeah, probably right on the balance of everything. We are expecting Wildcard to probably take the first, the second could be a bit iffy, and then the third will go to the side of Bliss. The 4th game, that one's probably going to be an absolute banger. As I mentioned, the grand final rematch from Stage 1, where, of course, the Chiefs are the reigning champs. They took that last encounter. Now they find themselves 2nd and 3rd on the table, respectively. No doubt shaping up to be a close one.
Usually one of my favorite segments, the caster predictions, and it's, well, a bit shaky after last night where I went 0-4 in APAC South. Fortunately, though, we lead the way here in OCN still, Guz, alongside the lovable Sky. We're all 8-4 at the top. And then down the bottom, it is Manic Monday and Ducky 6 and 6. But ultimately, everyone's gone the Pink Bliss this week because usually in the past, Bliss has been the team that doesn't quite get the love. Of course, against Rhythm, no surprises there. Ducky, the lone wolf for Order there in the Rofflecopter matchup, which I'm a little surprised to see a lot of Roffling Copters. And then LFO. What's going on with Dev?
Yeah, I think Dev is trying to be a little bit cheeky there, going for that upset. My eyes, though, have scanned straight down to the bottom. Depending on who wins out of Chiefs and Knights will dictate who leads the predictions. So I'm going to be on the Chiefs bandwagon tonight, and you and Sky clearly will be backing the Knights, and pretty balanced as well. Very mixed predictions for that. In fact, 3-4, so very, very tight. And again, an indication that should be a really exciting game.
Yeah, and obviously, as we all know, the Raven curse, he has gone for Knights, so that's not ideal for the Knights fans, although for the Chiefs fans, it may pay off in their favor. We've got a big night ahead of us, of course, as you've already mentioned it a couple times, guys, the championship rematch at the end of the night, saving the best till last. But we bring our attention back now, of course, to our first game for the night. Wildcard versus LFO, two teams that are... I don't know even how to say it. I guess vying for some sort of bottom placing of the top 5, you know, around 4th or 5th at best, realistically. For Wildcard, though, Guz, they are a team that has shown improvements in APAC South, but yet to find a regulation win here in OCN.
Yeah, it has been a little bit of a slow start for Wildcard locally, regionally. However, their last couple of play days have been really good. They took down 7th Heaven in Playday 3 of APAC South last night, and prior to that they also managed to take down Order, their Oceanic counterpart, so some decent form there. As you mentioned though, no regulation win in OCN. Their only victory came against Rhythm, and it was really, really close, an 8-7 victory in the end, so coming down to that final round of overtime. They need to start building some more momentum though. As we always say, so many fantastic players on this roster. The acquisition of Milo, really, really significant. Not only is he an amazing player individually with his skill set, his mechanical skill, etc., but he also does bring a lot of leadership and just general calmness and demeanor to this roster, and I think that's something that will guide them through the rest of the stage. Their
opponents for tonight, LFO, a team that's been up and down throughout OCN. They got a big victory against Rofflecopter in Playday 1 to open up the season. They went toe-to-toe with Order, 7-5, losing that one. And then they also kind of went toe-to-toe with a Team Bliss that is rampaging at the top of the table. That was a 7-4 loss. So they've had these honourable losses, Guz, but they haven't been able to get over that hurdle and find some wins.
Yeah, that first play day, a little bit of a cheeky dub there for LFO, potentially catching Roffle a little bit off guard, but unfortunately that momentum hasn't quite, I guess, translated into the last couple of weeks being fruitful. A couple of losses on the board, unfortunately, for them, do find themselves just inside the top 5, at least for the moment, because that win was in regulation. That does pitch them ahead of teams like Roffle and Wildcard, who only have 1 win in overtime, as they only claimed 2 points. So I think the goal for LFO in this matchup is just try and take it up against Wildcard as best as they possibly can. I would argue that Wildcard are the stronger roster, but if LFO can even just scrape 1 point at maybe even a regulation, rather an overtime win, that really does set them up nicely in that top 5, because again, keep in mind, top 5 making into that gauntlet playoff format.
Yeah, and look, I think LFO is a team that's capable of being able to defeat Wildcard. Wildcard, of course, while they had a very good APAC South showing, yesterday, they're still a team that is going through a bit of a rebuilding phase, and so they're going to have some moments where there's some down moments and there's some good moments. Obviously, for most teams that are improving, it's not always just a straight line to the top. Let's go and have a look at the map vetoes, though, guys, and I'm expecting Consulate to show up at the end. It's
yes,
not.
Wildcard, I love you.
Wildcard coming clutch. They take it out for us. Thankfully, we've had it 4 times in a row for us two. Clubhouse is where we're going to be heading to kickstart OCN Playday 4.
Look, if I had to pick my second least favorite map at the moment, it might as well be Clubhouse, because that's probably the second most played map at the moment in OCE, but hey, it's better than Consulate. So sick of seeing that map. I have no doubt we'll see it at some stage tonight. But Clubhouse, I mean, we say it time and time again, it has been in the map pool for such a long, long time. Very stratted out on both the attack, both the defense. We know what to expect round in, round out, and it does come down to which team can minimize the amount of mistakes they make, do really well in the mini games, many of which do take place around the objective on this map, and just execute cleanly. So on the balance of everything, neutral territory for both of these teams. As I prefaced earlier, I do expect Wildcard to probably edge out LFO a little bit here, especially on a map like Clubhouse, but you just never know in OCE.
Yeah, I think Wildcard should be feeling very comfortable here with the Clubhouse against LFO, but as you said, who knows? Whether it's APAC South, whether it's OCN, it's always very difficult to sort of predict these things. And you can go 4-0 or you can go 0-4 in your predictions, of course. So it's difficult. It is difficult, but you got to do it nonetheless. The big thing for me is the LFO's most recent history in Clubhouse is not ideal. In fact, they haven't actually won it for what? Months? Years? I don't even know at this point. It's not even on Dev's match tracker, guys. So that's not a good sign for LFO. Hopefully, for their sake, they can maybe turn it around here against Wildcard as we're finally underway to kickstart Playday 4 of OCN for Stage 2. Wildcard versus LFO. Let's go to Clubhouse.
Yeah, I guess it is a little bit concerning when you raise the match history, considering LFO have lost this map twice in OCN Stage 1. That was against Ruffle and Order, a 3-7 and 5-7 loss respectively. But maybe over the break between Stages 1 and 2, LFO have drastically improved on this map and they feel confident to back themselves in. Now, in terms of the bans, we would expect a hard breach taken off the board. Habana taken care of by Wildcard. She is incredibly potent on this map. Combine that with the Thatcher will make attacking a little bit trickier. LFO, though, of course, willing to take that Thatcher off the board. They are starting on the attack first, so they must be feeling confident.
We've got our beautiful statistics down the bottom as well as the attacker ban rate here for Clubhouse. And yeah, I mean, the Thatcher off the board, as you can see, 43%. No real surprises there. For the defenders, though, Kaid, Mirror, Mute, I mean, that's really take your pick of the bunch in terms of the three there. Percentage-wise, Valkyrie's a good option as well. Final ban, it is going to actually be the Valkyrie. Speak of the devil, and it will appear. And those are going to be our bans for this matchup. Wildcard on the defense first, LFO on the attack.
Nothing in the ban phase standing out as being too wild. I mean, maybe Valkyrie being taken down is a little bit more unusual in the likes of Clubhouse, but hey, either way, Valkyrie potent on almost every single map, and the attack not wanting to be forced into the IQ pick. And talking about some spectacular attacking selections, Deptra will stick the fuse, or at least reveal the fuse. May not actually stick it, it could just be cover for a 6 pick. Fortunately, it will be. I wouldn't have minded seeing maybe a cheeky fuse on kitchen floor in the kitchen hallway, for example. Could be used to clear some utility down below, but either way, he will go for a safer selection onto the sledge.
And for Wildcard, it's about starting off strong and continuing their APAC South form over here towards OCN, and because it is important, you know, you can't just sort of focus on one. It makes it difficult, of course, having to sort of switch from that APAC South mindset and then come back over to OCN, but I think you can almost also use it really as a benefit, being able to sort of practice a little bit here and then bring that practice over to APAC South and a bit of vice versa. Suddenly you've beaten 7th Heaven, guys, you've got a bit of that form, bit of that momentum, and then you can bring it over into the matchup against LFO.
Yep. Well, Wildcard, we know that, I believe it was Dev that mentioned it in APAC South, not particularly willing to go for the SSG roam, as it is so said. That's not really their style of play. They'll reinforce the hatches off, play down in towards site, and lean more into their information gathering. I mean, they do have the Echo on the board, and Molosca as well, with those Banshees as well, will slow down that push from LFO. It does give the attack a little bit more free reign early round, but maybe with Mute Jammers being placed around by Geo, LFO could still maybe try and roam clear, which will slow them down.
89% with that community vote in favor of Wildcard. No real surprises in that position, unless you're Dev Marto and you're going for LFO in this game. A little surprised that Ducky hasn't gone for LFO either. Deptra makes his way into logistics, and good start for LFO if they can just clean sweep, top floor, make their way down, clear a lot of this utility, find any roamers, and get to work early. That would be ideal. That time management has been a factor for a lot of teams in OCN and APAC South, where they sometimes struggle for time. Take a little too long to get going.
Well, Hills is freely now given reign over Bar, and the rest of his team will drone ahead. Scouting for maybe any info you're gathering inside of Kitchen, just making sure the coast is clear. Now, they do need to be mindful, LFO that is, as they enter Kitchen. A couple of players down below with Nitro cells. 2 of them already have been expended, and there we go, 1 will detonate. That's Geo onto Deptra. That's really well played there by Wildcard to get their first pick in the round.
Yeah, and pretty vital as well when you're going to be playing basement on Clubhouse to get that opening pick as a defender. See, some teams do look to play a bit aggressive, and at times, you know, peeking up main stairs and trying to find a pick and then go back down and turtle with 5 against the 4. Makes it difficult for the attacking team when they do eventually look to push onto the side scars where they can't really get into that trade. Because if you get a kill and then they get a kill, obviously Wildcard's going to eventually win.
Wettables from up above, looking down through the vert, seeing if he can catch anyone from Wildcard off guard. Meanwhile, AFX will throw 2 Summers onto the hatch in bar. That would be enough to open it down in towards Moto. He transitions control over towards bot main with 1 Summer left. He might be able to use that to open an angle towards Black Box. Difficult to ascertain as to where LFO want to push, but Hills is prepping the Ashball rush. That could be the play.
35 seconds remaining. LFO just going to send it straight in. It's AFX who finds the pick onto Imran, and that's ideal. It brings it back to a 4 versus 4, and now watches the player inside of dirt. There's a shot over towards Sushi, who is obviously trying to get that diffuser down. AFX is now down himself. Dax Chair with a big pick. Sushi actually getting off of the plant, and he does get taken down as well by Miloska. And Wildcard are pulling ahead here late into this opening round. Wettables trying to salvage this, but feels as if too much has already been done. And yeah, Miloska coming up big. He is in form right now. So is Wildcard, and they will take this opening round.
Hills isolated over towards main stairs. The timer will run out. Wildcard take the first round, doing a good job in shutting down that push. High risk there from LFO, trying to go for the Ashwall rush. I mean, sometimes it can throw the defense off guard, but Wildcard clearly ready, able to shut that out. The use of the smoke canisters was really well done, and the communication clearly switched on there for the first round, and I'm sure they'll be happy with how they, I guess, pushed back that attack.
I'll head over to Gym Bedroom now for the second round, and yeah, I think Wildcard should be happy with that. LFO didn't necessarily do too much wrong. I think when you give that opening pick up to Wildcard, it makes it a little bit difficult, and yet they still were able to push onto site, get a pick back, make it a 4 versus 4. Obviously struggled to get the plant down. That's just the full credit to Wildcard. They played it well. Didn't really do anything too crazy. Pretty stock standard clubhouse defense down on basement. And as I said, we head up to Gym Bedroom now for the second round. And I mean, you kind of expect Wildcard on the defense, guys, to win the majority of the rounds and probably have a 4-2 half. We've only had the 2 clubhouses so far within the first 3 play days. Now it actually ties Consulate with this game being played out at 3. And that's Consulate as well, also at 3 gameplays. And surprisingly, the stats that we do have from the Oceanic Nationals, 10 attacking round wins on Clubhouse, 8 defensive round wins. So hard to just read the actual numbers and say, well, it's suddenly attacker-sided. Obviously, the games themselves, you look at the actual matches that were played. You know, one of those being the Chiefs Water Stomp, right? That was a 7-2, courtesy of Chiefs' amazing attack. So that kind of skews a lot of the statistics.
Cheeky setup here from Wildcard, employing the Goyo to set up a couple of those Vulcan shields. I mean, one on the bed is a little more common, but that one just planted straight in the middle of the bedroom is a little bit more unusual. That's where Vinny's posted up at the moment, and I guess that offers some protection from the jacuzzi angle as well as maybe the windows as well. Either way, though, pretty interesting. We'll have to see late round if that does strengthen the defense here of Wildcard. Their opponents, though, in LFO, doing a pretty traditional sweep here. They open up the CC wall, and Wettables from down below can cook a grenade. Milo needs to be careful, gets taken down. Now, of course, no points enabled on the Pro League HUD, so Wettables likely won't know that he downed his opponent, but LFO should be able to reap rewards of that later because Milo is now so low.
Yeah, and that's the main thing, and glad you touched on that there, is that despite not getting the actual kill, or even having that knowledge, Milo's now low for the rest of the round. So it's still kind of worth it. You're trading that nade for 75% or 80% of Milo's health. Minute 48 on the clock. Getting to work on this jacuzzi wall. Depth Charge is going to peek in. Was a player actually just on the outside of the logistic office doorway from Wildcard. This is where you would almost expect them to be aggressive, look to peek and look to find a pick onto LFO and get that man advantage. Imarin inside of logistic. Oh, he's just seen the Gemini.
Yeah, pretty aggressive here. A bit cheeky from Emo. Does deny Wettables' ability to gain more intel, though, with that clone, which is really well played! Oh my god! Pat! Good night. Deptra almost taps the second there onto Sushi as he cooks a nade round in the corner. Dangerous territory here for LFO. Pat is stationed very nicely in Gym.
Oh, Hills has got to be so careful. If Pat is landing those sort of shots, he's going to get pressured. The Nitro Cell, though, it's perfect. Actually, it's from Vinny. I think they both threw one out at the same time. And it was Vinny who ended up getting the reward. That's 2 early kills now. Well, there's only 45 seconds left in the round, and I think this might be round over for LFO. Sushi, the Banshee, slowing him down, expecting expecting Wildcard to push out. AFX is able to get at least one back here. Has started strongly, but he does go down anyway for it, so it's only 2 up for LFO inside of the final 30 seconds. Still do have to be careful here. Wildcard, though, of course, with a very low health Molosca, but they should both swing out here. Only needed one in the end. It was Molosca, and it is Wildcard that is going to go up 2-0 here in the opening stages of this match.
Last-ditched attempt here from Hills. 10 seconds left. He needs to find 3, but only has a tiny wee bit of HP to work with as he peeks outside the breach, enters in, and the time, of course, will expire. Wildcard winning a second round on time. LFO really struggling to get a foothold on site.
Yeah, I mean, they dealt with Jacuzzi Wall pretty easily. I think the biggest takeaway was Pat's defense inside a gym, and being able to land that pixel headshot was, well, the difference maker. Unfortunately, we've got replays here as well, guys.
Oh, what's a replay?
I know, it's incredible. Really good nade from Wedables to open up the round, but that headshot alone and that kill basically seals the fate of LFO.
Yeah, that's nutty. It was a good play from Wedables. I'll give him credit early in that round. That was actually a really nice frag down below onto Milo, but as I prefaced, they had to reap the rewards of that late round when trading out, and Milo was basically guaranteed to be a free pick, but unfortunately, LFO, I guess, fumbled before they could reach that hurdle. They were never in a position to really set themselves up nicely, and Pat popped up, said hello and good night, and from there, LFO just beat the problem.
And a chance for Wildcard now to go around the world and get all 3 sites and get out to a 3-0 lead, which would be not ideal for LFO, because Wildcard are a team that is starting to gain that confidence and to find the improvements within themselves. And, you know, we spoke to Vinny yesterday, and, you know, he mentioned that despite this being some sort of rebuilding phase, that doesn't necessarily give them leeway for poor results or to even, you know, have a similar season as to what they had in Stage 1. There's no excuses. So yes, they're going to have growing pains with Molosca coming into the roster, but they're just too talented to have yet another poor stage. And, well, they need a win here, and LFO is just sort of the lamb to the slaughter.
It would seem that way. Of course, we don't know just how Defend decided this matchup will end up being, with Habana and Thatcher both taken off the board. The attacks will naturally be difficult, but if Wildcard can complete this round the world trip and do it in such confidence as they have in the first 2 rounds, it really doesn't bode well at all for LFO, who are off to a bit of a sluggish start. That said, it only does take a couple of good plays to find yourself back into any matchup. I'm looking at players like Hills to maybe step up. AFX as well has also been off to a decent start. But, I mean, they're also facing a roster of 5-star players in their own right on the side of Wildcard. There's Hills. He finds the first there onto Pat. Narrowly misses a second there. I believe that's Geo over the top of main stairs. In fact, no, he's over behind the chassis. In case he actually maybe repositioned. I'm not too sure. Either way, Wildcard are now on the back foot. It's the first time they've found themselves in this position on this map. Now we get to see what they're made of.
Just have to wonder there if Wildcard realized that LFO had an entryway into Con, and Pat making the run that he did kind of suggests that he wasn't too phased if there was a player in there or not, and whether they had knowledge of it. For a wild run, and does get caught. Obviously the magnets won't be able to be thrown out later on in the round, so that's going to be a bit of a hindrance, especially if Imran's going to be playing top of rafters. Look out that Gemini avoidable, so that's going to be recharging now. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Oh. Hills with the Claymore kill onto Geo. That is not ideal. And Imran is now starting to feel that pressure. Couldn't even get the kill onto Sushi. Got him low, but not low enough. And this is a very fantastic round from LFO thus far. Could change 4 versus 2. But Vinny on the clash isn't going to be able to really give what firepower, I guess, here for Wildcard. It feels like it's down to Molosca.
Yeah, Milo's sharp, but he has to go for a long rotation, and they'll ultimately need to find 4. Vinny can try to delay time as much as possible, but it's still going to be tough here for Wildcard to close out this round. That said, Milo and Con does find 1, but there's still 3 left alive as AFX will stick the plant. Sushi goes big. LFO take the round, and Wildcard caught off guard.
Yeah, really important that they were able to deal with Vinny there just as Molosca got that kill. Because if Vinny was still up on that clash, would have been really a nuisance. And then you've still got to deal with the roaming Molosca. But they take care of the clash. And then, yeah, they have the numbers. It was a 3-on-1 and Molosca was never going to be able to get it done from there. Really, really good offense from LFO. Wildcard, a little sloppy on the defense there. If we think back to Pat at the very beginning of that round, running around inside a cache and past that con doorway, just gets caught. That's a pretty easy opening kill for LFO, and they're able to capitalize.
Yeah, Pat caught sleeping. Guess he got a taste of his own medicine from the previous round where he put his opponent to sleep. Either way, though, that does make this matchup a little bit more interesting. It did feel as if Wildcard were able to take that previous round, that they'd start to run away with it a little bit, but LFO put the foot down, which is awesome to see, not going down too easily in this matchup. Basement, though, will be tough. Again, Habana taken off the board will make those hatches pretty tricky to open. That said, Deptra on this occasion does stick the fuse, and with that secondary hard breach, that does enable a little bit more flexibility here for the attack. Hills as well has stuck the Ying, so we may well see a similar style to execute with that Ashwell Rush or something similar to that effect where they attempt to overwhelm sight. And with those Candelas in hand, Wildcard might find it trickier to push them back.
And this is really what you want to see from a team like LFO, where they try some different things and mix it up a little bit, try and find an avenue forward, and especially on a site like Basement on Clubhouse, where it can be difficult. Also obviously want to clear out and get control of Kitchen. Deptra's going to be one to watch as well on the fuse and see what nuisance buggery he can get up to here for LFO.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. A bomb
Geo taken low. Deptra trying to do some pain from above.
Oh,
but
Milo.
Milo and Vinny will connect. One apiece, leaves it in a 3-on-5. It's been a devastating start here for LFO. Wettables at least find something back with the G36. That's an impact.
It's a big impact.
Not sure if it will be enough of an impact, however. Still a long, dangerous road ahead in this round for LFO.
Yeah, it certainly is. They've still got heals for at least those Candelas and that rush play with Wettables and the Yana as well. You can obviously still use that Gemini, get a bit of information. I think the biggest takeaway here is the fuse charges not going to be able to clear much utility down below inside of Arsenal and make it easier for Hills, who now is already having to think about pushing down these main stairs. Candela, one goes out, throws one over towards Moto. There's still a minute and 15 seconds here. This doesn't have to be a rush for LFO. They've still got time, but obviously you don't want to leave it to the last second.
Still 6 drones remaining here for LFO, so if they want to try and gain some intel, they could. Off the back of that pick as well, that might be the play. Plenty of time to work with here for LFO, and with Molosca, as I mentioned, down, it does effectively leave this in a 3 versus 3. Now, Pat's aggressive over towards Moto. If he's not shut down, he could, of course, have a big impact, and Milo hasn't been finished off. Vinny will commit to the res, that shield offering a little bit of additional protection, and no one from LFO able to follow that up. There is a late nade, which does eventually shut down Milo. Now Vinny is really under the pump. It's a triple for Wettables in this round, make it 4. Now Pat needs to go big over towards Moto, but there's nothing he can do. Hills finds the headshot, and LFO take the round.
Ah, beautifully done. Wettables, 4 kills for the round. Feeling good. LFO 2 rounds in a row, and yeah, that's why you don't count teams out after they do go down to a bit of a deficit. I mean, it was only 3 versus 4. It wasn't impossible for them to, bring it back, and they still had some tools, and that's what sort of wanted to touch on. Hills with those Candelas, able to still push in and make something of it. I was a little bit surprised that they were doing it with about minute and 15 seconds to go, but I guess by being proactive and pushing in early and being the team that's, I guess, being the aggressor in the situation, it works out really well for LFO in the end, and they get their rewards for it, and it's 2-2, and suddenly for Wildcard, that really could start, now has some blemishes to it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, I said in the last preparation phase that this match was starting to get pretty spicy, and now I think it's basically confirmed that it's going to be pretty spicy. 2 apiece, keeps it nice and close, and now Wildcard, I guess, are the ones that need to respond.
Well, before I get yelled at, I already missed my cue for the last Samsung plug, so I'll do it here. I would like to, of course, thank you. Big thank you to Samsung. They've been amazing to have on board for Stage 2 of OCN. If you guys want to check out their latest range of NVMe SSDs, simply type !SSD in chat and get on board.
5 seconds left.
Do it.
You won't.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Either way, LFO are on board here to give us a cracking game to kickstart Playday 4 of OCN 2-2. We kind of jokingly said prior to going live, guys, it was going to be an 8-7, 8-7, 8-7 sort of night. Maybe this could be the beginning of it.
It may well be. I do have a couple of energy drinks in the fridge, so I'll be good to go. Could be a 1 AM finish for us, but hey, can't complain. Watching some high quality Siege gameplay, which is what I'm all about. Oh, Nitro Cell. That's a cheeky early one there from Wildcard. Now that was placed on the Moto floor, I presume, by Milo, who's now retreating back. He doesn't have a Nitro in hand, so you can only guess that it was him that pre-placed it. Or, in fact, maybe even actively tried to play it. Oh! Deptra! Oh! Milo! What a shot! Deptra just caught absolutely off guard, looking the complete wrong direction after he opened the line of sight. Well played there by Milo, and Wildcard now have the early advantage.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Against a team like Wildcard, you can't give them any sort of glimpse, any sort of little favourable play. And Gemini's going to go. And a lot of time as well still for Wildcard to close this round out and fix the issues that they had in the prior round. Sushi getting to work on this hatch inside a bar. A lot of time for LFO, though, to still get back into this one, as they did in the last round. You definitely do not want to be counting these guys out. You suspect, though, that Wildcard are not going to allow the same mistakes to happen as they did in the 4th round.
Pat going 1 and 3. It's a bit of a slowish start for the man, but we know that Pat can pop off when required, and obviously his primary role isn't to find kills, but Emo Rins can be. Hills, though, the aggressor, finds that kill, catches his opponent off guard. That does equalize things. It's a 4 versus 4. LFO do have decent utility to work with here, and Hills has 2 smoke bolts that he can try to employ for the execute as well. Now, they do have short control. I don't know if LFO are aware of Jigo's position. If the mute swings wide, LFO could be caught off guard.
35 seconds remaining on the clock, and yeah, Gio's going to be a big play here, and he does. He tags up AFX, but he's able to live, get out with his life. Nade over towards Molosca, over towards Blue. Pat mentioned him before, maybe this is his moment to get involved. He's got 2 nades, ends up just blowing up the mute jammers here. Can he fix this mistake? He's trying to make it very difficult to open up that church wall. Vinny getting pressured heavily as well. Out of gas babes, those are no longer available. It's Gio who finds the pick on a Sushi, and now those trades will ring up around the map. Hills can't really even get into the doorway to pick up that diffuser and try and stick it down. That's a big round win for Wildcard.
Yeah, really well played there by Pat. Does show up in the late round, and more so, honestly, a little bit of a disappointment there for LFO. You shouldn't be allowing that player to be so aggressive on the main wall. I know, yes, it was impact tricked, which makes life really difficult, but ideally you want to make at least a couple more lines of sight with the Maverick and have someone maybe bot main, try and pressure that location. No one should be able to sit on that wall safely. As well as that, LFO also went pressuring Blue, which meant that Milo, despite, you know, being pretty vigilant and making sure that he wasn't getting flanked on those locations, was ultimately pretty safe, and in the late round there, was able to clean up. So, look, well played there by Wildcard. LFO not quite having maybe enough time to mount enough pressure around the site, which is a little bit unfortunate for them. However, I do think them having already 2 rounds in this half is pretty passable, and they could still get a 3rd.
Oh yeah, I don't think you would be too displeased with even a 2-4 half here for LFO, but as you said, it's a question as to whether or not is this going to be a defender-sided matchup, could it be mixed, could it even be attacker-sided maybe, depending on how Wildcard go in the second half on their attack. That would not be ideal for LFO, but I think this is the time for Wildcard where it's about getting down to old formalities where, you know, you see the teams like Knights and to a degree even Chiefs, they get these sort of 4-2 leads and then they run away with it, and you typically will see, you know, scorelines like 7-3 or 7-4 when they have a bit of a comfortable game. right now, this is the make or break. It's the fork in the road. The wildcard make this a comfortable game, or is this going to go the distance?
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And we are seeing a pretty similar defensive lineup here from Wildcard. Again, they're bringing that Goyo with those 2 Vulcan shields in the A-bomb site. And I mean, in terms of the approach, it's also very similar here from LFO. Early in this round, AFX will deploy 2 Salmas. That creates that line of sight in towards CC, or at least an attempt to. Sushi can clean that up and remove those new jammers by using his torch. AFX tries to find those jammers with limited success so far. Does eventually pop one though, and that will allow both Salmas to detonate, but it has been impact tricked. Really well played there from Wildcard. Now AFX has to use his final Salma to try and get a line of sight. He does pull it off. Hills, meanwhile, through all of that distraction, will make his way up main, but forced back down. A pretty crazy start to this round, but Wildcard arguably have the advantage.
They certainly do, but they don't have the kill yet, really. LFO low, though. 3 of them, Wettables, Deptre, Hills, all taken quite low. In fairness, though, Wildcard in a similar predicament. Vinny is in that sort of position where you could breathe on him and he'll just fall over and die. Geo and Miloska, Imran, all beaten up. In fact, to make it easier, Pat, Sushi, and AFX are the only ones at full health, and we've got a minute and a half to go. That kind of says everything about this round.
Yeah. Someone needs to unleash Thunderbird into the server, and we could see everyone heal up, but unfortunately she is in competitive quarantine for at least 3 months. We'll have to wait a little while until we see her in the server. Nonetheless, though, that's all hypotheticals, and talk about hypotheticals, the question now remains who is able to win this engagement, this mini-game over towards top main. Now, Geo is such a strong gunner, has been for the longest time, but Hills has been pretty red hot in this match so far. We'll put that on pause though, as LFO pressure now the Jacuzzi side of the map, but Gemini gets sent in by Wettables, gains a little bit of intel, but Wildcard are aware of that presence.
Yeah, and the difference last time was Pat in this position over towards Jim. This time though, he gets shut down. Sushi's ready and waiting. Gets the headshot, bit of revenge for one of the earlier rounds. Imran though with a trade back at least onto Depture. Makes it a 4 versus 4 late into this round with 35 seconds on the clock. Imran positioned over towards bedroom now, is watching, has a good little angle in towards Jim on that Jacuzzi wall side. It's Wettables though who takes out Geo and regains the advantage for LFO.
Vinny so low on HP, single bullet will take him down, but Milo offers his support on the Malusi. Emo Rin's going absolutely huge. Wettables taken down on the Vault, and now Hills is left in the 1v3. Yes, he got control of the eastern side, but it's too little, too late, and Wildcard will close out the half.
Well, LFO obviously wondering where it all went wrong in that first half. Bit of an early tactical timeout at the halftime break where they can just sort of go over things a little bit, game plan what they're going to do defensively against Wildcard themselves. They're not in a horrible position, 2-4 off the back of a defensive half for Wildcard. We've sort of seen this time and time again, right, guys? This is as normal as it really can get for Clubhouse, and now it's just for... And I do like this tactical timeout from LFO at this point because you can almost set up your half and your defensive half.
Yeah, for sure. I think it offers a really good opportunity for them to just mentally reset. And to be honest, the first half was really not that bad. Most of the rounds that they lost were really just exaggerations of bans, which are making things a little bit trickier. So assuming that that's in LFO's game plan on the defense and they look to really exploit that Thatcher-Habana combo and make life really challenging for Wildcard using things like the impact tricking in combination with the mute is just one limited example that Wildcard were using really well. If they can employ similar tactics in their defensive half, I don't see any reason why this match couldn't continue to be really close.
Church Arsenal basement will be the location of choice for LFO to start their defensive half. Wildcard go on to the attack. Vinny on the Jackal. is not too surprising, I guess, to try and flush out any roamers above, expecting most likely that this is going to be basement, so they can, of course, I'm imagining Wildcard's just going to go for that top-down sweep, and the Jackal's going to help that.
Well, yeah, LFO have brought the castle. They're popping the bar hatch, so 100% this is going to be a roam from the defense, and with the mute, for example, on board from Sushi, making sure that you have Jackal is really smart from Wildcard. Will help aid in that roam clear and make sure the coast is clear. Now, there is a small possibility that Wildcard could bypass this entire setup, going for something like a blue rush. That is something we do see from time to time, but I would anticipate Wildcard to be pretty calculated here and do their due diligence, clear out the roam. Pat is being spawn peaked, but will survive.
I will survive. Oh no, I don't want to get
Don't ever do
DMCA'd.
that. Don't ever do that again.
Good to see the aggression though from LFO, and those are the little things that can come out of these sort of tactical timeouts, like as you said, mental reset, or just even sort of setting up what they're going to strategize, whether it's even for just this 7th round or the half as a whole. LFO are a team that can easily get back into this. They're only down 2 rounds. They're on the defense now, and they're being proactive. Already saw it with the spawn peak onto Pat, making it difficult for Wildcard to even just get in. This is like, are we on consulate? What's happening right now?
Oh, Emo. Oh, wins that engagement. Wedables, even though he swung, does not come out on top. K1A as well. Such a strong gun there on Vigil, but still not enough in the end. Now, Hills is a little bit isolated at the moment. Could be caught off guard and is clean work
Too aggressive
from Wildcard. And now LFO need to try and hunker back down towards the site. I assume all 3 members have made it back safely, but nonetheless, Wildcard have plenty of time to work.
Yeah, and that's probably job done. I mean, LFO down to 3 players. Yes, you go back downstairs and you hold out. But Wildcard's got the next minute and a half to do as they please around the rest of the map. They'll obviously quickly sweep out, make sure there's no one hiding around upstairs, 2nd floor, 1st floor, then they'll get to work. But kind of job done. Ultimately, though, I think for LFO, they probably didn't do anything too wrong. I mean, should Wedables be peeking then that Kennel's wall? Maybe, maybe not. You get that kill, though, and suddenly it's a different story. And the idea is usually to just find that 1 kill, make it a 5 versus 4, then go back downstairs. And ultimately, it just goes the other way. And sometimes you got to make those plays, guys, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a zombie horror movie for LFO as they barricade themselves in and say a quick prayer, because that's all that can really save them at this point. Wildcard, so much time to work with, utility abundant as well, and Milo will just nail it home. Deptra taken down. Sushi and AFX now to try and push back this onslaught. They haven't quite been under the pump just yet, but with only 25 seconds left, there's no doubt that will be coming shortly.
Yeah, 2 versus 5, 20 seconds left. The only thing that's at least good news for AFX and Sushi is that there isn't that much time here for Wildcard, and they do have a couple of players that are low health, so if they do slip up, they're not going to have that much time to amend things. But Wildcard's a team that's going to be very conventional here in their approach. They know what they're doing. They've got a plan. They've got 7 seconds. They are leaving it very late, though. And I'm starting to worry a little bit here, but I shouldn't have.
Worry.
There was like 2 seconds left on the clock, guys.
It's the Wildcard way. It's the Wildcard way.
The 2-second meta for Wildcard, they get their
That's a
win,
0-second meta, dude. That was they were leaving a lot of time by their standards at the end of that round. I mean,
no worries in the end.
Yeah, look, to be honest, all the damage is really done in the first 30 seconds of that round, and unfortunately for LFO, a valiant attempt there on the roam, but if you give away picks for free like that, it really does nullify the whole point, which is to waste time and sink utility. So, fortunate there for LFO, and it's a good kickstart to Wildcard's momentum on the attack half.
Yeah, and it just furthers that lead, now makes it 2-5, and goes back to that sort of analogy that I mentioned before, that fork in the road. Is this going to be a close affair? Is this going to be a tight tussle? Or is Wildcard going to be like the Wildcard of old and pull away and get the win they're expected to get? Again, unless you're Death Martyr. And so, you know, now they've got this little 3-gap lead. They've got a bit of breathing room. Suddenly there's basically no pressure on their attacks. They can just come in, play with house money. And LFO are the ones who are pressured here, and they may make mistakes. They haven't really made too many mistakes. Like, even in that last round for LFO, it's easy to sit back and look, I might have thrown out a too aggressive comment. Even then, I might actually retract that comment and say I don't think they did anything too wrong. They were looking to find a pick like you should be trying to do.
Must have done something pretty remarkable for Xenox to change his
I
mind.
know.
That doesn't happen very often. In fact, that's probably the first time I have ever heard you change your mind
5
about
seconds
anything.
to insertion.
Which just makes it harder, I guess, for LFO, right? Because we're sitting here saying they haven't done too much wrong, yet they're down to 5.
Yeah, I mean, again, Siege can definitely come down to really fine margins, and at the end of the day, Wildcard, that edge of experience, as we mentioned in the pre-show, was probably going to be one of the defining factors in this matchup, and so far, I think that has reigned true. LFO, for the most part, have played quite well, but when they have slipped up, Wildcard have been right there, like the boogeyman, right behind them, staring them down the barrel and anticipating every mistake. A really difficult position that LFO find themselves in, but at least in this round, they haven't dropped any bodies in the first 45 seconds, so already better than last round.
Yeah, little improvements, baby steps, that's really what you want in that situation. But yeah, LFO's a team that's capable of being able to bring this one back and get back involved, especially on the defense. It's not uncommon to get 2 rounds. It's not ideal, though, if you're continuing to lose these opening picks and Wildcard continue to get these advantages. And look, it's starting to slip away.
Wait, what?
In con?
How though? Was Pat on like the boost spot on the hatch? He must have been. There's like a weird angle you can get. Must have been that.
Oh, when you go on that little vent?
Yeah, when you go on the vent, you like look through the fencing.
Yep.
Yeah, must have been that.
Yep.
Oh, that's unlucky for Deptra. Yeah, wow. I think it might have been even a wallbang as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, Deptra himself admitting that it's not quite his day, and we have seen. I mean, we saw that kill a little bit earlier against Milo, absolutely destroying him. So look, just hasn't been, and he is currently, unfortunately, on a doughy as Emerin cleans up one with a Claymore. Starting to fall apart a little bit here for LFO. Desperate gamer hours for the boys looking for an org. Wildcard pouncing on every opportunity.
Well, if they didn't change the way the stats are shown, he would have been 007, but they changed it, so now it's not quite as funny. Sushi, though, does get a kill back onto Pat. There's a bit of revenge for Deptra.
Oh.
But every time that LFO get one, there's another one back, and Wildcard continue to just maintain their lead.
Oh, Nitro from Hills. Of all the players on LFO, Hills has
pressure.
really been showing up,
no.
but the Rotero forces his hand. Emo cleans up the last, and Wildcard are really starting to pounce now.
That is just pressure personified right there. The little like 1-8 ended up almost being a 360 spinning around in a circle because like, oh, I can't go here. Oh, there's a Rotero drone. Oh, there's a guy shooting me from, you know, bedroom. Like, it's just relentless. And that is something we haven't seen from Wildcard in a while. And it's good to see for Wildcard that it's back, guys. That, you know, they're just going to pounce. It's almost like a lion eating a gazelle. This is a slaughter right now from Wildcard. They're playing this so well. It's methodical. It's the Wildcard of old making a reappearance here, unfortunately for LFO, which, you know, LFO as a team are sitting in 5th place right now. They're 1-0-2. They dominated against Rufflecopter. They had a really good game against Aura and honestly not too bad against Bliss either. They're not a weak opponent. The Wildcard are making this look easy.
Yeah, it does feel like the 2020 Wildcard, the roster that, of course, went to Invitational just prior to that. I believe it would have been late 2019, right? Tokaname, they were strong there as well. And yes, there's been a lot of changes in the roster, but at its core, the team has maintained a pretty unique sort of playstyle. Their DNA has remained pretty true. And of course, to the start of 2020, when Diesel left, it was compromised quite a bit, and we did see Wildcard go through some struggles, but we are slowly starting to see that fate change around. Maloska joining on board has really given this team a breath of fresh air.
Moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Look, I mean, we have to take it one game at a time. We don't want to make big sweeping statements, but the result last night in APAC South and what should be a win here as Milo kicks it off in the match point round in OCN is looking really good.
Yeah, and this is also what we were saying in the first half. It's very difficult at times when you look at a map like Clubhouse and say, oh, you know, defender-sided, or, you know, 2-4 half the wildcard. You kind of expect that. LFO's going to be able to match it, but it's easier said than done, and it's why the statistics don't always, you know, play out like they do. The way this is shaping up, especially now with that opening pick onto Hills, you're almost looking at a 3-0 attacking half here for wildcard. So, you know, what could have been maybe if this was the first half, what we would be saying is, wow, this is disastrous for LFO. ultimately, it's just been a masterclass from Wildcard on both ends, defense and offense.
Prone peek here from one of the defenders, right of screen to LFO. Pat could be exposed, but I don't think he will be. It is Deptra
Located a bomb.
peeking through the drone hole, but nothing really comes of it. The wall now has been popped by Wildcard, and Emo Rin can impact it open.
Look at Oscar.
One minigame down.
13, 3, and 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's it's not bad, is it?
Minute and a half remaining, and it's almost do as you please right now for Wildcard.
Bomb has been located.
So they sweep through. Obviously clearing out logistics and in bedroom and make their way over towards Cash and CCTV. Sushi rotates back over towards main stairs and makes his way into kitchen, throws up a Nitrocell looking for Geo. Geo does not even flinch.
He took a little bit of damage and then went off his drone for half a second. He's like, oh, that happened,
okay.
and then jumped straight back on it. Good position though. Wildcard find themselves in, and now Pat can work himself over towards the wall. Gets close enough to get the mute indicator, knows that there is a jammer preventing Milo from opening it. Now he might use his torch to expose those mute jammers, or his Roteros could do the job. Unfortunately, Vinny does get his first muted, which makes things difficult. Pat will send a nade over, and that should clear the jammer. Milo will follow that up onto the yellow ping, and LFO are really going to feel the pressure in a moment.
Yeah, and it's getting down to wildcard clock time. 30 seconds left as they finally get to work opening up this con wall. This is where almost LFO need to maybe switch from defense to offense, just try and catch Wildcard off guard and find a kill or two. And fortunately, Wedables did get one onto Vinny, but the trades are favoring Wildcard as they usually do. Deptra getting at least Emo in chair. He's going to be able to hit some of these shots. He's expecting the push from behind, but it's not going to be coming from behind. They're both over towards top red. Plant goes down anyway. Now they don't, and they do have the information. And LFO's day for Playday 4 is coming to an end, unfortunately, pretty quickly. Sushi, the sole remaining player, versus both Moloska and Geo. With that plant down, he's only got 25 seconds. He's roughly about half health as well, and he's dead. It's easy as that. 7-2 for Wildcard. They're looking pretty good right now over the last couple of days as they storm through Stage 2 so far with a bit of form.
Wildcard put on a clinic, a 7-2 dub to wrap things up, and you can see that they're pretty happy with that result, and why wouldn't you? Milo as well, what a bloody good performance from him. 14 kills in only 9 rounds, and he was playing hard bridge, so you cannot complain with that. And finally, Wildcard can start to build some momentum in OCN.
A clean 7-2 for Wildcard, and yeah, it's critical. They can now build some momentum inside of OCN, along with obviously their ongoing performances inside of APAC South as well. So it's just all happy times at Wildcard right now, Guz, which is a stark contrast to the way things were going, obviously, for Stage 1. So obviously, Moloska looks like he's fitting in more than fine, and as a team, they're starting to gather a bit of that momentum moving forward here for Stage 2. They're looking good.
Yeah, they are looking good. Now the question, of course, still remains, can they maintain this momentum and establish consistency as the stage goes forward? It's all well and good, of course, to defeat LFO, who were 5th heading into this play day, but when they start to verse some more difficult opponents, we need to see them continue to step up their game. Overall, though, for Wildcard, it was just a solid performance. I mean, this was a pretty straightforward game in the end. There was nothing too crazy going on. It was just pretty straightforward, expected clubhouse. But at the end of the day, Wildcard were just more proficient.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think there was really anything that stood out too much. Wildcard, as you said, proficient. They were a team that was a bit more clinical. They were able to get a few more opening picks. Moments like that one, I think that's just such a pivotal moment in the match, right? LFO looking to be aggressive, looking to find a pick or two. That's really what you want, especially with the setup that they had. Couldn't obviously get it done. And from there, I think the map was almost over from that position onwards because it was just all Wildcard. And honestly, they answered what was a bit of a comeback. Well, not comeback, right? I mean, LFO, as you can see, rounds 3 and 4, they won 2 in a row, and you start to wonder, oh, have we got ourselves a game here? When that fork in the road came, though, it was all Wildcard. They went and won the next 5 in a row, made this easy, a 7-2 victory, something they probably haven't had in quite some time, and especially for OCN, where, you know, they lost to Bliss in Playday 1. They had an 8-7 victory against Rhythm. that's as close as it can get against the bottom team in OCN. This is a big win for them and their confidence and their points. It puts them into 5th.
Yeah, big result there as we had a peek at the stats. A 3.62 for Milo. That is, might want to get the calculator out and recheck that one because that might be the highest player rating I have seen in the last 6 years of competitive Siege. So props to Milo, but nonetheless warranted a good score because he was really impactful. And as I mentioned, he was fulfilling that hard breach role. So that's just impressive nonetheless. And look, it wasn't all him, right? As we saw time and time again, LFO, it is a hallmark of them to play quite aggressive. Nothing wrong with that, but it was their demise at the end of the day, and Wildcard as a whole shut that down. I'm not sure whether that was the game plan necessarily heading into this matchup, but they seem to be ready for it.
Well, Wildcard, they were kind of a dream attack to watch, weren't they, guys? As we're going to go and have a chat with Vinny. Always a nice smile on his dial. Although this time, Vinny, it kind of feels like maybe job done more than anything. It was just sort of that clinical, almost old-school Wildcard approach.
Yeah, it's awesome when I can just sit back and let the boys go off a bit. So it's just a great game from us, and just showing kind of what we used to do, which was be clinical against teams that kind of struggled against that. So yeah, it's good signs.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear, Milo, how are things going at the moment? Obviously, last night was pretty good for you guys in APAC South, and fair to say you're looking to transition that a little bit more into your OCN results. Just give us your insight as to how the team's sort of tracking at the moment. I feel like this is a question that we're constantly asking, but the growth process for you guys is pretty ongoing at the moment.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's continuing to move forward and getting Milo in. We knew that he was somebody that was very strong with his comms, and he was somebody that could bring that extra layer of kind of IGLing and clinicalness, like a better word, for the team, which we've been missing for a little while. And yeah, I mean, every game we get stronger, every scrim we get stronger, so it's just continuing to track forward.
Was there anything that stood out for you in that game, Vinny, that maybe you guys haven't had over the last, I don't know, couple of weeks, couple of months? Was there anything that you thought that you were like, oh, we're kind of back here, we're looking really good, we're looking sharp?
Nothing surprising, I don't think. The most surprising thing was probably how easy the rounds came in the end. We kind of did a little bit of background work on LFO over the last couple of days and kind of read into a few of the things that we're going to do, but more than that, we were just playing our game and making sure that all ends met, and that's kind of just showed on the scoreboard.
Yeah, pretty big week for you guys next week. You've got the Knights, of course, in APAC South, and then the Chiefs in OCN. What's the prep looking like heading into those two?
Same as always, just make sure we're ready on the day. We know that Knights is probably our biggest challenge so far by the first week in terms of APAC South, and they're looking very strong at the moment. So that'll be a good win for us if we can get it. And then Chiefs and OCN, they're the reigning champs. So see how we stack up in our current lineup and how we can kind of deal with that kind of play style, which I don't think we have yet, to be honest. So it should be good.
Yeah, you got a bit of a tough run home there. Chiefs, Knights, and Rufflecopter as well, your final 3 matches. So this very much was a must-win game. Congratulations again, Vinny, and we'll speak to you next week.
Thanks, guys.
Tough run home for Wildcard. Of course, they needed these 3 points, really, against LFO, and they got all 3 points in a 7-2 victory. They looked very good, guys, and I got to say, would you agree with me? The best we've seen from Wildcard since maybe even last year?
Oh, making these blanket statements, dude, they're dangerous. They're very, very dangerous. I always love to be a little bit cautious and just wait and see how the next couple of weeks play out. I mean, the big positive we can take out, though, is this is Wildcard's first regulation win of OCN.
Yeah.
Going into this, they only had 2 points, so they take the 3 tonight, which will really boost them up the standings and keep that mid-table really, really close. So not only is that great for Wildcard, but it's good for everyone at home that isn't a fan of Wildcard because it keeps the standings nice and close and nice and exciting.
Certainly does. We're going to go to a quick break. On the other side, though, it's going to be Order versus Rufflecopter.
Drop the bomb.
GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing first plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
That's a good question.
My name is Lachlan Boyd and I'm entry fragger for Rothcopter GG. But what you don't know about me is that I grew up on a farm. I grew up on a cattle farm, 1,600 acres. Just lived there for most of my life. We had roughly 800 to 1,000 cattle, depending on the time of the year. So I used to muster cattle, fence work, help feed out hay, anything that needed to be done. It was good in some aspects and challenging in others. A lot of empty space, riding motorbikes around, just chill. I was pretty reckless on the motorbike. I lost count of how many times I crashed my motorbike. The worst part was definitely the internet. I had to play Siege on 3G mobile hotspot for a year and a half, 2 years, I think. I was back on console in those days. I had roughly 400 abandons because of the internet by the time I moved to PC. I could handle the 1,600 acres easy enough and the mobs of cattle, but the internet, just nowhere. I think the best operator to be a farmer would be Fuse, because he's chunky. I would never go back to farming. I couldn't deal with the internet issues. Yeah, I'm too reliant on YouTube.
I'm Nathaniel Williams, and I'm fragger for Order. But what you don't know about me is I have an obsession for cars. Even when I was younger, I used to go to like drag races and stuff with my dad, and I love the racing part. I'll sit there and watch it, but I also love obsessing what car I would want and what I would do to them and stuff like that, like even older cars. I grew up watching my dad and my brother fix cars. That's basically a family tradition at this point. My current car is a 1991 Nissan 300ZX. I love it. Just everything about it, the aesthetic. It almost looks like an old Lamborghini, but it's not the price of an old Lamborghini. So the only issue with my car is obviously it's old and I'm constantly working on it. The biggest job I think I've done on my car is basically going from front to back and fixing every little problem. Like I'm pretty sure the only thing that hasn't been replaced is the actual core itself. I think that's why I like it. It's like a constant job, something new every month basically. My favorite operator is Vigil, and I think that he would drive a low spec Aston Martin, some undercover. My dream car would be a fully blacked out Mercedes-Benz AMG. It looks like a tank, pretty much. It's legal to drive, won't be getting in any trouble. I would describe myself as a good driver. Don't know if my mum would say so, but yeah, I'd say so. I've had a couple dodgy experiences in cars. I remember I was driving with a friend actually, and he just bought his new car. It's like you could feel the car wobbling, and he looks out to the right, and his right wheel wasn't connected to where it was supposed to be at all. If we didn't pull over, it would have been rolling down the street, and so would have we.
So far, Playday 4 already giving us the goods. Wildcard returning to some old form, 7-2 victory over LFO on Clubhouse. Good way to start the night. 3 more matches though, of course, still to be played, Guz.
Yeah, I'm glad we got a nice quick one out of the way. Pretty simple game on Clubhouse. I have no doubt we're going to have 3 straight overtimes now, but hey, I'm all for it.
Oh, don't put the jinx on us there. Do you guys like memes? I like memes. I know you're a bit of a meme, Guz, overall. We've got a bit of a contest going on at the moment. Down below you can see, tweet your hashtag OCN memes to @R6 esports OCE, and you can win yourself a $100 M-Wave voucher. Yeah. I don't know, what would you spend $100 at M-Wave and try and buy, Guz?
I don't know, maybe a Samsung NVMe SSD. What a plug that was.
Jeez, wow, that was like a 2-for-1 deal.
Yeah, there you go. Lock it in. I don't know. I don't know what I would buy. Whatever makes me game better at ranked. So literally anything because I suck.
Yeah, and that is going to be drawn on the Reload, of course, for those who aren't aware. We've got ourselves a little podcast show. That's going to be on Monday nights. What time do we start again, guys? I can't even remember. And I'm on the show. But that's when, of course, the winner is going to be drawn.
9:30, I think.
9:30.
AEST? Sounds about right.
Something about that, right? You can go to @R6 Esports OC and, of course, get all of those details. Moving forward, though, we've got a big matchup to come. It is going to be Order versus LFO. Rufflecopter. I was giving LFO a second chance. They've already had their chance. Rufflecopter versus Order. This is going to be a big one. Two teams that I feel like, as we always say, could go either way.
Yeah, this is actually shaping up to be quite a matchup. Both of these teams have pretty solid outfits, but I think that confidence is going to play the biggest factor in which team's actually going to end up on top. Both of these teams have had a pretty rough sort of start to the year, a little bit inconsistent here and there, but as I mentioned, they are both really good teams.
We're going to have a look at Rufflecopter and have a bit of a suss of these fine gentlemen. They didn't really start this stage well after starting stage 1 well. Find themselves in the bottom 3. In fact, actually, with Wildcard's result, they are now in the bottom 2. Only on 2 points, -5 round differential. They had some high highs. They definitely flew high in stage 1, but stage 2 hasn't quite been the fairy tale run.
Yeah, they aren't LFO, as you said earlier, but they are looking for an organization. So if you want to pick up the boys, then say g'day. I'm pretty sure the CEO of Rufflecopter has a Twitter account, so if you have a good deal, you might be able to make a trade. I don't know if the CEO, maybe he'll give up one of his yachts or whatever to, I don't know, make the trade equitable. I'm not too sure. But either way, on a serious note, as I mentioned, this team does have a pretty solid outline, or outfit rather. It's just going to be whether or not they have that confidence heading into this match.
Yeah, and look, I think they should have the confidence coming into this match. Order's a team that's always, susceptible to some bad losses, and Rufflecopter's a team that's already shown us that they're capable of mixing it with the best. They, of course, defeated Chiefs, by the way, on Playday 2. That was an 8-7 overtime victory, but since then, they also then lost the night. So when you actually look into it, I know we got Order on the screen closing up on Rufflecopter. When you look into it, they've actually had some pretty close losses against some top teams. As for Order, though, well, they're doing pretty good so far for OCN. 2 big dubs, only the 1 loss. That was, of course, their pretty rough 7-2 loss to Chiefs in Playday 1, but since then, they defeated LFO and they defeated Wildcard. Of course, a Wildcard team that has resurged, so they're looking pretty good on 6 points in 4th place.
Yeah, I was just going to say, heading into this matchup, they are in 4th place. They'll retain that position despite Wildcard winning that last match and gaining 3 points. They were clear of that deficit, so that's good for them. But they are, I guess, looking to try and be the best of the rest in the mid-table. It's a really close battle between themselves, the Chiefs, the Knights, basically everyone that is trailing Bliss at the top of the standings. So all of these matches are really critical for, both Order and Ruffle. But if you want to try and make it into that top 5, you want to start off as deep into that gauntlet as possible. And the best way to do that is finishing nice and high in the standings.
Yep. Obviously, for Order, we saw them yesterday get a pretty big win over Elevate. That went all 15 rounds. We were there firsthand. We had front row seats for it, Guz. It was a big win for them. It almost felt like a must-win for them as well because they weren't doing too well in APAC South. They had 0 points. They needed to get on the board. And while OCN's not really the same story, it still feels like they need to continue to find their best and get away from that consistency brand that has been labeled on them for quite some time now.
Yeah, that has been the story for Order for the majority of the year and probably emphasized a little bit more here in Stage 2 off the back of that roster change. Of course, Ipistar transitioning out, Nico jumping on board. We keep reiterating that this is a really strong roster. They have great personalities. They have a great org backing them. Order is incredible. Melbourne-based, so a little bit biased from us because we're both from Melbourne. They seem to have all the right tools, all the right ingredients to put into this beautiful cake. They just haven't quite been able, I guess, to bake it just yet. We're waiting for that sort of click moment where we go, Order is a serious threat. They are going to finish in the top couple of places. We're not at that point just yet, but you just never know when that moment could strike.
Yeah, 100%. They're a team that can win this comfortably, or we could go the distance. Let's go and have a look at the map, Vito, and see where we are going to be heading. And it is going to be Cafe.
Order!
It is Consulate banned out at last once again. 2 matches in a row. Order, this time, Guns' favourite. Wildcard banned out Consulate, I believe, wasn't it, in the last game, guys? So maybe banning out Consulate gives you some powers. We head over to Cafe. It feels like we haven't casted this one in a long time. I'm excited for this one. I think both teams honestly come into this feeling pretty good.
Yeah, this is the, on a personal note, the most excited I've ever been to head to Cafe for a long time. I know you know I'm not a huge fan of this map as it does play out a little bit same all the time. It's always, the same route. top of red stairs, get the hatch popped, etc. Map clear. But
Don't
anything
spoil
is
it.
better
It
than
hasn't happened
Consulate.
yet.
Anything's better than Consulate at the moment, and we haven't seen, as you said, Cafe for a little while. At least we haven't casted it for a little while, so nice change up of pace. I'll have to go grab a jacket because it's a little bit cold outside, but it should be nice and fun. Now, I don't know statistically if either of these teams have played it recently. I mean, it's going to take me a second to get up the stats, so maybe you could feel for a second. But,
Oh, jeez. Come on, Gus. You're meant to be the analyst here, not me.
I
You're meant
didn't
to have these
do my
things ready
homework
to
during the
go.
break. I was too busy.
I'm going to tell
watching
Raven
the
on you.
content.
Raven or Dev, I don't know, one of them, maybe both of them. But for Order's sake, obviously they're coming into this game with some maybe newfound confidence, at least off the back of that Elevate win, despite that going the distance. Ironically, you know, banning Consulate, considering they just played it as well. I guess maybe Roffelkotter leaving that there between Consulate and Cafe. They thought that there's something to it. But ultimately, I think that Order come into this with a bit more confidence and a bit more form than Roffelkotter.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I need to call tech support because Ruffle's match history isn't working on the tracker. So, Dev, if you're watching the stream, please get in contact as soon as possible. Order on the other side, we don't actually have a whole lot to go off. They were bested by Ruffle in Stage 1, so they actually don't have a good track record. Dating further back, we literally just have nothing to work off. It's the only time that Order in recent history have even played on Cafe. So, a lot of question marks heading into this matchup. For a few reasons, but yeah, I'm excited nonetheless. I'm excited for any game in OCN, and this one being on a map that we haven't seen in a while definitely does spice it up.
Yeah, 100%. All right. I mean, in terms of predictions, thinking back, did anyone go for Roffelkotter? I don't think they did, unless there was one. Was there one?
I don't know.
Do we have the power to maybe have a look at those? I'm not sure. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus here. I do,
that is your job.
unfortunately, do that a little bit too much. But regardless, I'm sure we'll see it later on. I went for Order. That's all that matters. No, wait. I know. I remember. We all went for Roffelkotter. Everyone went for Roffelkotter, didn't they? wasn't that the?
I think that was the
discussion.
The weird prediction. So
yeah. What do you think of that one? Does that? Are we
I don't think that's
off
fully
the mark?
representative. Again, like a lot of games in OCN, it's so incredibly close. I think I probably just flipped a coin mentally to go for this one. I had some doubts on Order's form at the moment heading into this one and went, you know what, I'll just back the Ruffle in.
Well, I can say we've had confirmation from our wonderful producer. Producer. It is, in fact, almost unanimous to Roffelkotter. Only Ducky went for Order as we head over to Cafe for this matchup. Roffelkotter versus Order. Should be a fascinating affair as we haven't seen Cafe for a little while. I'm excited. Looks like Roffelkotter will be on.
No specker face cam. What is this?
Whoa. What?
This is
outrageous.
This is unprecedented. I might just go home. Well, I am home.
You are home.
Studio cast.
Are we in the studio?
Back. No. Home cast, aren't we?
Look.
Well, Bailey's also frozen. I mean, unless he's playing a really good game of musical chairs, like musical statue or whatever that game. I can't even remember the name of the game. The one where you have to stay in still. He's doing a really good job. Eyes are going to dry out there.
He's definitely frozen.
He's frozen or he's dead. One of the two.
He hasn't blinked.
Look at that focus in the bad face. It's scary.
Thatcher taken off the board. No surprises. A 50% ban rate, and then the Nomad as well just helps with those flanks and makes it easier to, of course, get those flanks to happen. The Goyo, not too surprising. I know it doesn't show up in the ban rates, but you know you still see a lot of that shield play, especially over towards Pixel and now the washrooms as well. So that's going to be taken off the board as well.
Well, Valk to round things out. That means that Valk has seen 100% ban rate so far tonight. Quite pesky. And unfortunately, no one wanting to really deal with her. So we won't see those cameras placed around the map. And that does make the life of the attack a little bit easier, which is always good to see. Now, in terms of the objectives that we're likely to see, second floor for most teams will be the primary choice. On this occasion for Ruffle, it will be. And that will likely force Order into a map sweep over towards Cigar Lounge, dropping Red Hatch. That is the typical playstyle.
Stop spoiling it.
Sometimes we do see teams go down below. I mean, Nico is sticking the buck, so we could see some vertical play, and that could spice things up.
Becca going to 6-pick over to the Gridlock. Obviously, no Nomad on the board, so some maybe the next best thing in trying to have a bit of that flank watch. we head into what is our second match of the day for Playday 4 of OCN. Rufflecopter on the defense, Order will be on the attack. First up here on Cafe, which it is the third time that we actually are going to see it. It's just that we haven't really been able to cast it. And in the games that have been played for OCN so far, Guz, 66% defensive win rate on the site so far as the community vote heavily in favor of Order, 65% to the 35% of Rufflecopter. I'm still a little bit astounded that everyone went for Rufflecopter except Ducky. Not sure what happened there. Maybe everyone went for the underdog.
Yeah, I think that played into it a little bit. We all tried to call each other's bluff, instead we all went for the underdog, so well, almost all of us did, so who knows? Who knows? Have to wait and see how this plays out. Now in terms of the defensive setup here from Ruffle, bit of an extension in combination with that mirror will aid in the hold down below. Now this has become commonplace. I'm not entirely sure who it is positioned below. I would assume it's OJ on the pulse, right? You can see forward down below through the wooden floor, and yeah, there we go. My guess is correct. On top of that, of course, he can gain intel with the heartbeat scanner. We'll see those players rappelling up to the hatch. He can call out numbers to the rest of his team and just reaffirm that Order will be going for this sweep.
Reaffirm. Ooh. Okay,
You like
strong
that word?
affirmation. Yeah, I like that. Yeah,
Thanks.
that's kind of clean.
I do have a dictionary next to me tonight.
The bomb diffuser.
Oh,
Oh, OJ just getting a little trigger happy there with the Nitrocell and misses that one completely. Unfortunately, there's still two more in the back pockets of Bouncing and Hot Shot. Never mind, that's going to be also now thrown very early, both times. Both C4s are going to miss, and well, not the best start then for Rufflecopter. That's a bit of utility that has been expended and really for nothing.
halfway through the round, OJ still scouting down below as Boydie finds the first there on to Specker. That's the gridlock taken down. The only flank watch available to Order now deceased. That could make things a little bit trickier. They'll need to rely on drones to make sure that their flanks are covered, and Ruffle is quite an aggressive team. They'll be willing to go for those plays. Now, Boydie is trying to hold on here, play quite aggressive. Doesn't get cut off, able to rotate down below towards pillars. That's a win in the column for Ruffle. One pick and able to rotate back down. 2 minutes wasted. That's impressive.
Yeah, it's a win, but it's almost that expected win for reading fireplace. That's going to be the final Nitrocell, by the way. Over towards Bart, and that's going to miss the mark as well. 50 seconds left, and usually what we're going to now see is Order start to get, very chaotic, open up, try and find an angle, try and find a pick, and then eventually just drop down pillars and look for that default plan. It's going to be, I think, the final Rotero drone from Nate. It is. At this point, just using it to open up the floorboards. Order starting to set up over towards pillars now, and they will look for this plant into reading. As usual, Boydie, though, is going to be able to find a second kill for the round. Has 2. 20 seconds left. Going to be a late rush here for Order, default, and, well, I don't think this is going to go too well for them.
Probably won't. Jack Daddy, though, does find one. How many more can the rest of the team find? However, Nate isolated up above with the diffuser in hand. Bailey gets cut off as well. It's a strong start for Ruffle. They shut down Order and claim the first round.
Yeah, really smart. Well, not really smart. Really good, probably. I mean, I don't think they really did anything too crazy. Pretty standard defense, like you said earlier. I mean, Cafe is a map that doesn't really see too much innovation anymore. It's pretty set in its play. The way I would look at it is obviously that cocktail control, as you said. I think there was about 1 minute on the clock left when they eventually dropped down into pillars and vacate that area. They picked up an early kill thanks to Boydie as well. So it really was job done in the end for Rufflecopter and for Order. They just could never really claw their way back into the round. Maybe they needed to have better time management just so they could deal with Cocktail earlier in the round. It's hard to say, but I think the biggest thing is Boydie getting that early pick, and that's going to be a key factor here on Cafe.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Kitchen will now see an appearance, and the castles are also being brought here by Ruffle. Now, this could indicate a couple of things. Castle could be used to create extensions on the objective floor, on first floor, and increase the horizontal play over towards coat check and small bakery, for example. Or we might see the alternative, where the castle barricades are employed above, and we see vertical lines of sight back down below in towards the objective. The latter approach being employed here by Ruffle. I would argue maybe a little bit riskier, but could prove to be difficult to clear, especially if Order aren't really anticipating this level of aggression. Now, if Order drone this out, you would anticipate they'll go again for the red hatch drop and do their due diligence clearing out the top floor. If they try and head it straight in towards Bakery, in towards site, dealing with that hatch rotation being popped and those lines of sight will be really difficult and probably isn't the percentage play.
Bomb located by attackers.
This is pretty quick here from Order, by the way, from Specker's perspective, just pushing straight into Bakery like this, sensing that there's not too much wave presence from Rufflecopter over towards Bakery. Some teams do like to station a player, or maybe even sometimes two, in that vicinity. Rufflecopter, though, going for this vert control above as well. Campo inside of Train, a little angle. Order do need to be careful that they don't push too quickly ahead and eventually almost fall into the trap that Rufflecopter have sort of set. Campo is almost just eagerly awaiting that push. Takes out the Rotero drone. Nate's got one more. Not sure how successful the other ones were either in terms of getting rid of utility, but Bailey with the opening pick onto Hotshot, and he's on site too. This opens up this kitchen site pretty significantly for Order because a lot of Rufflecopter are off-site and above.
Order, though, if they want to try and get in towards the site, need to capitalize and send men. Try and play the numbers game, but it is a little bit more measured from them at the moment, at least. They have got their rotations cut off here for the defense, as Boydie does eventually find one back. So not a bad result here for Ruffle. OJ doubles down on to Specker. The gridlock no longer in play over towards Small Bakery. It does leave it in the 3v5. The diffuser in the hands of Nate inside of Bakery. Now they could try and get it in towards site. Jack Daddy does have the cross as Nate finds a pick. This is a very, very close round, but now it's in the hands of Order. They managed to send it deep in towards site. Bouncin, the only player left on his feet inside of Freezer, misses those first shots, doesn't connect the second burst, and Order will take the round.
Yeah, really well played from Order. Just overwhelming the site was the play, and it worked. They didn't really have to do too much above Specker.
Bailey still hasn't blinked, dude. My word, he needs to get some eye drops.
He's just been he's obviously, you know, playing like that, right? That is live. He's not frozen at all. Yeah, he is stone cold. Really, really good performance though from Order. Obviously, it goes without saying. That was a really clean attack. Straight into Bakery, went for that horizontal take, and put the pressure onto the Rufflecopter players that were on site. I think Rufflecopter did find a pick or two from above, but ultimately they just got overwhelmed on site, and then they had to start, you know, making their way down, and ultimately Order's attack just too clean and hit their shots. Jack Dad, you know, was in a good position to cut off some of those rotations, and Order make it 1-1.
Close up between these two, and I mean, heading into this matchup, as a preface, it is a bit of a battle for supremacy of the mid-table. Order heading into this one, 4th place, and Ruffle in 7th, but too far off the mark. A win for Ruffle would be enough. Start edging them towards that top 5, and it is, of course, the top 5 that make it through the Gauntlet playoff format. Expectation for both of these teams would be to qualify for the playoffs. Question will be, I guess, how deep can they start into that Gauntlet, and maybe even can they make the playoffs, because Order and Ruffle have been experiencing some struggles as of recent.
And this is the thing, right? I think every team has expectations to make the playoffs. It's 5 out of 8, right? If you're not expecting to make at least 5th place, something's wrong with your team. I'm just going to be quite blunt about it. The only teams that maybe there's less pressure on would be Rhythm and LFO, if we're being completely honest, for different reasons. But, you know, right now when I actually look at the live standings, Rufflecopter find themselves in the bottom 3. That's not ideal for a team that had a really good stage 1. Being able to back it up is very difficult though, right? So do give them some leeway, but they're a team that's capable and maybe should be making top 5. But so is a team like Order. And who do you displace? Wildcard, Order, Knights, Chiefs, Bliss. That's a very, very difficult top 5 to see any of those 5 now dropping out. So Rufflecopter have to win games like this if they're going to do it.
Rotero drones being used early here from Nate. Didn't quite see how much of an effect they had in the last round, but he did expend them quite early. 2 already being used here in under a minute. Trying to clear out, or at least compromise this position that Hotshot has fortified inside of Cigar Shop, trying to shut down anyone over towards the top of red stairs. Now, Nico's there ready and waiting. He could push through the Sawyer gate, try and get him with the skeleton key. Now, this is pretty risky if Nico wants to commit to it. He does, inflicts a bit of damage, but that could go both ways. Nico needs to be careful, doesn't quite finish off Hot Shot, but eventually will. Great aggressive play there alongside the Rotero drone from Order.
That's almost just like that ranked sort of mentality of just, I'm going to push through. I don't care who's in my way. I don't care if I'm pushing through the smoke or the gas, whatever. Nico finding one as well with the skeleton key onto Campo, and that's going to be a 4 versus 2 advantage now for Order as they cut through Rafflecopter's defense. Boydie over towards White Corridor has been very fantastic. 4-1, makes it 5-1 now. Deals with a few of those track stingers, and now makes it a 3 versus 2. Suddenly it's doable for OJ and Boydie versus Nate, Jack Dad, and Nico.
Order with 2 players inside of the map, boots on ground, the third up on the skylight. Could make things a little bit challenging for Order, but also does fortify their position, presuming that they can get the plant down. If they do, it's a guaranteed round win. However, though, that player on the skylight will drop down, pays the price. That's Nate off the board, leaves it in a 2v2. Boydie now in an aggressive position. Order do have 5 drones. I'm not sure, though, if they are aware of where this Jaeger is positioned. They have absolutely no idea. Boydie cleans up and takes the round.
Oh, clean from Boydie, and what a performance he's putting on so far here on Cafe. He's got the team on his back, and he leads them to a 2-1 start here inside of the first 3 rounds. And yeah, this definitely deserves a replay. Really good start, though, from Nico and Order, and just being able to push through, find these picks. It was a 4 versus 2. But Boydie and OJ played so well. They got into their positions, they held their crosses, they get that early pick, and Order just never even fired a shot. Boydie's aggressive position inside backstore just never got uncovered, and he's almost as stone cold as well, but his camera is actually live and moving. Rafflecopter, good little start. That's what they need. They just need to put the pressure onto Order and see if they collapse mentally.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, really good round there from Boydie, showing up when it matters and applying a little bit of pressure back towards Order. Head back over towards Kitchen. Now keep in mind, last time Ruffle attempted this site, they got a little bit spicy on the roam. It was quite aggressive. They popped the freezer hatch. They were willing to use the castle up above. Now, of course, it didn't really have great success, so not sure whether or not we'll see this committed to as much. But early indications would suggest that they are. So we'll have to see whether or not Ruffle can tidy things up and make it more difficult for Order to get in towards the site first and foremost, and also make it a little bit difficult, make it a little bit more difficult rather for Order to clear those players up above.
Yeah, it should preface as well here on Cafe that, at least so far, for what we've been seeing recently, defender-sided to a degree. I mean, if we want to just base it off OCN stats, we're looking at a 66% rate. That's very significant. So you're almost expecting Rafflecopter to be able to do well here in the first half, right? The onus is on them to have a sort of 4-2 half, 3-3 at minimum. So there's expectations for them to be able to get off to a good start here. And Order stealing that second round just put a little bit of doubt into my mind, but they've sort of erased that doubt with that last round performance, courtesy of Boydie and OJ. And those two are firing on all cylinders right now, and I almost want like a little pip of just Boydie, and maybe even OJ. There's 2 quick kills. That's Rafflecopter, 5 versus 3. We'll see if they, though, can finish off the job that they've started here.
Ooh, that player inside a coat check on a cheeky boost spot. That is Boydie. Now, I don't think Specker saw him on the shoulder peak. So track that later in towards the round, but let's be honest, the damage really already done here. Hot shot down below. There's a line of sight over towards that castle barricade. Immediately will dispatch a nitro cell, but that player long gone. That was Nico with the hard breach device popping that open. He's now taking control of Pillar and could be in a position to establish some vert. No one on the defense is hard holding this position anymore. In fact, Ruffle playing it quite safe now that they have a clear advantage.
15 seconds remaining in this 4th round. This feels like a pivotal moment right here. If Order can somehow find a pick. Oh, Nico thinking he found someone, but he didn't find what he was looking for. You just need 1, and suddenly 3 versus 4 looks a hell of a lot more doable. One more Rotera drone available for Nate after that one just exploded and proves to be a bit of a nuisance. Nate, inside of prep now, looking to find a pick here and get order back into the round. It's Specker who comes up with one. A trade though. Hot shot takes out Nico. Nate has to push in now. It's Specker with the second one. Nate finds one back too. Suddenly, 2 versus 2. Specker's low. Boydie is in this position once again, guys, and I sense that he might be the one to unravel Order's attack.
Boydie will rotate over towards Small Bakery. Campo pinning down that long corridor as Nate tries to go for the plant. Campo can hear it going down, no doubt, as Nate does actually fake it out. Forces him to swing wide, but Campo still wins the fight. Now Specker with a lick of HP in the 1v2, of course. He can't do anything in that scenario. Ruffle, close it out.
Winnable in the end for Order, but they just come up short. Well played, Rufflecopter. Again, Boydie holding off sight. Campo was the one who found the 2 kills, but Rufflecopter had pieces in place late into that round that if, it did unravel a little bit on site, they could obviously come back in. Bit of a retake. This is some good shots, though, from both Specker and Nate. Brings it to a 2 versus 2. They've got site control, but credit to Campo and Boydie. They played it well. They almost sort of corralled them on site, and then Campo finds the 2 in the end. So 3-1 start here for Rufflecopter. Maybe just proving the expert panel, guys, is on the money here, but it's early days. It's only the first half.
Don't get too excited when you watch OCN, because anything can happen.
That's why you should get excited.
What was that stat you said earlier about defensive win rate? What was the number?
66%.
Alright.
66.7 if you want the
okay, thanks. That definitely changes my mind a lot on that conclusion. That 0.7 could be devastating. But yeah, we've got to taper expectations, of course. Maybe I'm just too conservative. I don't know. Takes a lot for me to get really excited. I like to be nice and conservative in my outlooks on these games, but
10 seconds left.
I think that's rightly so. Order are a team that can bounce back, especially when they have one big play here or there. That seems to be what fires them up and starts to build some momentum for them. And unfortunately for Order, no one really has been stepping up massively so far in this matchup. Has been a consistent performance across the board in the frag department, but unlike Ruffle, who have had Boydie, for example, step up with a couple of hero plays, and OJ and Campo in particular quite strong early round, they haven't really had that sort of hero, as I sort of framed it, that has been carrying the team forward.
I think Specker was almost on his way in that last round. He picked up 2 very vital kills, but just couldn't quite get the job done. And the other thing for Order as well, if you looked to yesterday in their match against Elevate, it was a very, very close affair. Like, it was one of those tight tussles where it was back and forth. No team could really get a significant lead. Rufflecopter's in a position where they could really push this up to a 4-1 lead. 1 round to go in the half, and it's not ideal for Order. Despite any statistics on the defensive side, it would mean that Order find themselves in a bit of a hole that they will have to dig themselves out of. So they won't want to put themselves in that position. Make it 2-3, maybe a 3-3.5 could be backing on the other side. Minute 50 on the clock. Really into Cigar Shop, and there is the clash on the board. OJ's playing that one, minute 40.
Yeah, the range on that zap catching me off guard. That was a pretty long way away, but still does tickle Specker outside of the white stairs window. Now Nico's holding the flank, and that gridlock as well in combination will make it really difficult for Ruffle to retake above if they want to. I don't think that's really the play at the moment. Order not really pressuring site that much, but Nico, not sure whether or not he meant to drop. Surely that was a mistake, unless he was confident backing himself against Campo. Either way though, he does not win that fight. Ruffle again with an early lead.
They've been good at capitalizing as well. When they get these advantages, Rufflecopter usually bring it home strong. Campo has been droned out. Only 5 drones left for Order, but only 50 seconds left anyway. Nate, though, gets a free kill onto Campo. As free as you like. Brings it back to a 4 versus 4. They've still got to deal with the player inside a cocktail. Looking to try and flush him out over towards the balcony where he can drop down to pillars, but there's a player for Order watching and waiting. That's Boydie. The clash now over towards that default plant position to just make things really difficult for Order.
Reading wall being busted open here by the Habano. That angle at the doorway being watched from above. This will be tricky for Order, then you have 20 seconds left to commit to a push.
Boydie now starts to swing out, but yeah, as you said, Order now got to commit themselves. That's another double for Boydie, 9-1. Going big. Oh, he's going for the knife as well, and he eventually misses that, but gets the headshot. He's got 3 for the round. Bailey, the solo. There's a quad for Boydie. He's going big for Rufflecopter. An easy kill in the end, but still did all of the work earlier. He would have liked the knife kill, Guz, but hey, you'll take the start that you've got. What is he, 10-1 or 11? I lost count.
He's gotten a lot of kills. That is, what I'll say, yeah, 11-1. So, yeah, that's nice. And we're only 5 rounds into this match, so averaging more than 2 kills a round is very, very impressive in Siege. It's not often that you see that kind of statistic being flown around, so really good performance from him. But the rest of the team doing a good job there and wasting quite a bit of time.
He does not care.
Yeah, kind of just like, thanks.
Like, he's going to be one of those guys that don't end up with wrinkles because he just doesn't smile. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't faze him. I'm 11-1. Yeah, whatever. Just continue on. Come on, guys. We got to get a dub here as a team. And honestly, I kind of like that approach, right? It's like that locked-in mentality, guys, where you're just that focus approach. Even if you're like, let's be real. If it was me in a ranked game going 11-1, I would be all over the shop. I would be absolutely.
Have you ever gotten 11 kills in a ranked game?
I have. Oh, that's a good question. Not sure. Not sure.
Sorry, please finish your point. Sorry.
Either way, look, he's popping off and he's locked in. And honestly, as the team, Rufflecopter look locked in. They're up 4-1. 1 more round to go in the half. If they can make this 5-1, I will happily say Order's got no chance. I will make the call.
Yeah, and it's got to be really difficult if you're in the Order camp at the moment. There's nothing more frustrating than having one player on the enemy team that is just constantly causing you issues. Now, back to the point I was trying to make a little bit earlier. Yes, Boydie is making really good plays, posting really good numbers, but he is also being enabled by the rest of the team. So it is important, I guess, that Order don't narrow their scope too much on this one player running around causing chaos and try to, I guess, take a step back and work out exactly what is going wrong and enabling Boydie to be activated at the moment. Because, I mean, casting our mind back to that last round, there was not much time left. They hadn't cleared Cocktail. They also were struggling to get any of the walls open in Reading, for example. And those mini games, if they start, I guess, to build up, they create a bit of a traffic jam when you try and go for that execute. So Order need to tidy that up here in round number 6 to at least mount another round on the board going into the second half.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Ironsight OJ? Alright. That's interesting.
Whatever works for you, man. Like,
I don't mind it. It honestly doesn't look that bad. I've never tried that Ironsight before, but it actually looks alright.
Haven't really sort of kept too much of an eye on Nate on the Flores and the effectiveness of these Rotero drones.
Wait. So he's using the Rotero there to actually blow open the Cocktail bar. Now, that's actually quite smart. Often we see defenders kind of post behind that. You can create lines of sight through punch holes in towards shop, for example. But he is just completely nullifying that position, basically, for free. Now, in the past, if you wanted to clear that, it'd be really tricky. Even nades were pretty hit and miss in clearing that. So pretty creative usage there of the Roteros and proving that it isn't just there to clear utility.
Had to use all 4 of them, though. There's no more in the back pocket for Nate. But obviously, it comes down to the way the site is structured in terms of the utility. As you said, you know, you want those line of sights rather than, say, trying to clear the odd little bit of util here or there. 55 seconds remaining on the clock. Still 5 versus 5. Not much really happening here. Got him in the sights, literally.
Yeah. Close. Campo could have potentially swung wide there, but a risky play. Smoke goes out. Execute coming through.
Specker now going to go for this plant, but it's Nico who eventually gets blown up. Specker is able to get that diffuser down. Resets the clock back up to 40 seconds. And just forces Rufflecopter now to make the push out and try and regain control. It's going to be difficult, though, with Nate in this skylight position. 3 versus 3, and in a very winnable position here for Order.
Yeah, if Nate stays alive here, surely this is unwinnable for Roffle unless they can try and get it back to a 2v1, but that will be tough. Bouncer is hit in the kit, but there we go. Nate from the skylight will find that kill. 3 for the round. Specker cleans up 1 as well. And now Hotshot is left to try and clutch it up. Even if he finds this next pick, right alongside, it is still going to be very tough. And with only 10 seconds left, the timer will be to his demise. Bailey gets lit up. But at this point, it's all but a consolation. That failure to deny the plant will cost Roffle dearly.
Really good close to the half for Order. Felt like a must-win round, and they were able to get it done in the end, making it 2-4 in that first half. Rufflecopter on the defense. Pretty decent. We'll give them a tick, a pass mark for that performance. But now they're going to get the job done on the attack, guys.
Yeah, sorry. I was just having a cough. Unfortunately, at home, we don't have the special cough button, so I had to like turn down my volume, flick the mic up. Oh, wow. That was not ideal. But you know what is ideal? I'm going to steal your plug, Xenox.
Oh,
it's
no.
Livin. Let's talk about them. They're amazing. Awesome gear. Of course, type in the chat, !Livin, and use OCN 15 at the checkout to get a discount on their merch. Definitely a great cause to support. And yeah, get around them.
You forgot to say it was a 15% discount. Do you want to do it again? Or
use OCN 15 at the checkout for a 15% discount. How's that?
yeah, much better. Perfect. Well done. Yeah, Livin's been amazing. I'm wearing one of their shirts tonight, and definitely great apparel from those fellas. Order on the defense. They'll be looking to turn things around and continue off where they sort of finished that first half. Winning out round number 6. And we'll see if they can continue to gather some momentum, or if Rufflecopter can get off to a good attacking half.
Yeah, it was a solid last round there from Order, sneakily able to get that plant down, and Nate holding on in the post plant. You could argue that Ruffle should be 5-1 up at the moment, but a small slip there does increase the competitiveness significantly of this match. Bouncing, trying to play off that Jackal scan, sees the bucket hat there of Specker on the Malusi. Unable to connect any shots. Specker's going to swing wide, pays the price. Specker on his second PC, running, I think it's like 100 FPS or something. Not having a lot of fun in this matchup. Now, last night in APAC South, the man was popping off, but unfortunately, a 3-7 start here on Cafe.
What's wrong with 100 FPS?
I think it was actually 130, so I mean, you tell me.
I don't know. The human eye can only see 60 anyway. I don't know what you're on about with these old frame things. Minute and a half remaining into the seventh round. I said second for a second. Rufflecopter though, good start with this man.
Oh, Nico with the second to kill.
Never mind. Yep, Nico is going to even it up, makes it a 4 versus 4. Bounce until just trying to get past Bailey here on the clash. Being an absolute nuisance, a pest, and then Nico over his shoulder finds a second for the round. Nate elsewhere. Shots are falling, and the players that are falling are on the side of Rufflecopter until Hotshot was able to stem the bleeding here. 3 versus 2 with a minute left.
Hotshot actually got lit up by that. Nico spraying through the floor, so I don't know. Man might need a back check, but either way, this has been a pretty strange round the way it's played out so far. A lot of action over towards White Stairs and tracking every single gunfight. Near impossible, but we'll do our best. OJ sent the Rotero over towards Cocktail. Hotshot sneaks his way up. No one from Order directly holding this position, but unfortunately for Hotshot, Bailey, shield in hand, will round the corner. Just at the wrong time here, both players spotted out. Order knows exactly where OJ and Hotshot are pushing from. Now, of course, those flashbangs do provide some support, and they've pushed their way up towards the long hallway. Nico, ready and aware though, watching the rotation. There is a player. Make it 2 over towards that bathroom side. And Nico hit the shots. He does. That's OJ taken down. Hotshot as well, being lit up by the clash. He sends it forward, shoots the toes, but it's not enough. And it's only a matter of time until Hotshot falls or the timer ticks down, which will strike first. It'll be Nico and Jack Dad. What a round from Order.
Clean in the end from Order, and the clash just too difficult to deal with in the end. They're looking good, and he's starting to now wonder if they're going to be able to now go on a bit of a run here on their defense, and can Rufflecopter at some point stop the bleeding? 2 rounds in a row now to Order off the back of a very successful first 5 rounds by Rufflecopter. Admittedly, they were on the defense, and we did preface that earlier, of course. The very high 66.7% statistic in favor of the defense here for OCN Stage 2 on Cafe. Order will be looking to increase that statistic, which is the way that this is going. It very much is trending upwards. It's been all defense from both teams.
Defense, defense, defense. Yep. But I guess the statistics so far in OCN indicate that that was likely going to be the trend in this matchup, and so far at least that has been the case. We do of course now see the objective switched up, however. Kitchen side of contention. A couple of interesting picks coming out here from Order. Nico sticking the Frost, which will see there's Pogmats in play, shotguns for rotates, as well as that deployable shield. Now that could make the hold over towards coat check, where one mat has been placed quite strong. You can also place them in the vault for small bakery, or even up above, assuming that Rocket want to go for that clear. So some nice adaptability there. Outside of that, of course, the Meat Mozzie combo has also been deployed, making that intel gathering quite tricky for Roffle. They have a good counter though in the hands of Jackal. That Rotero, or that the Roteros rather, in the hands of OJ with Flores would also play a big role. So expect quite a bit of counterplay as Boydie has jumped into a map. So that is not the ideal start here for Roffle. Now does Nate know he's down? Well, he will now. And there we go. The kill has been confirmed.
Good start for Order as they continue this little rampage that they are on over the last couple of rounds or so. Boyd has also been kind of cooled down a bit the last 3 rounds, 0 and 3 since his 11-1 hot start. Which is, I guess, coincided with Rufflecopter also losing a bit of their momentum and slowing down a touch. Can't slow down too much. 3 Nitrocells available for Order. They've got the man advantage. Time ticking away. This is a really good position to be in.
Jack Daddy in quite an aggressive position. Will fall back though. Now Nico as well, also in quite a peculiar spot on the midpoint of the red stairs, and behind that deployable shield. Probably won't be expected by Roffle, who are still trying to find themselves back in this round off the back of Boydie being taken down cheaply. Boydie, of course, the danger man, 11 and 4 so far in this matchup, and without his presence in the server, maybe some of that comfort will be missing for Roffle. Specker doubles down on the pain. Campo taken down. Bouncing, however, does find one back. Jack Daddy, as he tries to retreat back towards the side, in fact finds himself in a more dangerous position, but Nate elsewhere at the whiskey bar will clean up, leaving OJ and Hotshot all alone.
Well, Hotshot, though, at least gets the kill onto Bailey. Again, it's Order who are in the advantageous position still. OJ and Hotshot have a lot of work to do if they're going to be able to steal this round away. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Specker and Nate were basically already in pole position, and Order have now tied it up. 3 rounds in a row. It's 4-4 off the back of Rufflecopter's amazing start in the first half. It's suddenly all tied.
Let's get a little bit spicy now. Order doing a good job. And that setup in particular in the previous round causing some serious issues for Roffle. Unfortunately for Boydie, not expecting that Frostmat at the start of the round taken down. And outside of that, unable to really clear the remaining power positions that were established by Order. And in fact, I don't think all of those power positions were particularly exploited by Order themselves in that setup. I mean, Nico was pretty uncontested there on that cross at the top of red stairs. If he had gotten himself in that play, that would have been another obstacle that Roffle would have had to deal with. So, unfortunately for the attack, not overly positive signs there on that attempt, but nonetheless, they don't have to worry about that site for a while now, that objective, as Order will rotate off.
Yeah, but Order now rotate over to a site that's usually pretty difficult to crack, reading Fireplace, having to deal with them setting up above and Cocktail and whole third floor that you've got to deal with. What was it? I think a minute was on the clock for Rafflecopter when they went down that sort of, I guess, that ideal pass mark. I've seen at times some teams get aggressive and look to clear out this third floor really quickly and get control of Cocktail by at least, say, a minute and a half. It's usually best case scenario, but ideally it's just about, if you're Order in this case, just time management. Make it difficult for Rafflecopter. You don't even have to get the kills.
Hatches popped. As is the way on Cafe, and Hotshot will be the first to send a drone in. OJ and Camper to follow up. So that's 3 live drones being used here by Ruffle. Now you would anticipate that Bouncing and Boyu will follow that up with some gunpowder, some pressure for the attack. Question, of course, will always be how hard will Order try and hold above? How much manpower will they invest? How much time do they want to try and bleed? And it doesn't seem as if Boydie was, Bouncing rather, was particularly keen on pushing above with those drones instead of applying pressure on the balcony. Difficult to ascertain how much control the attack has above. We get a nice view now. Vertical being established. Campo with that sledgehammer. Hotshot as well with the X-Kairos able to pop the hatch. So it's a decent start here for Ruffle, but they still, of course, have Cocktail to deal with.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but there's a minute and a half left, and they haven't even pushed over towards Cocktail at all yet. They are really,
angle.
really going to be strapped for time if they continue this way, and I would have to sort of almost guess at this point that they may just ignore Cocktail altogether if it's going to continue to take this long to approach it. Well, that Frostmat, keep an eye on that, maybe late into the round. That's going to be to stop that default plant as they rushed in late into the round. And now they start to look for this Pillar's take. I'm starting to think that it's not going to be a Cocktail push here from Rafflecopter.
Yeah, we saw Order on their attack on this side struggle, clearing up above, and then basically tried to send it in towards side and open up this green wall, for example, and it didn't prove too successful. But Ruffle, their counterparts, do get the opening punch. The blow onto Nico will see him fall. Now it's a 5 versus 4. Lines of sight created over towards that reading wall, but they still need to get a foothold in one of these objectives.
What is this? Is this sort of something new on Cafe? Guys, is this something a bit different to the usual sort of drop-down pillars after taking Cocktail? And it's working for Rafflecopter. Bailey forced into action, and he came up big! Monstrous even with 3! I thought he was maybe done after the second, but he still had one more in the back pocket. Boydie and OJ, though, there's still no, they're done. There's no way that he's going to be able to get both of them. And
oh, maybe.
Oh!
Operators, you have run out of time.
What a crazy round in the end, but it's Order who come away victors.
Fine margins there in round number 9, but Order edging out just on top at the very end and proving that if you're unable to get control of Cocktail, that execute, as promising as it may look, will ultimately be quite difficult. And with that Nomad banned out, flanks like this will prove ever dangerous when you don't have top control. That final shot there from Bailey, that was quite nice. Cheeky little hip fire to close things out, and a valiant effort from OJ to close things off, but he didn't quite have that additional second or two required to close out for his team.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Suddenly Order now find themselves in a position where they have the lead, 5-4 after being down 1-4. Earlier in the first half, they of course did close out that first half, winning the 6th round, which in the end has proved to be very pivotal. There's a big difference if it's 5-1 and Rafflecopter's got that sort of lead that they can give up a few of these rounds, but ultimately now Order are putting on a bit of a defensive masterclass here, and well, they are only 2 more rounds away from sending Rafflecopter packing, which would be quite disappointing because, as we sort of touched on earlier in the pre-show or pre-match discussion, this is a big game for Rafflecopter. You lose this, suddenly that's 4 Playdays guards for just 2 points.
Oh, yeah. That would be devastating. Time will tell though, and Roth will get themselves back into this one. I mean, still a good opportunity for them to do so, and if Boyu can continue to step up, I'm sure that will lend a helping hand. The rest of the team has been quite consistent, but no doubt he's been the star player that in a lot of these rounds has not only been getting frags on the board, but critical ones at that. Not just straight numbers, they have been quite impactful for the most part. Order though, mounting a slow comeback, and Nate in particular, wow, I only just noticed going 12-6. That's mighty impressive for one of the newer, I guess, additions to this roster full time, and has been proving himself week after week to be a very valuable addition to the lineup.
Well, I think he proved it honestly in stage 1 as a sub. He had always come in as a sub player and performed to high expectations. Literally, mate, I'm pumping you up and you do that. No, you know what? No, I'm not pumping you up anymore, Nate. You've lost your chance.
I like this little cheeky setup from all. Oh, I like the setup, but not the execution. Jack Daddy executes Bailey, and now it's a 1v5.
What
Nico
is this?
left with it all to do, and a lot to do he has, and there's nothing that he can do in the end. That was a very, very messy round from Order, but Roth will capitalize.
Well, that was, yeah, I mean, that's probably a nice way to put it, Gus, and we'll leave it at that. There's no other way to discuss that round. That was a free round for Roffelcopter. They'll happily take it. They'll oblige. It's 5-5. Next round, of course, gets that match point. And, well, we do have the replays here at OCN, but unfortunately, I don't think for Order that they will want to watch it. Two very average moments, unfortunately, and Roffelcopter were happy to pick up that round win by 5.
Yeah, I decided to look away during that replay package. I didn't really want to have to put myself through that, so maybe when the time is right, I'll go back and watch the VOD, because yeah, that was a little bit yucky, but hey, mistakes happen. I guess a question of how you bounce back from those mistakes, because there isn't really a big opportunity here for either team to drop their head. And off the back of that last round, it's important that, I guess, Order laugh it off, brush it off, and refocus here. Because, of course, round 11, when the scores are 5-5, is that, I guess, mini match point scenario. Whichever team gets this round in particular gets 6 on the board. That means you're guaranteed, at the very least, to get something out of this matchup. At the very worst, but in the best case scenario, you position yourself nicely to get the full 3 points in regulation.
Yeah, and that's the big thing right now for Roffelcopter, is getting all 3 points. I think Order's probably in a position where 2 points is fine. It's not going to make or break their season. That will put them to 8 points with 3 play days to go. But for Roffelcopter, they need everything that they can get. They need all 3 points. It's going to be difficult, though, on the attack here for Cafe. And well, that last round was more of an Order blunder than anything, right? You don't look into that last round and think, oh, suddenly there's, you know, the Roffelcopter attack is here. Obviously, you're always going to want to make use of that when it does present itself, and they were able to take advantage of that mistake, or those mistakes from Order, but yeah, it's not going to happen every round. They got their one freebie, now they're going to get back to work.
10 drones still available here for Ruffles, so a wealth of knowledge and opportunity available. Boydie as well on the Jackal can speed up, expedite this process of clearing these roamers above. In fact, there is at least a few in towards this dining and train position. One of those is Bailey, finding himself in a gunfight and will fall back. That hatch popped. Specker, though, tries to reclaim that position, at least temporarily, falls off as well. No one from Roffle holding that rotation outside of Garage. Instead, the team focusing their efforts from up above. Nothing wrong with that, as they gain map control, but now that timer begins to be a little bit of a factor. We're halfway through the round. Roffle will be able to clear out this second floor in just a moment. With that hatch pop, that's one less minigame that they need to worry about. Instead, they can focus their efforts on establishing verticality and then deciding what will be the play. Now, I presume that dropping the freezer hatch would be an option, but with that comes the risk of Specker going big inside of VIP.
Minute left in this 11th round. It's just starts to get a bit tense between these two teams. They started off the night with a 7-2 win for Wildcard over LFO, and while this one has gone in a different direction, it is close. Bailey, though, with Nitrocell will find the opening kill. Campo is taken off the board now. The Sledge no more. And not much more time either. They will have to deal with Specker inside of VIP.
Specker's position not really reinforced by utility, which could make things tough. Sure, there's the Banshee to his right, which could assist. Nonetheless, though, this should be cleared out by Ruffle. As I say that, though, Specker goes large. Only 2 members left for this attack. It's falling apart at the wayside for Ruffle. It's been devastating for them. Order make them pay. It's a flawless execution on the defense.
And that's what you come to expect when Order are at their best, Guz. When they are fit and firing and they're playing at their best, they are a team that is hard to deal with, and this is why they've now got match point. Despite a bit of a slow start on their offense for Cafe, their defense has been, well, quite frankly, fantastic outside of that 10th round. It's been almost flawless, right? We head over to Bar Cocktail. This is it. Final chance for Rafflecopter. They need to send this to overtime. For Order, they've at least got 1 point secured, banked up, in the back pocket, however you want to say it. It does momentarily also put them above Knights into third. Can they secure all 3 points, though, now? That is the remaining question.
Big stakes on offer here for Order. 3 points would boost them significantly in the standings. Now, of course, still plenty of games to be played out this evening, but it would temporarily, I believe, place them equal first alongside Team Bliss. Thereabouts, which is, obviously quite impressive. That said, all the teams sort of in that top echelon, again, still have to play, but good signs for Order. They get big 3 points here.
And the other thing, you mentioned it, they actually play Team Bliss in Playday 5 next week. Ooh. So if they can get all 3 points here and then get the wood over Team Bliss, there's a chance that they can end up in, one of those still top 2 positions by end of season. So this is a big moment here for Order.
100%. Order committing to the third floor hold.
Are you okay?
Stuttering.
Guz.exe's just stopped working for a moment.
I don't know what that was from me, but anyway, Nate takes a little bit of damage early in this round. Has been one of the danger men for Order, so important that he stays alive. He's trying desperately to get out. Their clash doesn't provide quite enough cover. He falls down, and Specker, thankfully, to his rescue, will pick him back up. That could have been a lot worse for Order, but Ruffle are applying some pretty early round pressure.
They've got a lot to fight for here to try and send this one to overtime. They're going to throw everything they've got into this round. The Rotera drone goes out. Just under 2 minutes left. Still a lot of time in this one, but Nate being low, not ideal. Considering the way he has been playing for Order. 14-7-3. It has been immense. Does still have a Nitrocell, but not much in his life. Voidy dealing with the clash, which has been a big figure point here on Cafe so far, the clash.
It is Specker down below. I don't know whether that Nitrocell was actually used or if it's pre-placed. I don't know if it's been actually detonated. Point being that the clash could have soft pinged or yellow pinged the floor there below Boydie, and that would have been his demise. Either way, that doesn't play out. Nate's still down below, could have an impact. This pixel minigame proving really difficult for Ruffle. This position still fortified by the defense. Order on match point, doing a great job in holding out, but that smoke will indicate the start of this execute.
Yeah, but it's Nate who starts the kills, though, by getting one onto Campo. Trades go out. Jack Daddy's down. That was OJ, Boydie both falling at the hands of Baylor, who finds the double. Advantage Order momentarily, but do have to recall Jack Daddy's down. So it's Bailey and Nico versus Bouncin and Hotshot. And the diffuser has been planted. So Rafflecopter in a very good spot right now to hold on and win this round. And Bouncin can go over towards that skylight position and make this almost impossible for Order.
Well, the thing is, Bailey can surely protect him with the shield. If they drop Hot Shot inside of Freezer, it makes it so much more winnable. Bailey needs to commit to the spin, manages to connect, and now Order might be able to close it out.
15 seconds. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it right now. Bouncing, obviously realizing that there is still that clash in play.
Oh, here we go.
This is it. He just has to protect him. Bouncing drops down. Is there another spin in this one? He gets off of it. Bouncing with a good headshot onto Nico. What a play from Bouncing and from Roffelcopter. As they send this one to overtime, and they do, in fact, deny all 3 points away from Order.
Order. I mean, you got to question, why is he falling off the counter defuse when it's in red time? Under 7 seconds, you can't get back on it, regardless if you can kill that player or not. So why not just stick it? I can't think of a good reason why he wouldn't just stick it. And honestly, I think there's a really, really good chance that Bouncin was not going to find that kill at the end, right? He drops. Nico only has to hold it for another 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Just hold F, dude.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Look, I think sometimes in the heat of the moment, mistakes happen, for instance, guys, and it's hard to get too critical, when you're in that position and that thought process. It's easy to sit back and say, well, why did you let go? But I think every player at some point will be in a position where that pressure does mount and you do slip up in some way, shape, or form. Maybe that tiny little thought pops into your head and you just almost forget about the time. There's so many different circumstances, so many different ways you can say, oh, that's why this happened. For Order, though, they've got to just almost reset mentally now immediately, move on. Still on the defense here, still with a chance to get 2 points. It's not ideal, they would have wanted all 3, everyone does, but 2 points for them is going to mean a lot. For Ruffle, they do get at least 1, which is significant for a team that's on 2 points inside of the bottom 2. This is good for them. If they can get even 1 more here, make it 2 from this, they'll at least jump out of the bottom 2.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, good recovery effort there from Ruffle. A little bit dicey there in the dying seconds of that previous round, but Bouncin able to waste enough of it. Time, of course, very precious commodity in Siege, and now that Ruffle continue over time on the attacking side, they'll know just how important resource can be. In terms of the defensive setup here from Order, we're not seeing anything too wild from what we've come to expect. And the attacking route, very common here on Modern Day Cafe. A top-down take, the Jackal in the hands of Boydie again to try and speed up that process. It's going to be a matter of time before we start seeing engagements. Hasn't felt like we've had massive amounts of early engagements between these two. It's been relatively tame for the most part, especially considering that both of these teams can play quite aggressive when required. As I say that though, Nate will actually flank all the way up red stairs. Scared away though by, I believe it was a drone that I heard drop. Takes one down with him. Not bad there for Nate. I mean, he gets a drone for his hard work.
A big opportunity for Roffelcopter as well, because they are on the attack. If they can find yet another attacking round win, they will then switch over to the defense, where they had a very good defensive first half. Went 4-2. Minute 25 remaining in this first overtime round. This game has just been swings and roundabouts. Inside of the first 5 rounds, it was a 4-1 Roffelcopter lead, and then Order went on a rampage to not only bring it back, but then take the lead themselves and eventually get match point, which they squandered in the end. That was a nitrocell that just exploded. 5 drones left, 1 minute on the clock.
Rotero is being used to try and clear out that VIP position as Boydie will drop the Mozzie. Bailey was committing to the roam earlier into the round, and this is a good sign that Ruffle have control of the above floors and they can start to pressure the likes of Specker, who get absolutely deleted. That was Nate, I believe, getting back towards the site. Lucky not to get taken down as well, but Jack Daddy doesn't have that same luck. Campo finds that kill, and this round is completely falling apart for Order.
Yeah, it's not just the round, it's the match as a whole that's completely falling apart. Nate, though, is the last one standing. Unfortunately, runs straight into Boydie. He wasn't actually the last one. It felt like it, though. Nico is actually now the last one standing for Order, and he is not standing in a good spot. Right into the way, Bouncing, who finds the kill, and Roffelcopter find the round. Overtime match point, and they will be going over to the defense here on Cafe. massive opportunity for Rafflecopter to get the 2 points.
Sides will switch. And a tactical timeout has been taken. Just waiting on word as to who exactly it was that initiated that. You would probably presume Order. And yeah, there we go. Order wanting to take this opportunity to work out how they're going to get themselves back into this match. They're on the attack, statistically, the unfavored side, but that said, their counterparts just took their first round in overtime on the side of the attack, so nothing is impossible on Cafe. And Order looking to try and bounce back.
And should they even been in this position, right? Taking a tactical timeout down overtime match point, when in reality they should have had probably almost all 3 points, Scuzz, and mentally it would be devastating to lose this from here. You do walk away with 1 point, but that's not ideal when you were in the position they were in. And they don't look like a happy camp inside of the Order faces here, at least the ones we can see.
Though. Specker was smiling. What are you talking about?
I don't know if he's smiling right now. His picture might be, but I'm not sure if he is. 7-6, overtime match point, Rafflecopter. And we are going to be heading to Reading Fireplace.
Clash being 6-picked here by OJ. We have seen quite a bit of Clash play in this head-to-head, which is always interesting to observe. Now, in terms of the objective, we are going to see Reading and Fireplace committed to here by the defense, and with that mirror on the board, we can see some pretty gnarly extensions here from the defense that Order will need to contest. We'll see one inside of Train facing Zoom north. May well see one up above as well here, faced by Bouncer. More obstacles that the attack needs to deal with. Minigames have played a pretty pivotal role in how this matchup has played out. And more often than not, the team that is a little bit cleaner in clearing out key positions has been building some nice round-to-round momentum and been converting, for the most part, the advantages that they have ascertained from the early to mid-round.
And it feels like it's all eyes on Order to make a play, to be the team that's proactive and moving forward and being aggressive. Rafflecopter just have to really play their defense. They don't have to do anything too crazy. They don't have to really even look for picks or anything on a Reading Fireplace defense. It can be structured. It can be full defense first and foremost. It's definitely Order that need to make something happen.
Specker. Oh! Okay. OJ takes quite a bit of damage there from the hands of the Gridlock. 2 minutes left on the board. Order slowly establishing control on the western side here as they go for the sweep. Now those Rotero drones could play a pivotal role in clearing out this location. That said, Nico already quite confident behind the bar, not waiting for Cocktail to be cleared to start pressuring vertically down towards the site. He does have Specker to offer some support to ensure that he doesn't get swung, but nonetheless, this is a little risky from Order.
Still plenty of time as well. Don't have to force anything too quickly. Of course, when we saw Rafflecopter attack this, they ignored everything in Cocktail. The push from Bouncin just gets unstuck. He actually got the down onto Specker anyway, though, so it's basically a 2-for-1. Unless Specker can get brought back up into the fray. Nate drops down top red. There's a player pushing up those red stairs as well, but he's going to have to be forced back down, at least momentarily. Boydie. Hit the Boydie cam at 17-7. Late now with overtime match point. This is when you expect the big plays. Jack Dab will go over and get that revive onto Specker.
Neutralizes it to a 4v4. Now, we have seen time and time again, both of these teams, in fact, on the attack, struggle to get entry in towards the side and even be in a position to get that plan.
Specker's almost going to go down if he's not careful.
Down, yeah. Incredibly close. OJ just chipping away as he falls back down. OJ is a lot lower, or is very low on HP, but with that shield as coverage, could be in a good position late round to have an impact. 20 seconds on the board. Boydie finds a pick. Roffle
Specker's going to die. He's dead. OJ's killed him with the shield. And Nate's down, so it's only Bailey that's alive here with 14 seconds left, and he's got to deal with the clash. He does get the guard break and gets a second one, and that's actually going to get the kill onto OJ. But yeah, no time. It's going to be a Rufflecopter victory here on Cafe Guz. It's an incredible performance from Rufflecopter, start to finish. They came out of the blocks in the first 5 rounds, and they finish it in the final 5 rounds. Rufflecopter will take all 2 points.
A hard-fought victory there for Ruffle. They'll be happy to get at least 2 points from this matchup. It was a close one there. Either team was in a good position to take it in regulation, but Ruffle able to just edge out on top in the end. And it smiles all around.
It certainly is smiles all around, and for Rufflecopter, it's been a turbulent and up and down sort of OCN here for Stage 2. They, of course, defeated Chiefs 8-7 on Playday 2. That was a big 2 points. And they've almost replicated that here with an 8-6 victory over Order. And it just keeps their playoff hopes alive for that little bit longer going into that final stretch of games, guys, where there's still 3 play days to go. Suddenly now they're on 4 points rather than 2 points because they, quite honestly, could have, maybe should have been on 2 points had Order been able to close out their original match point.
Yeah, really disappointing there for Order. They'll be reaping that they didn't, I guess, capitalize on that position that they found themselves in. On the flip side, of course, though, Ruffle gaining a really nice boost in the standings. Off the back of this result, a really nice boost in the amount of points that they've been able to gain so far in Stage 2. There was a real tussle between both of these teams in this matchup. A little bit messy at times, but a lot of it, again, coming down particularly to the early round phase where the defense was doing a great job for both sides, in fact, wasting a lot of time, forcing really messy late round executes. At the end of the day, though, Ruffle able to just hold their composure a little bit more. I'm sure Order will be reaping at that opportunity that they let slip, particularly in that post plant up on the top floor, but it just wasn't meant to be at the end of the day for Order.
No, it wasn't meant to be, and again, they will be labelled as an inconsistent team. You almost hate to continue to say it, and yeah, there's that moment, of course, Nico getting off of the diffuser, and as I think we already spoke about it enough, realistically, don't need to touch on it any longer. That's a nice little shield kill as well for OJ onto Specker, who was very low from an earlier down. And Nate was big, 17-9, can't let that get overshadowed from Order side of things, but for Rufflecopter, I mean, Boydie with a monstrous 18-7, almost dropped 20. He had a 2.17 player rating. Yeah, big game from him, and bouncing with the +4 on the entry as well.
Yeah, and that's pretty impressive across the board. No one, I mean, Nate had a decent result. His Roteros as well, particularly on the floor, is having quite an impact, but it didn't feel like they were able to play off that advantage as much as Ruffle, where Boydie time and time again was having super impactful moments and just finding kills basically out of nowhere a lot of the time, it felt like. But critically, the rest of the team was able to compose themselves and making sure that they didn't let that advantage slip away. Now, it can happen where you have a player pop off, but the rest of the team maybe gets a bit complacent or stressed or whatever the case may be, and that advantage slips away. But for Ruffle, that wasn't the case. They did a really, really good job in maintaining, again, that composure in regulation to even find themselves in overtime in the first place. So they were thoroughly deserving of the win.
Well, it's been a big game from Boydie, so we're going to go and have a bit of a chat with him and see how he is feeling. Firstly, congratulations on the victory. A bit of a hard-fought one against Order, went obviously just about as far as it can go. 2 very much vital points, you'd have to agree, to keep your season alive.
Yes, the points are very nice. Very happy that Nico, just something happened there and actually gave us the opportunity to win. We were very confused with what happened then.
A bit of shade being thrown there, Boydie, but let's talk about your performance because, I mean, the stats don't lie. You were popping off today in that matchup, particularly on the Jaeger on the defense. I guess give us an insight. What's the secret to popping off on the defense?
I wouldn't know. I hate Jaeger's gun now. I normally can't use it, but tonight they were just feeding me, I guess. Just body shots, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
Obviously, it's a team game, and you know they help enable you in a way, right? You're just kind of there to clean up their work if you want to put it nicely. But this win is pretty big for you guys as a team moving forward. For the rest of the season, you got some winnable games coming up, at least I would say. Rhythm, Wildcard's still a little bit undecisive. Moving forward, where do you guys sort of see yourselves right now? Obviously, bottom 3 is not ideal, but you get this win. Is it just a matter of continuing this form moving forward?
Certainly hope so. If we keep up the form, then we definitely have a good chance of making playoffs, I feel. It was a shame we had such a shocker on the first Playday against LFO, which put our season in a bit of jeopardy. But yeah, we keep up the form. Pretty confident we can go back to playoffs.
I guess that's the question, right? Next week you're taking on Rhythm, and I mean, many would say they're kind of a similar sort of caliber as LFO in that regard. So are you worried at all heading into that matchup that the same mistakes could be made, or are you feeling pretty confident?
LFO, we just didn't play like how we've been practicing in scrims, so we can't deserve that loss. Rhythm, as long as we play our game, it should be fun.
Well, mate, you had a fantastic performance individually and as a team. Go and celebrate the win, and we'll see you next week.
Yep, thank you very much.
Big win for Rufflecopter and a big game from Boydie as well. They should be pretty happy with that because obviously, as we know from Order's performance in APAC South, when they're at their best, they're a very, very solid team. Unfortunately, it felt like we almost got a glimpse of both in this game, Guz. We got some good Order and we got some bad Order, and that just sums them up perfectly.
I know. I hate that we keep having to say it because I know we sound like a broken record and everyone is sick of hearing it. I'm sick of saying it, but the numbers just don't lie. I don't know what it is about Order at the moment. They just are struggling to piece performances together week to week. But today, they were also struggling to pin performances together from round to round. As you said, we saw the best of the best. We saw some creative setups. We saw a little bit of innovation, which is not commonplace on Cafe, which worked quite well. But then we just saw fundamental mistakes, Order crumbling under the pressure. And it is the mistakes like that are going to prove really costly.
Certainly will be. Obviously for Order, they will be not too happy with that result. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we've still got 2 games on the other side.
Do you want to go?
No, it's you.
It's me? Okay.
Yeah. Wait, what was it? Breaching and clearing the air. Breaching, clear air.
I'm Vast.
I'm Turtle, and this is Breach and Clear the Air.
This is shit talking our teammates.
Friends.
I think that's pretty obvious. He doesn't like dying to a lot of stuff, and he generally shows that in his temper.
He doesn't mind a bit of a "what the f was that" moment.
Where they will probably die to something he deems kind of an idiot play, and he'll generally yell about how stupid that play was or that player was.
Oh,
Okay, you go
right
first.
I love Hal. Don't get me wrong. He's our other coach and analyst, but a bit too corny for my liking sometimes.
I chose God Legion because some of his jokes just don't really make sense and no one really laughs at him, to be honest, so. Well, actually, I was going to write Turtle, but I thought about it and his jokes are a bit more awkward than bad, so.
Okay then.
Who's got the weirdest habit? It's got to be someone.
I know my answer.
I know.
No.
Oh, yes.
No. Nah, god damn it.
A lot of my teammates, we take the piss out of Pat. A habit of his, when he finishes a sentence, his voice generally will go a lot higher pitch. Any examples that you could offer?
I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that one.
Can I change my answer?
You were.
He's not wrong. Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
I kind of got him there. I was so glad that I thought about it.
Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Ooh.
Oh,
Oi.
thanks, mate.
Yeah, I was gonna put myself in. I couldn't.
I picked Digital. He rocks the slides and socks combos. He doesn't mind the trackies here and there. I don't know. The man's always looking like $1 million with that chief salary. So yeah.
Okay, I picked old mate here because I don't know, just can pull off anything. Just chucks it on in the morning, and it doesn't matter what it is, but you pull it off.
Yeah, you're too kind, Pat.
Yeah.
You're too kind, mate. Pretty obvious, Pat's, he was a lifeguard, so he's got experience saving people's lives. Yeah, I don't know, my other teammates, I don't really trust them with my life. Physically, I don't think they're capable of doing that. Why'd you put yourself?
Because I'm the best,
Because I'm the best. See, I don't even know what people eat, except I'm just...
Can we do somebody's drink?
Someone's drink. I picked God Legion because he is English for one. They have pretty weird food combinations, and also he calls French toast eggy bread, which is an injustice. So I think he's a weirdo just for those reasons.
I chose Rain Digital because of not his food choice, but his drink choice. When he uses pre-workout or like energy mixes, he chucks it with sparkling water, which I don't really get, but hey, to each their own. I know.
Oh, that's pretty mean. Oh, geez, this one's got me. I actually have no clue.
Copying off my answers, typical.
Yeah, I'm going to trust your instincts here.
Yeah. I rate him, but I feel like he would make an inappropriate joke to my parents straight off the bat, just after meeting them. So for that, I'm going to have to, keep him away from them.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think he'd be like really awkward and just making like anime noises or something. Oh my god, man. That was a bit of improv.
Jeez.
Genius.
Anime noises.
I'm very happy that Pat didn't put me down on any of them.
Yeah, I gave you best dress.
I'm flawless. That's true.
Yeah,
That's true. But you didn't put me down on any bad ones. So.
Yeah. Feel like I'm going to have a few angry messages from teammates now, but hey. We'll see how it goes.
Well, don't forget to fly high if you're a Roppelcopter fan off the back of their 8-6 victory over Order. They do fly high, out from 7th into 6th. They are still, though, 1 place out of the top 5 and a playoff position. But 3 play days to go. They can still make it happen. And, well, they play Rhythm next week, so a bit of a chance there. That's a bit of shade onto Rhythm. I feel bad there. Speaking of Rhythm, they're actually our team that's coming up right now against Team Bliss. It's a classic first versus last.
Yeah, the David and Goliath, the one-sided matchup, however you want to frame this one. Probably not expecting it to be very close, but you just never know down under.
Hashtag Blissful or Rhythm dub. Well, let's go and have a look at the lineup for Rhythm. Look, this is a team that has had some decent moments in OCN so far. They took it up against Wildcard, went distant, 15 rounds. It was a 7-8 loss, but they still at least got an overtime point. They also did pretty well against Chiefs. They did lose that one, also 7-5. This is just a team that just can never quite get over that final hurdle. Probably the best way to put it, guys, where they just can't quite ever get those 3 points. It's always out of grasp.
Yeah, Rhythm already in a difficult situation heading into this matchup, but unfortunately for them as well, piling onto the pain is the fact that Drex is no longer playing for this roster, at least for the meanwhile, having to step down unexpectedly, so that is unfortunate there for Rhythm, meaning BB is stepping in. Now, I mean, spirits are looking high, so you can't argue about that. I don't know what they're singing, but Supremacist, quite a lively character, seems to be injecting some of that liveliness into the squad, and I think a bit of positivity will go a long way for this team.
They're very talented player as well, Supremacist, and there's some really good talent on that Rhythm roster. Let's go and look at their opponents, though, and speaking of talent, these guys are in first position for a reason. It is stacked with talent across the board, and it's hard to see them losing this one. They're clear favorites. They win it, guys. Suddenly they're on 12 points, and I think with 3 play days to go, that is probably top 5 secured.
Yeah, I'm sure we might even be getting to the stage now where a couple of other teams are, you know, just scouting a little bit, saying, hey, these guys look pretty good. Maybe we could snatch a player or two for stage 3 or onwards if they are looking to make a roster change, because all of these players in their own right have been showing up. I mean, if we want to highlight anyone in particular, Jigsaw is probably the name that comes to mind first. One of the newer additions to this roster in 2021 has been playing really, really well. But I mean, outside of that, there's a couple of exciting characters. Oda probably one of the fan favorites. I know he gets a lot of love in the Twitch chat, but again, he can step up when required too.
Yeah, Rapix as well, Jigsaw, Oda, Shade, Todd. I mean, that's just literally the entire team.
All 5.
Stacked with talent, as I said. And look, they have had an amazing start to Oceanic National Stage 2. They defeated Wildcard in the first week, 7-4. Then a 7-5 victory overnight. And that's when I think we all sort of perked up a bit and went, ooh, you know, that's 6 points. That's a big dub against the Knights. And then they confidently took out LFO in Playday 3 as well. So, look, they're a team that's not even on the rise anymore. They've already risen, and a win here can help almost secure their chances of a very high placing come end of season. Let's go and have a look at the map, Vitos, though, and see which map we're heading to for this particular game. And it's Oregon. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, we've been pretty fortunate tonight. We've had a little bit of everything. Clubhouse, Cafe, and now Oregon.
Yeah, most importantly, we haven't had any consulate as well, which is a nice change of pace. Now I'm just going to take a second to bring up the stats because once again, I am ill-prepared, which is just completely disappointing from such amazing talent.
I'm not even going to feel for you.
Jokes aside though, brought them up. Rhythm 2-4 is their win record. Bliss 1-1, so I mean not the biggest depth of results to go off. Bliss haven't played it in quite a while. They took on Roffle in stage 1, and unfortunately Dev's spreadsheet once again broken, so I don't know the exact score for that one. Rhythm played it a couple of times as well in stage number 1. They took down LFO and also had a narrow loss to the Knights. So look, historically, if we look at those numbers, we can expect that this matchup could be close, but again, we can't look past the standings and the fact that it's first v last.
I can't allow you to throw shade at Dev's tracker because it's not broken. It's the fact that Oregon was the decider and they didn't go to that decider because...
Why is it showing up then?
I don't know why it shows up. Ask Dev. But regardless, I think we can go into this game. And enough of your nonsense. Let's head into Oregon for our third game of the day. Rhythm versus Bliss. David versus Goliath. 8th versus 1st. Maybe there's a twist in this tale when it's all said and done. Maybe Rhythm can find and feel the rhythm.
And it feels like heading into this matchup, at least for me personally, I'm still wanting to see Bliss truly prove themselves. And I know that that's a bit of a rough statement to make, considering that they are well and truly first heading into this play day. But it's matches like these where you need to be able to go in and just get the job done. No messing around. Don't let it get close. And make sure you lock in all 3 points. It can be easy to head into these matches and be a little bit complacent and be like, yeah, it's Rhythm, you know, Drex is out, whatever, easy win. But then it starts to slide away. So it's important, and I want to see it. Bliss go into this server and they are switched on from the very start and prove that this is first v last.
Yeah, and look, I think without harping on it too much, Bliss should be able to win this quite comfortably. But, and this is the big but, Rhythm, as we said before, have got a lot of talent. And despite the fact that they haven't been able to get wins, they're a team that's always able to push teams, right? And get to these sort of overtime positions where they, in Stage 1, actually had a lot of overtime victories. So they're a team that can be a dark horse against the teams that are at the top end of the standings and take some points off them and be a bit of a nuisance. So Bliss have got to be careful. And the sign of a good side is being able to navigate these sort of teams like Rhythm and being able to push forward, get a comfortable win, and move on with your season. But for Rhythm here on Oregon, I honestly give them a decent chance here. And for Bliss, they've beaten some good teams. They're 3-0. Maybe they're riding a bit of a high, right? And maybe this is their chance to get caught off guard.
In terms of the bans, though, Thatcher Flores taken off the board. Not too surprising here on Oregon. A lot of those difficult to attack minigames can be aided with the Thatcher and the floor res. So with those off the board, it does increase the difficulty curve a little bit on the side of the attack. Now, in response, I mean, Kayed's pretty typical, but Goyo being taken off. Pretty smart there on the side of the defense. If you don't have Flores available, clearing those shields is going to be another obstacle that's quite difficult to navigate around. So I like that slight adaptation there in the ban phase if that wasn't pre-planned. But either way, I mean, across the board here, the ban's pretty expected, especially with Flores being so potent at the moment in his current form. 4 drones, incredibly powerful.
Community vote in favor of Team Bliss, 67%, 33%. A little closer than I would have thought. I would have probably put it more of a 70-30 sort of proposition, guys, but hey, close enough. Pretty good job, community. Make sure you follow R6 Esports OCE to vote, get involved, and also the meme contest. All of that's on there as well, so make sure you go and check out the Twitter for all of the details. As Team Bliss will be on the defense, Rhythm on the attack.
Attackers must locate and defuse
I don't think I'm allowed to enter the meme contest, unfortunately. I have a couple of bangers that I could have tapped into. I mean, the caster Discord is very plentiful with a lot of meme content that unfortunately will never see the light of day. So that's a bit tragic, but oh well, such is life. A little bit of an aggressive early start to this round from Rhythm. Supremacist leading the charge. Now, Supremacist, of course, jumping back into this roster as of recent. And overall, I guess it is a bit of a fresh lineup for Rhythm, especially with BB jumping back on board for Drex. And yeah, maybe we have to adjust our expectations even more so according to this matchup. That said, sometimes, very rarely, but sometimes when a roster change is made, we see a breath of fresh air for rosters, and they get out of the gates really strong. So you just never know.
Supremacist is a very talented player as well. Had a really good Stage 1 and caught our eye as an up-and-coming talented player. But yeah, look, it goes both ways. It's very easy to sit back and say, well, some more roster changes and some more issues for Rhythm, and it's another sort of rebuilding phase and a rebuilding stage. But as you said, sometimes that breath of fresh air, bit of a change-up, differences, can do wonders for a team. And if they can get a bit of confidence, they'll probably just play off adrenaline and confidence more than anything. And Team Bliss, though, are a team that in this first place position, are they going to be good enough to be able to deal with that if it does take place? Rat picks with the opening pick onto Supremacist, the man of the hour that we were speaking about. Inside a freezer. Looking up towards security. Oh, this play on the freezer stairs, but BB's up for the task on the Yana and gets the kill onto Repix, who was pushing aggressively forward.
Good response there. Great composure to win that gunfight. Now locks in the 4v4. Presence over towards backstairs from Leb on the Jackal. Might be able to use his Inox scanner with 2 charges left a little bit later if they need to find a couple of pesky players hiding in towards site. That said, the Gemini can be used to scout ahead, as well as 7 drones. Leb will go immediately behind that first Gemini. Gets taken down though on the trade. Leaves it in a 3-on-3 with 35 left.
Yeah, but it's really opened up this basement site now. Team Bliss have only got the 3 players left, so they can't really cover all angles. Yeah, Rhythm obviously down to 3 themselves, but they can sort of pick and choose where they want to push in from. Ghoul and BB taking a bit of damage. I believe that's the gas babe from Todd that's doing the majority of that. Oda, nice pick on Novax. Now, that's going to be Pillup taken over by BB, and he's found another one. He's got 2 for the round. 2 versus 2, 14 seconds remaining on the clock as Oda and Todd well positioned and primed to finish off this round. Only Ghoul remains.
being spotted, I believe. There's a bulletproof camera to the right, and Oda able to clean that up. A solid start for Bliss.
Yep. Considering you don't want to be losing too many defensive rounds on Oregon, especially down in basement early on. And Rhythm did well to throw a bit of a spanner in the works and bring that down to a 3 versus 3 and then a 2 versus 2 and open the site up a bit. So credit to Rhythm, but Team Bliss, even more credit to them for being able to sort of stick fat and hold their structures. Pretty sound defensively. A good little start here. They now head over to kitchen dining. Interesting.
Yeah, bit spicy, bit aggressive here from Bliss, but hey, why not? Save second floor for later, because that's what we like to see.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
In terms of
attackers.
defensive operators, though, nothing standing out as being too wild. I mean, Bandit's seeing some play here from Oda, an operator that hasn't really been overly popular in the competitive scene. When you have the likes, I guess, of Hayid and Mute available, he doesn't see as much play, but Hayid, of course, is banned in this head-to-head, which opens up that opportunity for Oda to stick the Blitz. Not the Blitz, the Bandit. They're both the same yellow logo color.
Yeah,
I'll
go with that one. That's close enough.
And I mean, he can place those batteries, of course, inside
Gridlock?
showers. And
5 seconds left before insertion.
it's not funny.
I'll take that one back. Either way. Yeah, look, I get what you're trying to say. We don't really see the Bandit too often, and we'll see. It makes it intriguing to watch. We also don't really see kitchen dining too often either, right? Usually it's meeting and kitchen. Oh, Todd! Disgusting. Nevaix doesn't even get a foot in on the ace, and, well, he's taken off the board. Gul's going to have to do the heavy lifting to open up the sights now. That's going to make things even easier for Oda and the Bandit.
Oh, yeah, that is a devastating start. Of all the players that could have died first, Novaix is probably the worst, and Ghoul a very close second. So, an unfortunate start here for Rhythm, and could prove very, very costly. Now, still a long way to go in this round, and Rhythm could begin to mount a recovery, but nonetheless, it will be tricky. Decent control established, though, over towards the northern side of the map. Rhythm committing to a top-down take, and that's probably the play. If they can find a couple of players off guard and do it in a time-efficient manner, it could well be the start of this comeback. That said, the aggression from Bliss in response, quite potent, and not giving this real estate up for free.
The hunt is near.
With the Inox scanner being able to just be a bit of a nuisance and track one out. Shade, got to be very careful. Supremacist wins that one, and suddenly 4 versus 4. Minute and a half remaining, and Rhythm have done well to sort of adjust here off the back of losing the Vex immediately and have to reposition and change their approach as to how they're going to play this one. Epic's over towards Kids. Oh, he swings out. Nice headshot onto Supremacist, though. Well, if Repix is feeling it, and if he's going to be hitting shots like that, it's going to be a tough night for Rhythm. Leb is half health as well. He doesn't want to get in too much of an engagement. Repix peeks out again. He takes out BB. And he gets a third one as well. Just don't push this man unless you're Ghoul. He finally shuts him down after a triple kill. For a second, I thought he was going to get a quad and just stamp the mental of Rhythm and put it in the bin, but Ghoul at least salvages it, makes it 1 versus 3. Todd knows where he is. And Team Bliss, after a good start here on Oregon, 2-0.
Not really too much to say there about that round, but yeah, disappointing start there for Rhythm, of course. That team kill onto Novaix, less than ideal. Quick replay of that. See his feet. Yeah, Novaix might want to watch that one back, and from there, I mean, the rest of the attack just capitulated. Repix up above, looking sharp, and so far, Team Bliss definitely playing like a top team.
Yeah, no real mistakes right now from Team Bliss. They're playing this really clean.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
And they're almost also punishing the mistakes of Rhythm. Rhythm aren't making too many mistakes though. I mean, like, if you're Novaix there, what do you really even do? Right? Like, there's nothing you can do. It's just unfortunate. You're the one that gets caught there. We head up to Kids Dorms, and we obviously have spoken about this one at length many, many times over the last year or so, and its importance, but ultimately for the way that Bliss are playing, I feel like it's maybe more important for Rhythm than anything, right? Because if Rhythm don't win this, suddenly Bliss have done the World Tour. It is obviously defense Oregon, so you can't get too excited, even if you are a Bliss fan. But while I wouldn't even put this one in must-win territory, it starts to get towards that. Like we're edging towards that, guys. Rhythm need to get on the board, and this is a good opportunity for them to do so.
Second floor of the site. Bliss leaning pretty heavily into projectile denial as well as a bit of information denial as well. They have that alibi set up on double window to make it tricky to get lines of sight and get drones in without getting spotted. And in combination with the Sawyer gates from Repix and the ADS devices from Todd, clearing util will be tricky. Missed drone there to kick things off for Rhythm, who starting off a little bit shaky, but again, understandably so. Drex, unfortunately, as of recent, no longer able to play for the roster, and outside of that, it has been another rough stage for Rhythm, and that is a rough start to the round for BB. Jigsaw hits the Nitro Cell to kick things off, and Team Bliss off to another good start in round 3.
In fairness to Rhythm, though, when we look back to round 2, they lost the Vex extremely early on, but they adjusted well. They were able to bring it back to a 4 versus 4, and they've done it again here. Thank you, Leb, proving my point I was about to make, that I'm now going to finalize that they can still get back into this one, and they have done that. And there's a lot of time on the clock here as well, and honestly, losing BB, not really all that bad to lose the Yana. You've still got your ace available, you still got your Hibana available, and there's a minute and a half left. Things are fine for Rhythm.
Plenty of util still to work with here for the attack. The games wall, though, unfortunately, has been butchered a little bit. That's not a clean point of entry. I don't believe it will be vaultable. No, I'm almost certain it won't be based on that angle, so that does increase the difficulty here for for Rhythm, rather. Team Bliss won't be complaining whatsoever. They can, of course, hold the cross with the line of sight if someone can get in towards that Bricks plant. But so many lines of sight are honed in on that location. Repix drop school. The player has, in fact, made it deep. That's Leb over towards the pit door. Novax elsewhere, though, does get dropped. It was Novax, rather, in that position. Ooh, who will falter 2v4.
And Jigsaw taking out Novax, and that, gives them a pretty substantial little lead here for Team Bliss in this third round. Not much time either. There's 3 for the round now for Jigsaw. Such a talented player. The Premises, though, equally as talented. Does get the elimination onto Repix, but they know his position over towards White Stairs, and it just feels like it's a matter of seconds until they eventually corral him and shut him down. They don't actually really have to do anything because of the time, but Jigsaw finishes off the round with a quad kill. And for Team Bliss, they have done the World Tour, guys. They're going all around Oregon, and they're going 3 for 3.
And the question we did, or at least I posed heading into this matchup right at the very start, is what kind of Bliss are we going to see from the first round? Are they going to be a little bit slow and sluggish and expecting the win to be handed to them, or will they come out of the gate strong and just get the job done? So far, it has well and truly been the latter. All 3 of these rounds have been pretty dominant. They're not giving Rhythm an in. They're dominant at the start of the round. They're trading out in the late round. I mean, if there even is a late round, which to be honest, there really hasn't been for the most part, as Rhythm are struggling to set up for executes. And it's been essentially flawless for Bliss so far. I mean, not literally flawless, but close enough. They're mounting rounds on the board. They're not really being contested at the moment, and they just need to keep that foot down.
But the other thing that we've got to remind everyone, of course, and I know we've already said it, but this is very defender-sided right, here in Oregon. And at least here for OCN, it has been 63% defensive win rate for these teams. So for Team Bliss, it is that argument where it's like that 2-4 sort of half is almost par for the course. That's the almost expectation. Now, the good news for Team Bliss fans is they've already got 3 of those 4 rounds anyway. So if they can go on and make it, say, a 5-1 half, well, then they're laughing. And Team Bliss as a team is talented enough to be able to just close out and get those final 2 attacking rounds. So it's about setting themselves up for what will be eventually their attacking half. For Rhythm, though, it's the opposite. It's about just setting themselves up where they can get those 2 attacking rounds to set them up for a potential 4-2 defensive half and send it to OT. That's probably the position that they will find themselves in. We head back down to the basement. Obviously, for the first time since the opening round, which was a little bit chaotic, right? It was that 3v3, sort of 30 seconds left mentality there, and Rhythm had an opportunity, but Bliss held out really strongly in their defensive positions.
Positive signs in the early rounds here for Rhythm, trying to gain control, but confidence is one thing, execution another, and Jigsaw finds an easy kill at the kitchen hallway to kick things off, as well as a drone, leaving only 7 left for Rhythm with 2:10 on the clock. That's unfortunate for Rhythm, but again, Team Bliss capitalizing on these mistakes.
And I don't even think I don't know if you touched on it, if I probably wasn't even listening to you, but the Warden for Shade.
Thanks.
Did you touch
Don't you
on it?
listen? Don't you listen to me when I talk?
Not really, no.
I didn't mention the Warden though, so I mean, go ahead, give your analysis.
I don't have any analysis on it, but I would imagine it's to expect maybe some sort of an aggressive push from Rhythm and those flashes and smokes, etc. So
yeah. I mean,
it's not bad, obviously, on the basement site. You know, a lot of the times they'll drop down that meeting hatch last second and try and smoke things up and flashes. So I do see, you know, I do see something to it.
Yeah. Smoke things up with the smoke grenades, of course. And Warden the perfect counter to that. That said, though, Rhythm trying to mount a mini comeback of sorts in this round off the back of Supremacist falling early. Leb, alongside that Gemini, able to get control of bottom freezer stairs. That said, there's a mirror window facing this location as well. As a player behind that metal box, that said, Repix cleared with a grenade. That's big from Rhythm, but these mirror windows are going to be super tough to deal with.
Oh, Jigsaw with a double again. Going massive right now for Team Bliss. Advantage Bliss again, 4 versus 3. Shade though, well, there goes the Warden. Oda there fortunately for the refrag. Jigsaw knows there's a player inside a freezer. Ooh, a little bit iffy there with the aim, but he gets him in the end. That's BB eliminated. Only Ghoul remains once again. He gets the headshot onto Jigsaw, but only 20 seconds left in a 1 versus 2.
Potentially winnable. Oda low on HP. That first of the Black Mirrors has been cleared, and Ghoul does have the kit to play off if he can get it to a 1v1. So I wouldn't rule him out completely, but no doubt this will be tough.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, I would probably ascertain that this is impossible for Ghoul. Todd will finish him off, put him out of his misery. 4-0 right now from Team Bliss, and I would be getting close to almost tactical timeout territory if I was Rhythm, because Bliss are honestly playing pretty comfortable right now. I don't think that they would have had to break a sweat.
Yeah, they're in cruise control, honestly. And I say that, of course, with the most respect
Repix looks
possible
bored
to Rhythm, but yeah, this is, I mean, it's the expected result. It's first v last. Rhythm going through their own struggles, unfortunately for them, and Bliss riding a bit of a high at the moment. So I don't really see why this momentum should slow. Sure, when we enter the second half, we might see Rhythm mount a couple of rounds, but I think that armor is going to crack eventually, and Bliss,
yeah,
I very doubtful that this is not going to be a regulation win. I mean, if it's anything less than that, I'm going to sound stupid, but after saying that, but I mean, I just don't see it happening.
Tactical timeout for Rhythm, so I was kind of on the money there in getting that call out. Unfortunately for Rhythm, it's just a really rough go of things. Starting on the attack as well on Oregon against Bliss, it's not ideal. This is the problem though, is that, okay, when you kind of go into these first 6 rounds, the goal is to get 2. But they've gone through the first 4 and they've been unsuccessful. Now you almost have to get 2 in a row, which off the back of what we've seen in the last 4 rounds almost seems impossible, because Bliss have just been playing out of this world. So this is the best time to take that tactical timeout, get one back here in round 5, and then fight tooth and nail in the 6th round to try and make it 2-4. That's the goal here for Rhythm. If they can achieve that, suddenly then what you were saying, guys, doesn't really matter anymore, because then Rhythm will go over to the defense.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Back down to kitchen we go. Now this was the round where Todd got the spawn kill, right? Remember?
Yes.
Either way though, my point being that we didn't really get to see much of this Bliss setup actually have a huge impact, particularly Showers didn't see a whole lot of play. A lot of it was really up above. We saw Repix pop off. And it didn't really come down to utility. A lot of it was just gunplay confidence. So maybe we'll see a change of pace here. Rhythm could approach from the western side over towards Small Tower and I guess give up a little bit more on this top-down take, or applying as much pressure from the other side towards the east and meeting. But I mean, I have to wait and see exactly where they spawn in, decide to approach from. The defense, though, pretty similar lineup. And yeah, here we go. Western spawn for Rhythm, and Small Tower will probably be the play.
No bandit this time either for Team Bliss, and for Novaix, probably not going to try and walk through the front door. So obviously, this is the thing. There's always those change-ups for a team that does the World Tour and gets 3 from 3. And when you go back around, the team that lost is obviously going to make some alterations. They're going to switch things up, change things up a little bit. All over towards the yellow bus, and yeah, this is going to be a pretty slow approach, right? Because they're just going to be wanting to take control of Small Tower and eventually edge their way over towards Dining.
Supremacist just holding the angle. Rhythm wary of an aggressive swing here from Bliss. That said, they look to take control of Showers. At least BB sends in a Gemini. Burns a Sawyer Gate, I believe, as well. Now, Novaix knows that the wall is muted. That is something that Attack needs to deal with. Ghoul could clear it with the torch. That said, they're just going to go straight in towards Showers. Novaix gets the first. Shade does trade it back, though. Rhythm not in a bad position. It's a 4v4, and they have some control.
Rapix getting the elimination there onto Supremacist, and this is, again, just advantage Bliss everywhere. Ghoul, though, with a big kill onto Rapix, and Shade is down. So Jigsaw and Todd suddenly in a 2 versus 2. Never mind, they get the revive onto Shade. They will hold their advantage. A lot of time, though, for Leb and Ghoul to figure out what they need to do here.
Jigsaw reclaiming control. Showers. Now exposed to the holes made by Ghoul. Needs to be careful, but at the same time could capitalize and confirm the round basically for Bliss. If he wins the fight, it'll be a 3v1 in their favor. It is neutralized, however, as Ghoul will relocate. Cooks a grenade to take down the bulletproof camera. I believe both of these attackers now spotted. Bliss is ready and waiting for both of these players to push through.
It's a big round. Bliss with this. Down to a 5-0 start, and then it's Shade who starts off this little engagement. Ghoul, maybe he's the one to finish it though. But still has Jigsaw and Todd to deal with. Insider Dining does have the kit, but he doesn't have much time. Takes out one of the ADSs, why not? But he needs to take out one of these players, 2 of these players really in the end. And the pressure mounting inside of security. The shots don't really land at all. And Jigsaw will finish the job. 5-0 for Team Bliss here on Oregon. One more round to go in the half.
7-0, question mark. Hello? Is that you, Rhythm? Have you just completely disappeared? Ox?
Sorry, what? What? I wasn't listening to you again.
I just said 7-0, question mark.
I mean, I don't know. 7-0?
Yeah, I think so. Not to be toxic, but this is genuinely just being dominant from Bliss.
I'm never going to say, especially on Oregon defense, ever after Stage 1 APAC South 7th Heaven comeback.
True.
Never, ever going to say a team can't come back. I think it's a tough one. It's a tough one because Rhythm have been in a position, I think, a couple of times where they were kind of close, but not really even all that close to stealing around. Like, it's been pretty convincing in almost all 5 of these rounds. There's been moments where, 3v3 or 2v2 or 1v2 with 30 seconds left. They've had those sort of moments, but that's not really good enough. They haven't really been in a position where, they get the first 2-3 kills of a round. Like, they're never up 5 versus 3. Bliss's defense has just been stalwart. Like, they've been so impressive here on Oregon. And yeah, obviously, now you kind of expect them to get this 6-1, make it 6-0, but then Rhythm go on the defense themselves. And that's where they've got to show us that this is just going to be a defensive-sided Oregon. But it's kind of hard to play devil's advocate here and be the nice guy. It's just been rough to watch.
Jigsaw down below. Might be able to be a little bit cheeky here, and with the Nitro Cell in hand, could also establish something from below.
How
Getting it up though from multiple angles, but he doesn't take a single bullet from any of those angles. In fact, Jigsaw is going to stick around with the MP5 in hand, and being as aggressive and as confident as this may well net him a kill. At the very least, though, he is finding drones. Oh, that's cheeky.
What?
From
They've got
Bliss.
4 left. Look how many they've got left, Guz. There's 2 minutes on the clock. They've got 4 drones with 2 minutes to go.
And not only is it their drone economy, but they've already lost 2 Selmas. They were just thrown on the wall. Oda takes them down with the Evil Eye, and there's also an ADS device there to cover that from being taken down easily. So on every metric, this has been a pretty devastating start for Rhythm. And Bliss, I mean, they just need to close it out.
And once again, they're the ones that have the advantage. They're the ones up 5-4. They're getting these opening picks. They're putting the pressure on Rhythm. It was down to 3 drones remaining. A minute and a half. There's that sort of eye of the storm moment here where things just cool down, but that's not ideal for Rhythm. They need to find their rhythm because it's just non-existent right now. And Todd and Bliss are just running around doing as they please.
Yeah, may as well. Ghoul smacks the bulletproof.
Oh, he's pinged.
On North Star, you can smack the cams, and they will no longer give a clear image. Todd being tracked here by the Jackal, but no one really there to cut him off. I mean, Ghoul is ready and waiting, but not aggressing at this point in time, waiting for a teammate, I presume, to come alongside and assist, or at the very least, trade it out. And this is a player that needs to be cleared. It makes the double window very difficult to jump in. Lebs, I guess, goes around the corner, sees that the wall has been reinforced. Ghoul cuts off Jigsaw as he tries to rotate back down. Repix does drop Leb down below. That doesn't get traded as pressure's being applied elsewhere. And now Novakes is in the 1-on-4.
Can't make it happen, Team Bliss. 6-zip.
Yes, thank you, Xenox. Captain Obvious, it is in fact 6-0 Bliss. Thank you, Xenox, the robot caster, for your insight. We appreciate it. But yeah, it's been devastating for Rhythm, and Bliss are looking to close it out flawlessly.
Yes, thank you very much for that, guys. They are looking to do that. That's their objective here, to close it out flawlessly. 6 match points for what has just been, I mean, it's been a rough one. And honestly, it almost feels like for Rhythm, it's undone some of the good work that they had put in over the last couple of weeks in OCN, where, you know, they went 5-7 against Chiefs. They had a good game there. We had that 15-round banger against Wildcard in Playday 2. They dropped to that one, but it was close. And honestly, they maybe should have even walked away with that win. And a 7-2 loss against Knights was not pretty, was not ideal, but hey, you're going up against Knights in week 1. That's kind of almost expected. And this has maybe undone some of the work that they did in Playday 2 and Playday 3. And look, yeah, they've had some roster changes, but there's a lot of talent on this roster. It's just a matter of time to gel together and just get more games under their belt, and eventually they will be the ones that can start to fight back. It's just not going to be now. And credit to Team Bliss, they've been perfect, and this is what a contender will do, guys. They will suffocate their opponents. They will be so much better than them that they don't have any sort of lapses and slip-ups, and they've proven that.
Novakes gets thrown down. Oh, but he hits the shot. Repix, sit down. Wow, what a kill there from Novakes. It is traded, though, from Bliss. Shade to find that one, but I mean, there are inklings of brilliance here from Rhythm as Leb finds another swing.
It's better from Rhythm, at least, being aggressive, and for what feels like, I think, the first time in this match, they've got some sort of an advantage at 4 versus 3. And Nomad off the board, so is the Yana, but that shouldn't be too horrible for Bliss and still has 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. Oh, Todd just gets caught. Oh, the return fire though, Supremacist. That's unfortunate. Oh, that is not ideal, and it gives Bliss sort of an entryway in here. 3 versus 3. They're just sending it down Laundry Stairs. Led, though, got the kill onto Todd, but as they push through, Oda and Jigsaw will get the kill onto BB. Oh. Nice swing from Ghoul, though, from Freezer. Oda, and a 1 versus 2. Match point. Can he live and stand up to the moment here that has presented itself? Ghoul and Leb, the 2 for Rhythm. Oda, the peak. He lands a tag on the Ghoul, but Ghoul is the one that lands the lethal tag. And Rhythm are on the board.
Well, there you go. That's the secret to success. Just go for a couple wild swings and the round is yours.
The comeback!
Yeah, that was an interesting round of Rainbow Six Siege. That's all I'll say. But props to Rhythm, you know, not going down without a fight, not falling flat on their face. And decent little fight.
They've avoided the 7-zip. They've avoided the donut. That's a nice kill there, by the way. Absolutely top notch. And look, honestly, for a moment, I thought Team Bliss were going to be able to bring this one back and come away with the win. Oda, obviously a tricky position there in a 1 versus 2, the back end of that round. But a good round win for Rhythm. And hey, look, you know, it starts with 1, right? It starts with 1. You get 1, and then you build off that. Then it's 2, then it's 3, then suddenly it's 6-4, and Bliss are taking a tactical timeout. That's how it begins, and that's how we get to that position.
I love your optimism. I respect it.
I don't think it's going to happen, but that's usually how it does go. They're just going to believe, guys. It's as easy as that.
Yeah. True. I'm not sure how much belief can carry you back from an 0-6 deficit, but hey, anything that works. And we did see some positive signs in that last round from Rhythm. Would have been easy, I guess, to just turtle in on that round and just going, yeah, lads, let's just, you know, sit back and let them do what they wish. But instead, they got aggressive, got in the face of their opponents, and it was a little bit risky. But in the end, hey, it worked, so can't complain too much. Will they be as aggressive in this round? Not too sure. BB is setting up for, I believe, a jump out. Armory window. He did sit on the default camera, just waiting for the timer to dissipate a little bit. Had he have jumped out then, probably would have found a kill. But he doesn't, and no one is wiser to that decision. No one from Bliss really would have known that was coming, but also don't know that he has now run away. They'll need to drone ahead, make sure that Armory and Bedroom are clear, and then they can begin to work that game swap.
Nice to see Repix supporting the Knights.
Yeah.
Support the local lads.
And we'll get a Bliss skin one day.
Oh, nice shot. That's a big kill. Ghoul has been the standout for Rhythm. Taking him off the board. I mean, it's only the Jaeger, though, but also the player. And Bliss do have the advantage, as they have had just about every round has played out.
BB, he might be the next one to step up. Trying to go for a flank. Sees a couple of feet through the rotation above with the line of sight established up above. The Nitro Cell doesn't find its mark as Bliss open up the game's wall. Noveix, however, does drop Todd. That's one of the hard breaches taken off the board, so a big pick there. Not sure it's quite enough to see Rhythm win this round, but at the moment, the feeling is pretty mutual.
Yeah, and Bliss down to 2 drones that they can actively use as well. I mean, 3 technically, but 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, and it's not looking good here for Bliss as Rhythm are starting to find their rhythm. Noveix with 2 for the round, and they now gain the lead in the ascendancy instead of players alive. Noveix is hitting all of his shots at the moment. And Oda and Repix to try and salvage this, but I think the damage is maybe too great in this round. 6-2 could be brewing.
Huge work from the mirror, and maybe Nova 9's job is not over just yet. Narrowly avoids finding another pick as they try and go deep for plant. That's Bliss, of course, but it has been dropped. Leb from Pit finds that cross, and BB will close it out for Rhythm. And I mean, their spirits are looking high. Their spirits are looking high.
Hashtag feel the rhythm. Yeah, look, This is the beautiful thing of playing with house money, right? Like, if you're down 6-0, how much worse can it get? I mean, technically you can get 7-0, but that can no longer happen. 6-2 now, and look, I'm just saying, guys. You know, it starts with one, then you get that second one, suddenly you get that third one, and the confidence starts to rise, and Team Bliss are starting to sweat a little bit. You know, just saying. This is a big round. Going to kitchen meeting, and suddenly, if Rhythm do win this, they've done the World Tour themselves, right? This is defense Oregon. This is why you don't count them out.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Even if it's 6-0, yes, it's not ideal, but if it's ever going to happen, it is here in this situation with Rhythm on the defense.
I like this from Rhythm BB, sticking the Oryx. So we might see some interesting gameplay from him, and in fact there are quite a few hatches in and around the objective. You have one lobby, one meeting, up above, addict, kids. I mean, I could just rattle them off for days. There's also one inside of security, and that allows for him to do a lot of work around the map, move around really quickly, and I guess hard counter the Nomad from Shade, because he doesn't necessarily need to go through the common passageways like the staircases as the attack would expect. So we'll keep an eye on him in this round. That said, can't all be reliant on BB to have a big impact, and it does take away from some of the potential utility that the defense can muster. So question will be, how does Bliss deal with that obstacle?
And it's also where Bliss don't really want to end up in a position where they get inside of their own heads. If this continues on, you know, it's demoralizing for the team that was up 6-0. If it does get to that sort of 6-4 margin, right, you start to doubt yourselves a little bit, and it would be normal to let those bad thoughts creep into the minds of the players, but that's where they've got to now have their mental fortitude tested here. Okay, you've done the job that you had to do on your defensive half. Now finish off that job. And once again, like the previous round, they find that opening pick. They weren't able to capitalize last time, though. Maybe this will be their shining moment.
Well, I hyped up BB. Some would say a caster cursed him as Ghoul now on the brink of death at the top of Big Tower. This is a key position to try and hold and apply pressure from around the objective, but he's so close to dying. A single bullet to the foot would be enough to finish him off. Now, Novax has come across to provide some assistance, but surely it's only a matter of time until Ghoul is dropped.
I think those final bullets were there to just double check if he got downed by, or what was it, the nade, the nitro cell. I didn't even quite catch it, but you get what I mean, the nade.
The nitro cell from his teammate.
Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised the way this game's going.
Yeah, the way this is going.
Either way, yeah, that's why I think those bullets did come through to see if the nade did, in fact, down him. Obviously didn't. And as you said, though, one bullet would be enough. And this is now where you start to think, you know, has Ghoul been able to sort of just navigate them here by not even moving and giving much of his position away? And that Team Bliss have now just sort of given up on this position. They move over towards the site. Lab's going to go down to Jigsaw, and all of a sudden, Bliss find themselves with a decent advantage, 4 versus 2. And the very low health Ghoul comes out of his bunker and needs to make something happen here. He's got Novax to his side. Feels like timing is going to be everything here as they start to push back over towards the sites.
Well, both these players completely isolated. Bliss had site control, and it's over.
Cool. All right, well, we kind of thought this would happen at some stage. Surprise, surprise, it's Team Bliss with a 7-2 victory. They gave us a little bit to question there in the last 2 rounds, but it's all for the entertainment. They are by far and away looking like the best team in OCN right now, because they are 4-0 in the first 4 play days. All 12 points in their back pockets. There's not too many teams that are close to catching them. The only 2 teams are about to play after this game, so that spices things up. But a big win against Rhythm, who couldn't quite find their own rhythm.
Yeah, Bliss undoubtedly the top of OCE as we currently stand, and they put on another clinic. I mean, sure, there are a couple of rounds there that didn't quite go their way, but on the balance of everything, completely dominant in favor of Bliss. They are proving why they are at the top of the standings. And again, it is really unfortunate for Rhythm. There are some mitigating factors as to why they weren't at their best tonight. But nonetheless, it will be pretty disappointing for them.
Yeah, certainly so. I think it's disappointing anytime that a team gets comprehensively beaten like that. They've been in this position before. Playday won, 7-2 lost to Knights. And for Bliss, it's, well, the way that they're playing, they're a team that has earned the respect to be sort of put in that caliber of team, you know, at the top. They're confidently there. They're 4-0. They've beaten good teams. And so that's just another tough opponent there for Rhythm. I've actually looked ahead at Rhythm's sort of schedule here. They play Roffle, they play Order, and then they play LFO. I'm going to arguably say I think that's actually a pretty decent little run home for them. So if they're going to find points, it's probably going to be in those 3 Playdays. They've had a very tough first 4 Playdays, but that's the nature of OCN, right? Like, the games are always going to be tough when you're the team that's in last place. That's just the nature of it. But Team Bliss were incredible to watch in this game and continue to stamp themselves as arguably now, I think you can almost say the favorites to be OCN champions for Stage 2.
Ooh, okay.
They're 4-0. They've earned it.
Yeah, I mean...
And Jigsaw is nuts.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to mention as the stats pop up. 14-5. And this isn't just a one-off. Jigsaw, particularly in Stage 2, has just been a dominant force. He is a serious threat in OCN. I pray that Bliss can keep him on the squad because, as I sort of mentioned earlier, I have no doubt that there are some prying eyes. If there's any other roster in the region that needs a new fragger, my word, I think Jigsaw would be at the top of the most wanted list for a lot of those teams. So, look, I wish Bliss all the rest on holding on to him because, as I mentioned, he has just been incredible.
Yeah, and I think for Jigsaw as well, there's probably no reason to look elsewhere right now because of the way that they're playing. So that's really, I guess, the goal of this roster, this organization. And honestly, yes, we give Jigsaw praise, but you can say the same stuff about Oda, Todd, Repix, Shade, all of them. As a team, they are singing along a beautiful harmony. So, yeah, it's easy to sit back and say, oh, you know, Jigsaw, you know, fragging out, someone's going to pick him up. Well, he's on a team. He doesn't need to get picked up. And they are, as I said, they are the top team. They are #1. They're 12 points to the good. No other team is capable of matching them, provided they keep getting 3 points. No team can mathematically catch them. So it's really on Bliss more than anything to now close out the final 3 Playdays. And you know, you look ahead, they've got the inconsistent Order. That's a very winnable game. Rafflecopter, you know, bit up and down like a helicopter should be. And then Chiefs. What a banging game that could be for Playday 7.
Yeah, and it really feels like all of those matches could be wins, and we don't really have a reason to doubt Bliss's abilities. They are proving week in, week out that they are such a strong force, and I feel like I've been one of their harshest critics and always been a little bit skeptical of their ability to show up, but I mean, they just continue to prove that they are consistent despite the best of 1 format, which seems to be faltering a lot of the other teams and aren't able to, I guess, reproduce their highs week in, week out. Bliss are just on the other end of the scale. They continue to show up, and you cannot underestimate them at all, not only for the rest of the regular season, but with no doubt them being close to, or I guess officially maybe at this point qualifying in the top 5. I mean, that gauntlet is going to be really scary if you're facing them.
Yeah, I think top 5 is probably a lock, guys. I don't think you have to worry about that one. Let's go and have a chat with one of our favorites. It is Oda off the back of what is their 4th win in a row, mate. Congratulations. 12 points. You made it look easy, well, except for maybe the last 2 rounds or so where some funny moments there. But congratulations. How's the team feeling off the back of what's been an amazing season so far?
The team's actually feeling really good. Like, our confidence is through the roof, and just like, I don't know, we're just gunning, just feeling really good. Like, I don't know, it's just the best feeling at the moment, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to ask maybe a little bit more of a negative question in a sense here, but are there things that you and the team are still looking to work upon? Because, I mean, no team's perfect, right? And you're going to be making mistakes. That's inevitable. Otherwise, you'd be winning every game 7-0. So are there any areas of maybe your game in particular or the teams that you are still looking to try and continue to improve?
Look, there's always room for improvement. I think at the moment we're at a good stage where, I don't know, everything's just really going well for us at the moment. But there's like, I guess like refrags and some stuff like that is what we have to work on. But other than that, everything's going really well at the moment. I don't know.
You guys, I had a look at your schedule and I brought it up on the stream. You got Order coming up, then Roffle, and then Chiefs. Obviously, some pretty good matches to come before what will eventually be a good playoff run maybe for you guys. You mentioned the fact that you guys are obviously playing pretty well at the moment and you've got that sort of adrenaline and confidence. Have you ever thought about maybe sitting down as a team and being like, okay, what happens when maybe this little streak does come to an end and maybe we have to go back to the drawing board for a game or two? Or is it just ride the high for as long as possible?
Just ride at the moment, eh? I feel like if you're just riding it and you're confident, like, you're just going to keep winning. And then obviously when you come to that loss, it's just sit down, have a talk, and, you know, just take it. It's one loss. Let's just fix what happened, and then we just keep going.
Yeah, I guess leading on from that question, what's the goal from here? Are you guys going to put all your efforts into at all costs locking in the first place? Is that the ultimate goal that you guys will be going for? Of course, keeping in mind, if you finish first, I mean, you're straight into the grand final, so it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I feel like that's the goal. Keeping that first spot and get guaranteed grand final is just definitely what we're working on right now. And then obviously to smash that grand final.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, you guys are shaping up to be the firm favourites at the moment. The way that you guys are playing, it's been a bliss to watch. Thank you very much for coming on and having a chat, mate. Best of luck next week. And honestly, the way you're going, I'm sure we'll have another chat next week.
Yeah, we will. Thanks to the cast.
Oda and the boys are happily 4-0 here for OCN Stage 2, guys. They're looking unstoppable. Big games to come. Order next week, of course. An Order team looking to bounce back off their earlier loss to Rafflecopter. You know, what's the go for Bliss? Sky's the limit, or are they going to eventually come crashing down? Maybe when it matters the most, come playoff time. Who knows? I mean, this is... Oh,
I mean, if they keep riding this high and their confidence remains where it is, and I mean, if going off Oda's word, it seems like it's at a really good point. And I mean, it's one thing to have confidence; it's another to be actually producing results inside the server. But at the moment, they are doing both. And looking ahead at the rest of the stage for them, it's difficult to pencil in losses. I mean,
yeah.
Why wouldn't it be? They're undefeated at the moment. The ultimate question then from that would be how much of a serious threat are they in the playoffs? And I guess it's a discussion that will be developing over the next couple of weeks and through the gauntlet itself. But honestly, they have got to be one of the favorites, if not the favorite at the moment.
Yeah.
We don't really have any reason to doubt them. Now, of course, the gauntlet a long way ahead. That's best of 3, whole different story. But if that confidence and that performance remains at an all-time high, then I don't see any reason why the other teams should be able to take them down.
I probably at this stage would tip them for all of their 3 remaining games, which would then mean a 7-0 clean sweep of the regular season. Don't go anywhere though. Of course, we've got one more game today for Playday 4. It is the grand final rematch, Knights versus Chiefs.
Attackers drop the diffuser. Attackers bomb the diffuser. Bomb located by attackers.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
My name is Isaiah Patterson. I'm the team captain and fragger for Chiefs. But what you don't know about me is I was in the school choir. Oh, is that it? Yeah. That was too easy. The opportunity came up to join the school choir, and me and my mates, if we were to join it, it would mean that we wouldn't have to do other classes, so we just thought, just for a bit of a joke, and we can kind of skip out on class. I couldn't actually sing, but it didn't matter because I didn't really sing out loud. The biggest performance I ever did was performing at the Festival Theatre in front of a pretty big crowd. I do remember, like, we had to, for like one of the songs, put on like these glow-in-the-dark like gloves and had to do like some, I don't know, some weird performance thing.
Are you sure you were in a choir?
Yeah, I was. I don't know what, I was in a choir. The siege operator I think would be the best singer would have to be Maestro because he's Italian and I reckon he'd be a good opera singer. Do, re, mi. I'm done. I regret doing school choir. I should have done something else.
My name is Mark Angelo. I'm a flex player and I play for Pittsburgh Knights. But what you don't know about me is I love to cook, but I suck at it. I learned cooking from my mom. My mom used to cook more dessert type of stuff, so pancakes, waffles, cakes, whatever. If I want to impress someone, I make sushi. It takes a long time to make it, with the sushi rice, the salmon or tuna. It shows that you're caring about the person. You just put love in the food. But if they don't like sushi, it's not gonna work out. My worst cooking disaster that I've ever had is I was trying to make Italian sausages and I was keeping them warm for the family. I put a glass plate on the grill itself. I went to grab the plate to serve it to them and it just popped everywhere and my hands were all full of blood. My parents ended up getting fast food, but I got stitches. If I had to pick one Siege operator to be a cook, it would be Maestro because he's Italian and he would make the best Italian food. My best cooking tip is patience. When I'm trying to impress someone or go quick, I cut myself, literally, with a knife. So that's why slow down, take your time. And also don't put a glass plate on the stove.
It's been another amazing night here for Oceanic Nationals Stage 2. Big win for Bliss over Rhythm, 7-2, but we move ahead pretty quickly into our last matchup of the night. The grand final rematch coming ahead, Knights versus Chiefs. Doesn't get any better than that, Guz, to close off the night.
Yeah, it's been a fun night of OCN, and we have arguably the best match of the night to round things off. Chiefs and Knights, two massive names in Oceanic Siege going head-to-head.
Let's go and have a look at the Chiefs and how they are rolling right now. Second place in the standings, only behind Team Bliss, of course, who are on all 12 points. Chiefs at the moment on 7, so a win here and 3 points would at least keep them close to Team Bliss for what could eventually be a fantastic Playday 7 matchup between those two teams. For the Chiefs, though, it hasn't been all sunshine. At least over in APAC South, it's actually been quite poor. I don't know how else to say it, guys.
Yeah, that said though, at least in OCN, things have been a little bit brighter heading into this play day. They're right at the tippy top in second, so I mean they can be pretty happy with that result. They are looking to, I guess, strengthen their resolve a little bit in their domestic competition. And I mean, look, these are names that we all know at this point in time. All fantastic players in their own right. We just have to see which Chiefs rocks up to the server today.
Let's go DGTL. He's looking good as always. Let's go and have a look at their opponents. It is the Knights, of course. And honestly, it feels like, at least maybe this is just me, guys, but over maybe the last month or so, maybe ever since they lost the grand final to the Chiefs, you almost... they don't have that same aura about them. They're sitting in 4th at the moment. They've only had the one loss. To be fair, that was against Team Bliss, but when you look at Team Bliss and the way they're going, the things that Chiefs have done, the fact that Knights have dropped to 4th, they lose this to Chiefs, and suddenly again, you just feel like, has that aura just gone missing from this team, the spark?
Yeah, I don't think the Knights have particularly always been this extremely dominant, super scary lineup. They for the most part, are pretty quiet achievers and kind of just get the job done in a very... standard manner, I guess, might be one way to describe it. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that maybe that that spark that we saw in Stage 1 has diffused a little bit. But I mean, they're still a fantastic roster, and they look pretty chill as always. So
Hayward looks like he's one Bliss logo away from joining Team Bliss with that pink room set up.
I think Hayward's watching. Is Hayward watching the stream? I think he's watching the stream.
Oh, he is. What
is he?
I'm not sure. It's hard to say. I'm actually like, why am I bending my head to see what he's got on his screen? It ain't gonna change anything. What is going on with me? But yeah, look, they look good, they look calm, they look collected, as you would.
I think it definitely is.
Yeah.
Say hi to us in the Twitch chat, Hayward. I don't know what he's laughing at. He's probably laughing at your casting.
Oh, jeez, that's a little bit uncalled for. Look, they should be feeling pretty confident going into this one. Obviously, for the Knights, they would want a bit of revenge, wouldn't they, against the Chiefs? Knights were the team that had that final grand final position, that they're in that top spot. They didn't have to run the gauntlet or anything like that, and in the end, they ended up succumbing to the Chiefs. Let's go and have a look at the map. We'll see if we can get a fourth different map. It might end up being Consulate. No, it's Clubhouse. We do go back to where we started. And Consulate again gets banned last. I can't believe it, guys. They must have heard our prayers.
I mean, yeah, I've made a couple of tweets in the last like 24, 48 hours. Again, just proclaiming my despise of Consulate. And I think, what, 3 times tonight it's been the last banned map. So, look, mad respect to the teams out there. Love you all long time. So happy with that. And yeah, Clubhouse. I can't think of a better map to see these two go head to head for once. I actually have my stats ready. So let's get into that.
Let's go.
Chiefs 6-0. So really good win record for them. Not as great for the Knights, going 4-3. They did lose against Q Confirm in Stage 2 of APAC South. So maybe a little bit shaky for them. But again, it's Clubhouse, so we're going to see some pretty standard siege in both of these teams. So disciplined, so experienced. I think we're going to be in for a real banger.
Chiefs ended up winning it 7-2 in the Oceanic Nationals Grand Final for Stage 1. That was one of the maps that did play out. Of course, there was 4 in the end. It was a 3-1 victory to the Chiefs, for those who missed it. So, yeah, pretty big game. What's on the line? Well, in terms of, I guess, keeping up with Team Bliss, that's something that has got to be taken note of. You lose this and suddenly I don't think you can overtake them. It's Chiefs and Knights, 2 top dogs outside of Team Bliss, the champions, the grand finalists from Stage 1. It is the rematch that we've been waiting for here to close out Playday 4.
Strap yourselves in. This could be some of the best siege that we have seen so far tonight. There's been a lot of good siege, but no doubt these two teams can produce some of the best that we see. Thatch taken off the board here first by the Chiefs, expected, as we can see down below, the most banned operator here on Clubhouse in OCN. Now that will be followed up with a hard breach, you would presume, and there we go, Maverick. That does mean that the Habana has made it through, making life a little bit easier to get hatches open, provided that the Kaid is also banned.
Valkyrie taken off the board, pretty common as well, and it feels like it'll either be the Kaid or the Mirror for the final ban here from the Chiefs, who are going to be on the defense first here for Clubhouse. Knights on the attack. And it's neither. It's the 7%. It's the Wamai, which will, I guess, make things a little bit easier in certain positions. Like, you know, Rafters is going to be a little bit more susceptible to those utility, the nades and such. And I guess you'll have to, you know, bring that Jaeger.
On the balance of everything, though, this is pretty defender-sided, right? Mirror being up, particularly on bedroom, for example, basement as well to some extent, could be quite powerful. With Kaid available, you would assume that's going to be a must pick, but not for the Chiefs. They're actually going to 6-pick that onto the castle. So that would indicate that the Chiefs will dedicate to a roam on this occasion. So actually, pretty giga brain stuff here from the Chiefs. Faking that out. But outside of this roam, you would anticipate Kaid is going to be very, very important.
So, grand final rematch time. If there's ever a game to be going the distance, it's probably this one. But we already, of course, had one earlier that went the distance between Order and Rafflecopter and 8-6. Everything else has actually been 7-2, 7-2. Well, I would be very surprised, guys, this goes 7-2 in either direction.
Attackers are moving out to locate
I would be too. I am anticipating this to be a close matchup. Now, I guess a warning sign is the fact that it was quite dominant for the Chiefs in the grand final. So it is at least something to go off, but that was a while ago. Things change naturally. I do think, though, we are going to see some really high-quality siege for both of these teams. The Chiefs, I would argue, are probably more susceptible to mistakes, particularly on their attack. I mean, they don't have to worry about that for the first 6 rounds, so we can discuss that later. It's going to be up to the Knights to show the initiative here. Sage is trying to get a little aggro here on the western side and finds the first pick. Worthy. Good night. Gets taken down inside of the bathroom. Sage was stalled out a little bit there from the castle barricade, but in fact that works into his favor, and the Knights have the early man advantage.
Well, now they've got a second one. Yeah, very quickly. Josh will double up from 1 to 2. God Legion eliminated. 5 versus 3. Knights on the attack as well. looking to break down this Chiefs defense. The roaming nature of it has just been picked apart pretty easily. Oh, that's a nice pick though from Fisher Guy. Going back upstairs towards the logistics, gets the kill onto Hayward. Now he might push through Cot. Oh, that's not ideal. Josh fortunately got the kill onto Digital. In a very odd position to be standing there like that, and well, he dies pretty easily in the end. 4 versus 2. Knights again with a 2-man advantage. Now make it 3. Fisher the last one alive, and I don't suspect he's going to be able to achieve too much.
Fisher. He's famous for playing this moto position, but now he's caught up above. He still does find one. However, the Knights, plenty of time to readjust, plenty of time to set up for this plant. 1:10 still available to work with as Fisher desperately tries to take down that drone, but instead gets his head taken off instead. It's a good start for the Knights.
Yeah, really good start. The fact that it's on the attack as well, that's, I mean, that's a big takeaway, right? Like the amount of attacking rounds that you can get here on Clubhouse is going to be very important. In saying that, you know, we go back to the statistic talk, and it's pretty good in terms of OCN so far. Attackers have actually been pretty good. Yeah, I'm not sure what the go was there with Digital, but yeah, attacking Clubhouse hasn't quite been too difficult for teams in OCN Stage 2, that's for sure. Definitely nothing on the lines of like Oregon or Cafe, which has like 65 and 69% defensive win rates. Clubhouse being at 44%, and that's all 3 games apiece played on all of those maps, so it does put that into perspective. But it was earlier on where Wildcard in the very first match of the day had 4 defensive rounds won, and they looked very good when doing so as well. They ended up closing it out with a quick 3-0 on their attack too, so maybe we don't want to be reading too much into the defense or the attack side of things. I think we can probably say this is just a flip of the coin. Just attack or defense, doesn't matter. As many rounds as you can get is going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, I don't think it's really going to do this match justice if we prolong discussions on hypotheticals too much. It is really a case of taking it round by round, and that's probably the attitude that both of these teams will be taking. They know deep down that either team could take this matchup, both incredibly skilled in their own right, and it does come down to which team can just focus in on each round, isolate the mistakes of their opponent and capitalize upon that. So important that we take it bit by bit. Now in this round, the Chiefs committing to an extension, and again with that Kaid on the board, that will make some of the other locations quite difficult to push. Now Dino on the Habano has a pretty important role in trying to open up Jacuzzi, for example, and Juicy as well could assist. With no Maverick on the board, opening said walls will be tricky. This one on CC, maybe not as difficult. Hayward, of course, can post himself up on the vent window, send in projectiles to clear any ADS devices, and then get that wall open without the Wamai. No additional magnets to make that more tricky. In fact, I don't think there's anything really protecting that at the moment, so if Hayward so wished, he could send in a frag grenade, and that would allow this wall to get open pretty quickly. Or you could just send Sage down below. I mean, same thing.
A bomb has been located. Time to make a new door.
The Knights, it's about making sure that they don't allow the Chiefs to get any early picks and hold that advantage for as long as possible if they can get one, and then eventually, late into the round, push onto site, almost like the wildcard way. Finally open up the CC wall. Dino does get the opening pick, and this is what I'm talking about. Now it's about, you got the next minute and 20 seconds to use this to your advantage when pushing onto the site.
Minute 15. 9 members are still up in the server. Fisher left to sit cams for the remainder of the round. God Legion in a pretty pivotal position inside of Cash. Does get droned out. Needs to be mindful that he isn't cleared. In fact, I think his sight actually blocking that line of vision. Either way, Worthy able to find a pick there onto Josh. Vast making his way up the main stairs could also pose a threat to this attack. The Knights, with only 50 seconds in hand, need to get something going pretty quickly. They do have the breaches open, but they're still yet to really apply enough pressure on the site.
Well, I think there was a player that was eventually going to push onto Sage, but fell off of it. Digital with a big Nitro Cell, taking out Hayward. 35 seconds left, and suddenly the Chiefs are the ones with the advantage, and they will extend that. Vast from below. God Legion gets Juicy, and suddenly this attack for the Knights has just fallen to pieces. They stalled. Full credit to the Chiefs with their defensive pressure. and didn't succumb to the attack of the Knights. It's 1-1.
Yeah, really well played there by the Chiefs. A couple of picks, in fact, the first two were Nitro-style picks. So really well played. Not entirely sure, of course, what information they had, as Digital's just completely losing it for whatever reason. But yeah, well played nonetheless. Well coordinated, most critically, for the Chiefs and capitalizing upon that. Now, unfortunately for the Knights, they did get stalled out, but these attacks will naturally be pretty tricky. I guess the most concerning thing is that they were able to get the breaches open, but then didn't capitalize upon it. I feel as if getting those walls open is probably going to be the biggest hurdle on a lot of these attacks. So if you're able to tick that box, but then not convert that over towards site control, that does raise a little bit of a red flag.
Yeah, it certainly does. But we're only 2 rounds into this match, and I think we've seen maybe not so much tonight, but in previous weeks gone by, you can't really gain too much knowledge about the way that a match is going to play out off the back of the first 2 rounds. Sometimes we've seen teams come out and, win the first 2 rounds very convincingly, and then that's it. They don't put up much of a shot beyond that. So it's split at the moment, 1-1. About right. Head over to Cash and CCTV. Just to get set up pretty normally here as well. Digital on the Kaid. So Legion will use those ADSs over towards top of rafters, and so far it has been very stock standard here on Clubhouse, and you probably would have expected that.
Is that a Banshee on the table in lounge? We can get a look of that. That'd be nice. I think it was, right? Is that?
I think it's just the light reflection.
It's just the light reflection. Okay, I thought it was a Banshee light. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, it is a little bit difficult. I mean, their stream quality is not perfect that we're casting up. I mean, it's pretty good, but not studio quality, unfortunately. I mean, I can't even remember what studio quality feeds look like. It's been that long, but either way, my bad. Now, one thing I did want to mention that is a little bit easier to see is Vast on the dock. Now, I presume that he'll be posted up on the garage rafters, and he can continue to boost himself up, which could be the play. And yeah, that's in fact where he will post up the 1.5 MP5. He could do some gnarly damage, and he does have a couple of ADS devices to support him. Now, as you mentioned, Xenox, without the Mamai on the board, it could, I guess, compromise this position a little bit, but not impossible. Sage, though, he's at the top of main stairs, and he might be able to push deep.
Very well could. Sage, unfortunately losing to Digital, but there's the trade from Dino, who gets a second, just rips the head off the Fisher guy. Gets a third, why not? Dino, just keep going. It's working. Oh, come on. Can he get the quad? Looks for the wall bang, falls short. Unfortunately, has a bit of help in hand from Josh. And Josh will finish off what Dino started. The two of them combining for all 5 kills of the Chiefs, and a very clean round there for the Knights.
Well, if you don't want to deal with the Cayenne, and you don't want to deal with the walls or the mini-games or anything like that, why not just send it up the main stairs, pinch over towards Con, and get it done in the frag department. Clean and efficient there from the Knights.
Certainly was. Dino, the one that really kick-started it off, that big kill onto Fisher guy, and was able to end that spray on the Vast. Honestly, could have even got the quad. It's a team game, and he's happy to share with Josh, and they both combine by eliminating the Chiefs together. 2 attacking rounds now for the Knights. We head back down to the basement for Church and Arsenal for the Chiefs, looking to tie it up 2-2.
Back down below we go. Now, last time the Chiefs 6-picked off the Kaid onto the Castle, and again, the Castle will see some playtime, so we would assume the Chiefs will once again commit to a roam. Now, I gotta say, I'm a little surprised by that. I did believe that when we saw the bans come through, I mean, namely the Thatcher and the Maverick making those attacks really tricky, that Kaid was going to see a lot of play, and we'd probably see a bit more of a conservative defense where you really force the attack into clearing out those claws in tricky to find places. But the Chiefs instead electing to be a little bit more proactive, a little bit more aggressive. We'll have to see whether it pays off there.
Yeah, and it very much is round by round, right? Like, as you said before, we don't probably want to get into those sort of hypotheticals too much. Fast. Side of storage. And I think the way that the Knights are playing this right now is really, really good to watch. It is that mix of slow pace, but also at times they can hit that go button, and like we saw with that last round for round number 3, can just send it in very quickly. And what that does is it keeps the Chiefs' defense sort of on their toes, right? Constantly guessing. Are they pushing in? Are they going slow? What do we got to do? And it just keeps that mind ticking over. And the Chiefs are a good enough team, though, that they understand that they need to continue to also be proactive and to be aggressive and to look to make things happen, like Vast is trying to do over towards Garage.
That breach open could pose a risk to the attack. Vast probably not wanting to peek it and realizes that he has been droned out. The gig is up. He needs to fall back. Only 5 drones left, though, however, for the Knights with 1:40 on the board. That is something that they'll need to be mindful of. Drone economy, always important in Siege. Of course, if they can play off the intel that is available, then they might be able to find a couple of picks. That said, Chiefs, I think, have fallen back to side already. All 5 members back down below. And honestly, that's job done. At least a couple of minutes wasted here for the attack, making things pretty difficult now for the Knights to convert.
Minute 5 on the clock. It ticks down. Knights still 5v5 on the attack. That's ideal for basement attack. You want the numbers in your favor, and what better than to get the opening pick through Haid with the nade. Digital trying to trick that hatch, but I think he's just going to have to eventually give it up. He's only got so many nades, and yeah, he's only got one more.
A bomb has been located.
It has been opened up now.
Time though now. Bit of a concern for the Knights. They have 30 seconds left, and they do have lines of sight. Hatch is popped. It will have to be a really clean execute. No margin for error here, particularly in the time department. Everything from here on out needs to be basically flawless.
I know, very low as well. That's going to be the first pick. Vast onto Juicy. Worthy gets sat down though. Nice trade here for the Knights. They are in red time. Only 10 seconds on the clock as the trades continue to ring out, which is a good news for the Knights, considering they had the original pick. But now it swings into the favor of the Chiefs, and Digital will get the final kill of the round, and the Chiefs will tie it up 2-2.
Ooh, that was clean. Look, a little... Digital keeping the sponsors happy. Good to see. Good man. But yeah, obviously that late round there, really difficult to track. A lot going on, a lot of trades. I think the most potent thing, or poignant part of that round rather for the Chiefs is kind of the first minute and a half where there were no kills. And I know that's a bit silly to say. I mean, guys, there were no kills. How is it important? But it was the fact that the Chiefs were able to bleed so much time at the start. No fault of the Knights. They have to be due diligent and make sure the top 4 is clear. But the Chiefs rotated down so early and were able to fortify themselves down below. And yes, it was pretty close at the end there, but the Knights were pressured by the clock. They weren't able to hit as many trades as they would have liked. And having 5 members up so deep into the round was what won the round there.
Yeah, it certainly did. It has been back and forth like we kind of expected between these two teams, and I would imagine the second half will play out the same way. I don't see why that would change. 2 rounds to go in this opening half, though. Kind of feels like a 3-3 half is brewing. It is probably the direction we are heading, that if that's the expectation, whoever can get to 4-2 maybe suddenly puts themselves in the driver's seat going into the second half. We'll see which team that could be, or if 3-3 will be the play. 2 rounds left, 2-2. It's as close as it can get for a best-of-1 grand final rematch.
Well, the Knights, they'll spawn on the eastern side, or at least begin that side, get to work on the CC wall and mount their attack from there. The Knights did a pretty good job last time in opening up the walls. It was mainly a case of being able to, not being able rather, to actually convert that into site control. So that's something that we need to track in this round. And of course, the last round, time management was also a key factor. So something else to gauge as well. Pretty stock standard so far. Hayward, of course, pops the hatch. Dino can create a line of sight in towards Con to make that rotation a little bit more precarious. the more important mini games will start to come through right now. CC wall needs to be opened. We saw Sage go below and use an Ash charge to clear that last time. Haywood, of course, could pop it with the grenade. We'll see which option they take.
And again, another slow approach to this round in this 5th round, as it has been for everything bar round 3. Player at top red stairs, not going to peek towards Sage, who's
Attackers have located a bomb.
expecting the flank down below from blue. That's Vast at top red. So he just wants to get control below. Oh, there is that pick now from Vast. It ended up coming eventually, and that's a big pick. Fortunately, Knights would have retraded immediately.
Four versus 4. God Legion inside of Cash. Does have the mute chamber to protect him. Drone hole provides a line of sight towards that attacker, creeping towards main stairs. Can God Legion hit the shot? He does. That's Juicy taken down on the swing, but Josh trades it back. So low on HP, can't afford to go through that Sawyer gate. It's really going to be on Dino to go big here. He's the only player left with full HP, but the Chiefs in a great position.
34 seconds left, and again, just feels tense and tight between both of these two teams. Don't want to count out anyone. Dino's already had some pretty big plays and some pretty big shots. But Josh is so low. And unfortunately, that's going to be the end of Dino. Oh, never mind. He hits yet another big 180 shot. It's just like that. Josh also finding a pick on the digital elsewhere, and it's Bushikai in a 1 versus 2. And he's dead. And that's the round. Wow. That's why I said anything can happen. What a shot from Dino. If he doesn't hit that 180 towards the player on main stairs, guys, Chiefs win the round. It's as simple as that.
I need a replay. Someone play a replay of that round, thanks.
That's why we have him.
I don't know how the Knights brought that back. I mean, I kind of was just chilling back. Oh yeah, this round's basically over, right? But no.
Look at this.
Knights not going down without a fight. Oh, that's
Jeez.
dirty. That's not on. And then this final kill as well. I think that was a straight bang there through the little wooden bookshelf thingy for Bobby. Yeah, I'm a bit startled. Honestly, I thought that round was basically over. Dino was going to have hit the 1v3 or have to hit the 1v3 to be any chance there at all. But somehow they made it work.
Credit to the Knights. That's why you never count this team out. That's why you also never count out the Chiefs, because both of these two teams can just do some crazy things late in rounds and turn bad situations good very quick. Dino 6-2, Josh 8-2. Incredible start for those two on the attack here for the Knights. They've been honestly fantastic to watch. The Chiefs defense, well, it's either going to be taken apart or a 3-3 means that they break even. It's going to be Cash and CCTV for the final round of this first half.
Well, again, that Kaid is going to play a big role in how this round is going to shape up. Opening up these hard breach walls will be quite challenging. That said, the Knights, for the most part, have been doing a pretty decent job in actually countering those electro claws, and time management in the early round has actually been quite decent. It has mainly been the late round where it has been falling apart. That said, in the previous round, we saw an inkling of what these players can muster up, which is definitely something special when the occasion calls for it. God Legion trapped now in bedroom behind the mattress. The Knights could try and capitalize upon this and find an early pick, but God Legion at least finds some refuge in Bathroom.
Just a little bit more action here early on in this final round of the first half. Haywood sensing he can find the wall bang through the logistics wall into Con, but gonna happen. Big moment here for the Chiefs because you don't want to go down 4-2. The Knights will then switch over to their defense here on Clubhouse. Sage got to be careful, maneuvering his way through Bar, and in the end, it's worthy. Coming from the bottom of main stairs, throws out that Nitro assault, doesn't find Hayward. Up in logistics, but it's an advantage for the Chiefs. This time they need to capitalize, though.
Ooh. 3-5 now. Curry does come out from Juicy with the 5-5-6. God Legion eventually is cut off. Juicy going big in this round, so there's 2 academics to work with as well. So his impact could everlast in this round. Still a lot that he could muster up. That said, that wall to his right is electrocuted inside of Con, so opening that will be pretty tough. Instead, the Knights will likely need to try and send it deep here and hope that they can trade out these bits.
Tense standoff here. 40 seconds. 3 versus 3. 3-2 on the scoreboard. And Worthy with a big shot. And he gets a second as well. 3 for the round. Bust to close the half. It's 3-3. This game seriously could not get any tighter.
Well, we thought this would be a close matchup, and if you look at the top of your screen, that's why. 3-3 at the half, heading into round number 7. Sides will switch, and the Knights now will go on to what we thought would be the favoured side, the defense. But clearly, the first half had other things in mind, and we are very, very even at the moment.
Yeah, and that's about right. I think both teams probably deserve to be in this position, right? 3-3. 2 of the best teams in the region. As close as it can get. Grand final rematch. Knights probably would have preferred this sort of gameplay and this sort of match in Stage 1's grand final, because that was a 7-2 victory for the Chiefs on Clubhouse, so it's definitely feeling a lot closer here. Chiefs not riding the momentum that they had on that special day for them, but nonetheless, this has been a back and forth affair. Knights over to the defense, Chiefs over to the attack. We bring up the stats one more time. 55% attack sided, 44% defender sided on Clubhouse for Oceanic Nationals. Make of that as you will. Stats don't always tell the story, but for the Chiefs, if they do want to go off of that, they should feel confident here in the second half.
Mate, what did you say? Did you say 55 and what was the other number?
44.
Where'd the other 1% go?
55.6, 44.4.
Thank you. Well, you don't do math on broadcast.
No.
Well, for once I was right, so that's a nice change of pace. Jokes aside though, the Chiefs looking to make sure that the top floor is clear, rightly so. Josh roaming above, Hayward as well on rafters. Arguably not as much of investment as we saw from the Chiefs on their roam attempt. No Castle, for example, being employed. That said, there still could be danger. Dino as well, missed him. He's on the top floor inside of logistics. Hayward does find one. That's Vast taken off the board. And in fact, Vast is probably the best operator in clearing out this room, being the Jackal.
Yeah, I feel like Knights have been the team that's constantly finding these picks and getting these advantages. Doesn't always necessarily translate into a round win, but they've just been a little bit better at finding it. And you know, you think back to the way that Chiefs sort of played this on their defense. They lost 2 players almost like immediately. Dino so aggressive at the bottom of this logistics hatch. Expecting someone from the Chiefs to peek it. Digital, probably the kind of player to die here. It's so unfortunate. Yeah, he's dead. So,
Dig, come on, drone that!
Oh no! Double for Dino. God Legion's dead. That's the round. Let's move on.
Yeah, next. We don't have to talk about that, Dig, don't worry. Wow, that round is okay. There's been a couple of those rounds. I mean, for the most part, this has been pretty hotly contested. We're seeing a lot of the usual mini games be quite tight and a couple of late round executes, but there has also been a couple of doozies, that being one of them. And despite not having that castle on the board, it really didn't matter. Those players didn't even have to rotate off the roam and have that additional protection. They were able to situate themselves in pretty sneaky positions on the top floor. And for one reason or another, I guess one of those being the Jackal taken down first, The Chiefs found it difficult to locate where those roamers were and clear them. So you've just got to put a line through that round. Don't worry about it too much, because heading over towards Cash and CC is going to play out completely differently. Don't have to worry as much about that roam clear.
Good start to the second half as well for the Knights, because that was convincing. Very, very convincing. Yeah, there's some little mistakes there from the Chiefs, but they capitalized, they pounced. Dino is sharp, and I think he's almost like the barometer of the team, right? If Dino's firing up and he's hitting his shots, and it's not just the fact that he's getting kills, it's the shots he's actually hitting, guys. 8 and 3, he's hit some nutty flick shots. And as I said, when he's up and about and he's in form, the Knights as a team are very tough to stop.
The Knights looking to get their revenge against the Chiefs, who of course struck them down in the Stage 1 Grand Final for Oceanic Nationals. Quite a close matchup that was, and I guess a bit of a rivalry now established between the two. The Knights putting the best foot forward in the second half. Again, we're going to see Vast enter early here, this time over towards Strip Club, and he can aid in roaming anyone that is down below. Now, I did say that the roam clear might not be as important on this objective, but if the Knights want to play a bit cheeky down below, then it can play a part. Sage is anticipating someone to push through dirt, but he needs to be mindful of his main stairs. That's likely where Vast is going to try and enter from, and Sage is being pretty vigilant here. Now, I don't know exactly how he got to this position, based on there being no footprints here. It probably would have had to be an oil pit or secret stairs. My point being that Vast isn't going to see these footprints. Does see some though, that's Dino up above to his left. Vast is playing this very, very cautiously, but rightly so.
Yeah, a lot of time on the clock though, right? I mean, there's no real rush here for the Chiefs. They can play as cautious as they like, especially for Cash, CCTV. A lot of the action's going to be late in the round. The longer they do take, though, the biggest thing is clearing out Hayward. If they're going to be going for a garage push and a garage take, they're going to have to clear out Hayward at some point, and they're going to have to do it without God Legion, because somewhere, somehow, Juicy's just found the pick. Bottom of red stairs? We're all lost. I'm just going off where Juicy was, so that's all I know. But either way, let's move on. Minute on the clock. It just feels like Chiefs have stalled a little bit, Guz.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. Digital trying to clear Sage. Garage stairs. Does fall, though. It's a good pinch alongside Worthy to get it back to a 4-on-4. That is the in that the Chiefs needed in that round. In this round, with Sage taken down, they can try and take Garage, but Hayward says, no, I'm still here on the rafters, finds that pick. It is, however, another good trade. The Chiefs keeping this one close.
I mean, as every round feels like it has been, Hayward, you've got to be hitting those shots from the top of rafters. He loses his position. He loses his life. And he puts the round to the hands of Josh and Juicy to salvage things for the Knights. Chiefs suddenly with the advantage. With only 20 seconds left, though, it still means that the Knights are in a position where they can take this round, gain a bit of an ascendancy and a bit of a lead. Worthy, though, with a triple kill.
10 seconds to go.
Josh gets one back if he can deny the diffuser, or if he can just keep his position safe. He walks straight into Josh's hands. Josh, you've just got to stay alive. He plays it perfectly. The Knights steal the round. It was a 3v1, Guz. A 3v1, but time was on the side of the Knights.
Oh, high pressure there in the dying seconds of that round for the Knights. Unfortunate for the Chiefs, who despite being stalled out a little bit there, were able to recover. They were trading out so nicely. But right when they needed the trading to be perfect, it just wasn't quite there. Really well played by the Knights. And they are edging closer towards gaining that match point.
Tactical timeout, of course, no real surprise off the back of that round. I mean, that's the sort of round where now you've got to take that timeout, reset things, go over... You either have to go over what went wrong, but probably more than anything, just maybe look ahead. Or even just take a bit of a breather. Yeah, it's hard to envision, I think, forward for the Chiefs, how they get back into this one, because it's been that close tussle, Guz. It's been that back and forth, and now suddenly Knights got a bit of daylight. So how do you claw that back?
think it's just a composure thing. The Chiefs, I mean, historically, and I know it's something that we bang on a little bit about, can sometimes get in their own heads, it feels like, and make some, you know, mistakes that just shouldn't be happening. I would argue that last round was probably one of those. I mean, don't get me wrong, 100% well played there by Josh, but the fact that it wasn't traded out is a little bit disappointing. Oh well, I mean, this happens, mistakes happen. Rounds like this sometimes just don't go your way. The important thing for the Chiefs is to realize that they're by no means, I mean, out of this, right? A couple of rounds and they're equalizing their opponents. So all they need to do now is just link one attack together. No doubt that these bans are making it really, really tricky, but I mean, you've got to throw everything you have at this. The Knights, they're also throwing everything they have. They're bringing the Chanka in this round. We're also going to see some hero play, and that's going to spice things up.
So a 2-round advantage for the Knights. On the defense here, looking pretty good, looking pretty sound, and it's, well, the Josh show now on the Tachanka, as you said, 11-3. There's been some really standout performances tonight for Playday 4, guys. I mean, if you think about all of the matches, you know, you go back to Rafflecopter, it was like the Nate and Boydie show. Bliss had some big moments, Jigsaw going huge, and now it's the Josh show. So, I mean, I tell you what, MVP tonight is going to be a tough one to pick.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty tricky. I feel like tonight there's been quite a few players just stepping up. We also had Jigsaw in the last series go pretty big. Yeah, really fun to see. Fast. Rocking the new DZ skin. Looking pretty cool. He's going to try and get an entry point over towards the eastern side of the map. Now, again, with that Kaid on the board, opening walls being quite tricky. Maybe Vast can accelerate that process by taking swift control of Garage. Needs to be careful of his flanks, however. No dedicated flank watch brought by the Chiefs. Instead, they'll need to be reliant on drones. Good control of rafters now, however. The Chiefs will likely be able to work CC wall pretty swiftly, if they haven't already. And that can start to mount the attack.
Well, that's one way to mount your attack. Easy kill for Vast Stage, just caught napping. Not suspected the push through oil pit will be his undoing, but it was. Chiefs with a man advantage. And now they can bring their attention back over to Gym Bedroom. Dino playing the aggressive position inside a cache, and that drone is being very, very pesky as he has to finally get to 4 drones left for the Chiefs, minute and a half. And well, this is where we need to see Josh get involved on the Tachanka because they're down 2 players. Vast getting the kill onto Hayward.
Has been a sketchy start here for the defense, but maybe someone can step up here for the Knights. That grenade was precarious, but Dino will survive. These players now inside a cache, trapped, isolated from the objective. If the Chiefs play this well, they can cut off the con rotation and it'll make life very, very difficult as Josh and Dino try and get back towards site. Now, Josh has gotten unscathed, at least for the meantime, and that is potentially a misplay for the Chiefs to allow that to happen. That said, Dino is still isolated. If they get it to the 5-on-2, I mean, the round is surely theirs, right?
Well, I think Dino dies here. The question is, does he get anyone? The answer is no. Digital pushing in, he gets the kill, he gets the frag, and Gold Legion gets Juicy, and it's down to the Tachanka. He's got them all in his sights. The Mirror obviously proving to be effective here, but he is the solo in a 1 versus 5. I don't care how good you are, it ain't happening. Flawless from the Chiefs as they come out of that tactical timeout, looking pretty clean.
Yeah, smiles all around there for the Chiefs, and they prevent the Knights from doing a round-the-world trip, and most importantly, prevent them from getting match point as well. So a pretty critical round there for the Chiefs. They managed to get the job done. The early round, really strong, able to isolate a couple of picks, which makes life really difficult on that extension on the defense. As I said, if you get isolated over towards cache, it is, yeah, basically a case of you're going to die. How many picks can you find? And the Knights struggling to find any. In fact, of course, it was flawless for the Chiefs. Now, this is spicy. Fast, 6 picking. Oh, I thought he was going to 6 pick onto the Montang. That would have been awesome. We haven't seen any Montang play so far tonight, and Vast historically has been quite strong on the Monty, but maybe we'll have to wait a little bit longer before we see that.
Yeah, and this is where the Chiefs now can put a little bit of doubt into the Knights' mind if they can make this 5-5 here in the 10th round. Otherwise, 6-4 for the Knights. You get 2 match points on the defense. They'll be feeling comfortable. No tactical timeout available for the Chiefs either. So I would probably say if the Chiefs win this round, and I'm the Knights, I'd probably take my tactical timeout at that point to try and get all 3 points. That's the biggest takeaway that we have to remember here, is that there's an opportunity for one of these 2 teams at some point. Someone's going to get a match point. To get all 3 points in this matchup for either team is huge. And we're getting closer to that point of the match.
Another extension here for the defense that the Chiefs will need to deal with. Now keep in mind, last time Bast was playing, the Jackal was taken down and made that process quite tricky. On this occasion, the Jackal not even being picked. Instead, Bast relying on the Geminis to clear out those locations. Again, assuming that the Chiefs are going to go for this roam clear, and early routing would suggest that will be the case. Cheeky drone placement there on the vent inside a garage. Gold Legion doing a good job at hiding that. I mean, obviously Hayward heard it, that's why he was looking in that location, but nonetheless unable to clear it. That can watch his rotation and the rotation of his teammates later on in this round.
This has just been a really, really good game to watch from both of these 2 teams. And, you know, minus a few little mistakes here or there, it's been pretty clean. And I think holds both teams in good stead as we get closer to the playoffs. You know, we're past the halfway mark. I think Hayward just got caught there for a second. Yeah, and he's going to get flushed out as well. Digital having a very good game, 7 of 4. Minus that mistake earlier at Logistics Hatch, and it was Caster Curse him there with Josh getting the immediate retrade. Minute and a half. It's 5-4, 4 versus 4.
Now there is a bulletproof camera actually in the western side of CC placed on the little cabinet there. Now I'm not sure if the Chiefs cleared it, but nonetheless it could feed the defense some pretty critical information here. Now I couldn't quite see the scope was covering it there, but nonetheless Josh seems pretty aware that Gold Legion is here. In fact, knows it for sure, but Gold Legion still wins the fight, and there we go, bulletproof will be taken down. So it's a good clear from the Chiefs, positioning themselves very nicely to deny the match point from the Knights.
Yeah, tough to see the Knights winning it from here. Really, really good effort from the Chiefs to clear out this roam game from the Knights. And the fact that there's only 2 players left, one of them not even on site. Juicy trying to see if he can get an early kill and then go back through dirt over to the site. If he does find a player, if someone from the Chiefs does go towards dirt, he will die, and it will make it a 2 versus 3. But I suspect, it's just not going to happen. No one's going to make their way over there. Has to come back over to the site, and yeah, now they're going to be at that 2-4 disadvantage. Fast with the drone in. There's so many drones still available for the Chiefs as well inside the final 15 seconds.
They do have to be a little bit mindful of time. 15 seconds left as we enter the red zone, but the Knights with a strongman disadvantage, it's going to be tough for them to hold on. Sage sends it deep inside of Church, but gets taken down as he tries to cover for the rest of his team. I mean, only Juicy left to cover 4, but he gets cleaned up pretty easily there by the Chiefs in the end. Once again, the round was won at the start there. The early round clear from the Chiefs is strong, and you can see that they're happy with that result.
Yeah, as they should be. Digital looks pumped. He's having a good game. That's some big shots, some good stats, and the Chiefs obviously are a team that's not going to go down easy. Even when they've got a 2-round deficit, they fight back, they get 2 rounds themselves, and it's 5-5. Break point, next round we'll get match point, and an opportunity to get all 3 points. And that's the thing I love about this format, guys, is that the winner of this round secures 1 point at least. Like, you get something for winning this particular round right now, here in round 11.
Yeah, 100%. It places really critical importance on gaining that match point advantage, and I guess the ball is currently in the Chiefs' court after that last round where they were quite strong. That said though, the Knights in their first rotation did a decent job in holding out the attacks, so we'll see whether or not they can replicate that form and match point themselves, but I'm sure we can probably both agree, I mean everyone watching can probably agree that this has shaped up to be a really exciting matchup, a really close matchup, and I guess truly deserving of that title of being the grand final rematch, and we are truly seeing 2 really good teams go at it.
Yeah, and I think you've put it out perfectly there, Guz. This is what you would expect from a grand final rematch. I would have been actually very disappointed if either team defeated either team comprehensively.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's 5-5, 5 versus 5, round 11, this is what we anticipated. It's what we deserved. And, yeah, no, credit to both of these two teams. This is really what they would want to see as well. There's obviously mutual respect between the two teams, and off the back of Stage 1's grand final, you can... Well, I was about to say you can say they're the best two teams in the region, but hey, the way that Team Bliss are going right now, they're in that conversation. But this has been so good to watch, and yeah, Digital looks like he's playing with confidence at the moment.
Yeah, and on fight Digital can definitely be pretty scary. Now we did have a pre-placed drone down below, and he can play off that confidently to gain control. No one from the Knights contesting that. Gold Legion posted up inside of blue as well, providing additional coverage, and the Knights willing to forfeit that. I don't think anyone's playing too aggressively off-site. Dino was roaming actually on the Vigil. He's on the western side over towards Bedroom, but doesn't really have a noticeable impact in the early phase of this round. The Chiefs from below can clear that Kaid or Electro Claw on the wall. Isho able to pop that open for free, exposing Hayward on rafters.
Minute and a half, and as has been this best of one series, it's been close, but it's also been kind of slow early on in these rounds. No team wanting to put a foot wrong. Hayward needs to defend that top rafters position quite a bit better than he did last time. He honestly went down pretty easily and has actually been struggling quietly. 4 and 10. Josh, though, with the opening pick onto Worthy. That's going to help things for the Knights. It's been the Chiefs' show. Oh, perfectly placed nade from Bast. Hayward just can't have anything go his way in this match.
Really good utilities usage there from the Chiefs, who now have the advantage. Digital is on fire in this game, having so many impactful frags. That one gives his team the advantage with 35 seconds on the board. Now the Knights under the pump. They need to try and hold on, prevent this execute from coming through.
Oh, the nade just goes a little bit too far. Josh with the kill onto Fisher Guy. Digital still loitering around down below in Lounge. She's now going to look to push up red stairs, but Juicy's watching and waiting. I think he might have given his red dot position away. Doesn't matter. Digital pushed up. Digital goes down. Oh, Juicy, the timing. He would have been able to get the kill with the SMG-11 throughout the gas bay. Josh is down. 8 seconds left. There's not really that much time. Vast is going to have to stick to plant. Nitrocell from Sage. Oh, it's perfect. Vast is gone. He's been obliterated. 1 versus 1. Knights win the round. That was as close as it could get.
And that is so unlucky there for the Yana. I presume it was Vast playing her, runs right on to the Nitro Cell. Had he have planted in the default position, that wouldn't have happened. Now, that's not, by any means, a dig at Vast. That is just completely unlucky for him. That's just the way the cookie crumbled, but wow, such a close round, but the Knights do a fantastic job to just scrape on by.
Oh, what a Nitrocell. What a round. What a match between these two teams. 6-5, match point Knights. They secure 1 point. But we know that they want all 3, which would put them on 9 points into firm second place, and only 3 points behind the leaders, Team Bliss. But of course, Knights don't have the head-to-head. They lost to Team Bliss. So this is probably good news for Team Bliss fans out there. They want the Knights to win, because it's very unlikely that Knights will overtake Team Bliss unless they capitulate in the final 3 playdays. The Chiefs, on the other hand, Guz, if the Chiefs can somehow pull through, get the 2 points, because they can't get all 3 anymore, they would go to 9 points. And obviously, as we know, Bliss and Chiefs still play later on in Playday 7, so there's a bit of the circumstances outside of the game as well that do come into the picture.
I guess the ultimate result here for Team Bliss fans and the Team Bliss roster would be if the Knights win this in overtime. That way they don't gain as many points as they would have liked, give Bliss a bit of a buffer, but at the same time they don't allow the Chiefs to get too close. So, I mean, I think that would probably be mathematically the best result for Bliss, but either way, I have no doubt, neither of these teams really care about that. They want to try and get this next round. And Hayward, very proactive here with the Nitro Cell. Both of those drones go by, but he does eventually get spotted. Unfortunate that we probably won't see this play work. Hayward still uses the Nitro. Not sure if that was probably the play. I mean, it was a good attempt, but unfortunately doesn't hit the mark, and that's one less Nitro to use later in the round.
Who did you tip again, guys? Was it Chiefs?
I
think it was.
Come on, Didge. Go big.
He's been going big. Well, as big as 8 and 6 can be, it feels like it's been more impactful than that. Vast is actually the one with the numbers to back it up, 11, 6, and 5. Of course, it's kills, deaths, assist now for these scoreboards. It's been a rough one, actually, for both Juicy and Hayward. Fortunately for them, Josh is playing in a different stratosphere at 14 and 6. Has Dino as well at 8 and 7. But yeah, the Knights, it's been a little scrappy, but same can be said for the Chiefs at times as well. Minute and a half, still 5 versus 5. Knights are going full turtle mode down below into basement.
Vertical being established here by Didge, as Worthy can place X-Kairos using the launcher on towards that kitchen hatch. Eventually that will be opened up. Lots of utility available to the attack, but only 3 drones that can be used in the remaining minute to gain critical intel. On the side of the defense, they only have 1 Nitro left to try and ignite that plant, but that bulletproof camera can no doubt provide some information to Deployable Shield, increasing some of that coverage as well down below. This is shaping up to be a close round to potentially decide what has been a close matchup. Now, it is often that we see executes on this side in a 5v5, but this will no doubt be pretty chaotic. Vast uses the last, I believe, of his Geminis, or one of the last of his Geminis, to gain a little bit of critical intel in towards blue, but still, no one has fallen.
Down to the final 25 seconds. Match point Knights. Chiefs looking to send this to overtime. Digital looking down that corridor, but yet to find anything. It's Vast with the opening pick, but it's a trade from Hayward. Sage, good pick. He's able to stay alive as well. That keeps Knights with the advantage. But now, Gold Legion, half health. Now he's dropped down. This is going the way of the Knights. Maybe only momentarily, though, but it's only 5 seconds on the clock. Chiefs need to get moving. Fisher Guy's going to be able to stick the plant. He dies for it, though. Worthy has the plant down. Sage has very little health, but he has already had his position be made whereabouts. Dino gets on it. He will get taken off of it, though. Worthy's playing this well. Under the pressure. Under the pump. Sage gets on it, but Worthy with a headshot onto Hayward. He's got 3 for the round. He only needs to get Sage for the quad to send this to overtime, and he's got 20 seconds. Sage has no health. 1 bullet will get the job done. This might be a moment for Xenox's chop of the week if they lose it from here, and they do! Chiefs go to OT! What a play! We aren't Worthy!
What a play from Worthy. The 1v3 post-plant clutch. It does not get much better than that. What a massive play from Worthy. We know he is one of the best in the region, and he proves it once again. The Knights, though, you have to send players above in that post-planning kitchen.
Why are they
You're not
all
going to win
lining
it from
up
below.
one by one to get on the diffuser?
I know things happen in the heat of the moment, but you very, very rarely see a post-plant 1 from down below unless you hit nutty shots up above. That didn't happen. You have to send bodies above. You've got 3. Just send them in. Like, oh,
Guz is losing it.
Oh, well, no, I'm not losing. I'm happy because I want the Chiefs to win for my prediction. But no, look, shit happens. That's probably the most polite way to put it. Ah, well. It was a great clutch from Worthy.
Well, we go to overtime, and this match is fitting of it. 6-6. Deserved. But Knights will be left ruining that. And we've seen it earlier on tonight, guys. I don't want to remind any Order fans that maybe you're watching, but they themselves had a position that they were in that they should have got the 3 points. And you know what they ended up with? 1. Because they ended up losing in OT. Right? Like, this is the takeaway here. This is now the Chiefs resetting the momentum, and it's on their side now coming into overtime. They're on the defense. They go down to Church Arsenal. And boy, this has just been a fantastic game.
Sure has. It's been incredibly tight between these two. very difficult to split them. Probably should be Knights claiming victory at this point, but Worthy going big, 13-7 so far in this match. Cannot complain about that. Back downstairs we go. The Chiefs now on the defense. They're the ones that need to try and drain down this clock. Now we have seen so far in regulation, the Chiefs committing to a pretty aggressive roam off site, trying to deny as much time as possible. On this occasion though, they are taking a pretty different approach, instead hunkering down in towards the site.
Yeah, and we saw the Knights do this as well in literally the last round that we just saw, right? 5-man turtle on site, and they basically offered nothing above. And Knights got the opening pick, and then trades went out, and as we know, they ended up throwing a 3v1, and well, Chiefs will hope that the same thing doesn't happen here. Knight yourself fast. That's... what? I was going to say that was going to miss, but it got Dino. Dino's down as well.
That's huge.
Well, I mean... It's going to reset his health a little bit, right? Like, I think he was even lower than if he gets picked up.
To more,
yeah, that's actually that works out well. Still not ideal with a minute 20 to go, but hey, he's alive. He's fine.
Yeah, the Chiefs will be reaping at that opportunity. If they drop Habana, particularly on this attack, that makes it really, really difficult. So the Knights lucky to get away with that one. Nonetheless, they'll continue to go through their checklist. Only 1 minute left on the board. Now, the kitchen hatch has been electrified. That will need to be dealt with if they want to open that up. A lot of effort being put on the main church wall, which in itself has also been electrified, at least somewhat. Hayward, elsewhere, finds the first pick. That's Digital, taken off the board. I believe that was inside of church with a grenade. Nonetheless, Josh also finds one, and the Knights recovering nicely from that early blunder.
The earlier blunder being that last round, and more so than anything, God Legion gets the easy kill onto Sage. 3 versus 3, 33 seconds on the clock. If you're a numerology fan, you like your numbers, Josh. Maybe making a late play of things for the MVP of the night here. Juicy's down, out for the count. Worthy, Chiefs, they are brewing up a storm here. An upset maybe on Clubhouse. 2 versus 2, coming down to the wire. It's Vast taking out Hayward. God Legion and Vast, the last of alive. God Legion with the kill. Chiefs have now got overtime match point. Vast.
What was that?
I don't even know. 2 match points in the back pocket for the Chiefs. Looking to steal 2 points away from the Knights in what would be a calamity from where they once were.
Oh, the Chiefs. Wow. They are absolutely on fire in the last couple of rounds, and the momentum that Worthy has instilled in the roster off the back of that clutch is no doubt carrying them now through this overtime so far. A good comeback in that round, and the Knights left a little bit startled. This game should be over. We should be interviewing Juicy right now, asking how they won that match. But
look, they look starstruck.
I don't know if they're startled or is this just the normal
I don't
Knights?
know. Is Dino's cam frozen as well? It has to be.
No, he's just shocked.
Oh, I'm just imagining him sitting there like that permanently with that face. Oh no. Well, if there's ever a time to have a tactical timeout, now is that time, and they've used it. And well, look, it's about trying to turn things around and find that happy place again. They've got to win the next 2 rounds in a row. Otherwise, not the night for the Knights in the end, Guz.
The Knights will dig deep, though. I have no doubt. They are the team of all in OCN that really, I think, embody that sort of mentality and attitude that it's 1 round at a time, or it's 1 game at a time, whatever the case may be, 1 stage at a time. They never look further ahead than they really need to, so I don't see any reason why they're going to feel too much pressure heading in to this next round. I guess the main thing would be trying to put aside what happened in the last couple of rounds, and the fact that they did unfortunately falter a little bit and not allowing that to play into their minds. Of course, there's nothing you can do to change those results. There's no point worrying about that too much. Now you have to be in the present, try to convert this next round. When you have the defense, you statistically have the advantage. You're on a site that you've been confident on so far in regulation. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to convert another result here.
Yeah. Definitely agree with you. This is Chiefs' game to lose now. I can't believe I've said those words, but it's the truth. The Knights had a 6-5 lead. They had match point. They had 3 versus 1. That was the moment. Worthy stood up to the plate and honestly hit 1 for 6. I think I just combined baseball and cricket into one, but hey, it's been that kind of game. Why not? Fisher guy hasn't quite been able to have too much of an impact for an 11, but that's fine. He's got his different roles. This is where, if the Chiefs can get this opening pick, I think the Knights might just honestly fall by the wayside.
Still 10 drones available as well for the Chiefs. I have no doubt that will serve them well later into the round. It is 9 now, as I say that, so I did cast a curse that, unfortunately. But still plenty to work with, and if the Chiefs want to go for a western sweep across, those drones will be useful in making sure everything is clear. Dino, of course, was applying a little bit of pressure earlier, now resorting back to Con. Needs to be mindful, though, that he doesn't get cut off fast, and Logi could have posed a threat, but Dino makes it back to Cash, and now he can play behind that chassis for the remainder of the round.
Bomb located by attackers.
Minute 25, pressure now on the Knights. Hayward has not really been able to make that rafters position all too comfortable. He's been cleared out of there a couple of times now with ease from the Chiefs, but they're going to work through Con for now. Eventually, I mean, there's only a minute left, but you kind of suspect at some point they may rotate over towards Garage, but they've got CC wall open. It may end up being a CC wall and Con push. But no real action taking place at all yet.
Ooh, that's cheeky. God Legion knows that there is a player on the rafters now. I believe that's Hayward based on the helmet. It is Jaeger, of course, 8 and 13 so far. Hayward can step up though when required. In fact, he has been one of the best players in the region. God Legion, he's going to go for a solo play. He could just sneak in, swing wide, find the pick, and he does. That is huge from the Chiefs. Doubles down for the Chiefs. Oh, it's completely fallen apart.
It's over. GG. Well played by the Chiefs. Knights have capitulated right at the very end. They get slaughtered. The Chiefs show up big when it matters. Grand final rematch, yet it's the same result. Chiefs winners. They will maintain second place. And that means Guz is the king predictor once again. And I will graciously bow to you, sir. I got this one wrong. And so did the Knights.
Never in doubt, never in doubt. Even when it's a 1v3, Worthy will push through. And then God Legion to just close things out. Oh, the big three, but massive, right? Fast as well joining in on the action in the frag department. But again, another well-rounded performance from the Chiefs. And my word, they are looking pretty scary.
They certainly are. They're looking good. They're finding a bit of form after a slow start in APAC South, but they have not been slow at all in OCN. They, as I said, are now up into second place. Well, they remain in second place. They were already there, but they are solo second place with those 9 points in total, 3 points behind Team Bliss, and that sets up what could be a tantalizing Playday 7 matchup between those two teams later on. Of course, a lot to still happen between then and now, but what a match. This was still, nonetheless, one of the best games of this season.
Yeah, a classic barn burner on Clubhouse, and it's a map that I guess naturally does make games really narrow and really close, and yeah, we saw that on display. There a lot of highlights, a couple of lowlights as well throughout this matchup, but honestly, based on what we saw on the server today, I think that the Chiefs ultimately probably did deserve a result. I mean, you could also make the argument as well that Knights, right, they should have closed it out in regulation, but hey, you know, things happen inside of the server outside of your control, and you can't win every single round that you should, right? I mean, this one, for example, round number 8, that probably should have been a Chiefs round, and the Knights took that one. So it went very much back and forth. It was quite a seesaw sort of game.
Oh, that Nitrocell. Oh, here it is. Look away if you're a Knights fan. They'll VOD review that, and I mean, they probably don't even need a VOD review that. They know where they went wrong. And look, honestly, I think they still get 1 point. Chiefs get 2 points. It's close. It's still, you know, regular season. I think for the Knights, it's not ideal, but they're not going to beat themselves up about it too much, right? It's not end of the world. It was a good game to win for the Chiefs, to come back from 6-5 to win the 3 rounds in a row necessary to get the 2 points. But yeah, I don't think the Knights will beat themselves too much about it. They understand they made a mistake. It is what it is. Move on. Dust yourselves off. They know they should have won this game. They know they should have won 7-5, but didn't happen that way. And full credit to the Chiefs and full credit to Worthy. He is the reason why it's 8-6.
Yeah, I mean, every game that you play, particularly those that you lose, it's important that you don't dwell on things too much, and in fact, you just treat it like a learning experience. If you lose but don't learn anything, well, you're wasting your time in competitive Siege, and I mean, the Knights will know that. They don't need us to tell them. They don't need anyone else to tell them. They'll know the mistakes that they made, and they'll look to improve upon them. And the Knights historically have been a team that have undergone, I guess, a pretty natural improvement. For the most part, it hasn't sort of been too up and down. It has been pretty linear in that sense, I guess. So I expect them to bounce back, no doubt, whether it be here or APAC or both. This isn't going to be, I guess, an indication for a dark period for the Knights. It is just a best of one that went the way of the Chiefs at the end of the day.
Certainly did. We're going to go and have a chat with one of our favorites. It is Digital, of course. They have a lovable man himself. Big win against, obviously, a very strong opponent in the Knights. Mate, I just have to ask, though, that Worthy moment, what's the team comms like while that's happening in the 3v1?
That was so good. Like, some people might refer to Worthy as like Shiko, but I think he's just got his own name now. He's so nuts. He's good. That was massive, and obviously, as you guys know, it kept us in the game. And yeah, we repaid him by winning it. That was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that play in particular kept you in the game, but another thing I think that did as well is just your overall attitude, the team's attitude, the player cams we saw after almost every win. You guys were just up and about, super positive. Is that something that you do consciously or it just happens? Like, talk us through what's going through your minds.
It's good vibes only, bro.
Round or after each round.
Good vibes. It's good vibes only, bro. That's what we kept saying. Yeah, just like mental reset after each round. Doesn't really matter. Move on. Is what it is, sort of thing. Yeah, that's one thing we definitely like focus this season. And evidently it really does help. So, yeah, just the good vibes.
You got that big win against Invictus Gaming, of course, for Playday 3 of APAC South. Now you get this win against Knights. Two pretty good teams. Two very needed wins, I would probably say, off the back of a bit of a slow start in APAC South. What does this do, I guess, for the confidence of the team moving forward? Not only for the rest of OCN, but even APAC South.
I mean, yeah, it's good. Like, we definitely did start off slow. And had some small issues, but as I said earlier, in previous interviews, the issues weren't unfamiliar, and the way we went about those issues, we've done before. So I think it was just a case of executing that, and that's what we've done. And it's awesome to see the results, come through. Yeah, definitely two needed wins, and looking forward to sort of winning some more.
Yeah, well, next week, if you want to win a match, you'll have to take down a wild card. Now, anything in particular to keep an eye on against them? Obviously, they're on the up at the moment, and they're looking pretty strong.
Yeah, I think wildcard definitely. New addition of Milo, it took some time, I think, as any team would, losing a massive player like Diesel. So, we'll attack that game like we always do, with the treat them like their royalty, but then smash them hopefully. So. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that wildcard one. Got some good boys on the other team, so yeah, should be a barb manner.
Well, if we're talking about future matchups, what about Team Bliss? I just want your thoughts, maybe as a competitor, as a player, as to how they're going. Of course, they're 4-0. You guys have still yet to play them. You've got that matchup in Playday 7. What's your thoughts looking ahead? Because they're above you.
Are they? So they're first, and are we second?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Righto.
Yeah, they're on 12 points. You guys are on 9 points. So there's even a bit of a gap there.
Yeah, they're having a good season. They did last season as well. So, yeah, I know, credit to them. Yeah, I don't know. We'll just I don't know exactly when we do verse them, but
final play day.
Yeah, okay. I don't think they're nothing that we can't beat. So I think that with every team. So yeah, I don't know.
So probably the correct answer, mate. You can win every matchup if you set your mind to
Absolutely.
it. Best of luck for the rest of the season, and I'm sure we'll see you again at some point.
Thanks, lads. Cheers for the cast.
Big win for the Chiefs, all things considered. They played amazing. They had a very, very good game. So did the Knights as well. This is the sort of game, guys, where you can credit both teams.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'd say it was probably one of the best, if not the best game we've had so far, and I sort of penciled it in as, you know, being not only a close match heading into it, but probably going to see some really good quality Siege. Clubhouse very conducive to that sort of play style, and I think we saw that. Again, a couple of blemishes here and there, but that's Siege. It's a game of millimeters, and at the end of the day, the Chiefs are the rightful winners, and going forward, it does make that top of the table battle really interesting, as you have prefaced a couple of times, sets us up really nicely. Playday 7 against Team Bliss. If that ends up being the match that dictates who makes it automatically to the grand final, that's going to be huge. I mean, a long gap between now and then, so we don't know if that will be the case, but hey, that would be a banging storyline.
Certainly will be. Let's go and have a look at the recap, of course, for tonight's games that did play out. We had a bit of everything. We had 2 stomps and 2 close games, 7-2, 8-6. 7-2, 8-6. It was wildcard and LFO at the start, and it was classic, clinical wildcard.
Yeah, it really was. Wildcard, I mean, they looked like the wildcard evolved, the 2020 wildcard, if you would. Pretty clean, pretty methodical, and I think we'd probably describe that as a clinic. I mean, at the end of the day, a 7-2, you would probably expect a pretty dominant result. Maybe not quite that dominant, but wildcard looked really solid.
Certainly did. LFO, honestly, they've still got some work to do. There was some decent moments within the rounds, but it's tough to really see too much positivity from a 7-2 loss. For Rafflecopter, though, that was a big game. If you didn't watch it, for those watching now, I would suggest to go back and at least watch the very end of regulation. Order were up 6-5. They had an opportunity to win the game. They should have won it. Nico, of course, got off the plant, even though he had the clash behind him. And from there, Rafflecopter went on and won in overtime. Of course, something pretty similar just happened as well with
yeah, I was just thinking that.
Chiefs and Knights. And for Bliss, it was routine Bliss. 7-2. At one point, they're up 6-0.
Yeah, a very good performance again from Bliss. They are well and truly at the top of the standings. As you mentioned, the Dig, they now have a 3-point lead. As a result of all 4 of their victories coming in regulation, that means that they've gotten all the maximum points required. And I mean, they've set up their run home really, really, really nicely.
Let's go and have a look at the predictions, which I'm sure you are glad to see, Guz, because you will be in top spot. As we sort of touched on at the very beginning of the day, it was going to come down to that Knights and Chiefs matchup. And look, you're 12-4, I'm 11-5. You know, it's just the Caster duo again at the top of the standings. What can I say? Where's the other guys? 10-6. I mean, come on.
Look, I'm just going to use my little pedestal here to just give a friendly nudge to my mates at Chiefs and just say, you know, I'm still waiting for that DM about the jersey. All I'm going to say is I backed you guys tonight, never doubted it for a second. I knew that Worthy at the very start was going to win that 3v1. Absolutely no doubt in my mind. So, eyes are open. You know, if you send me a jersey, I'll wear it on broadcast. Don't get me wrong. I'm always going to back you boys in.
I think we should do a little bit of a double, you know,
no, I don't know. You
Chiefs.
Didn't pick him tonight.
Well, look, honestly, Knights should have won anyway. Let's be real. Look, it's all for fun and games unless you're Ducky, who's 8-8, having a bit of a struggle over there down the bottom. I was going to say only player, but he's the only journalist that is not with a double-digit lead. Let's go and have a look at our MVP of the night. It is going to be Worthy, of course. No real surprises at the end off the back of that massive clutch 3v1, along with his stats as well, a 1.43 KD ratio. Not the best opening KD, guys, but that doesn't matter when you basically single-handedly won the game for your team.
Well, yeah, you don't need to post up big numbers in the early round if you can do the job in the late round, but no, it was a well-rounded performance there from Worthy. A couple of very nice shots hit throughout, a nice double there in round 6. He also did some damage earlier in regulation, but this was the big play of the hour. Oh, we got a player cam as well. Worthy honing in, focused in to hit the 3v1 clutch. Absolutely massive. And look, we can say it as many times as we want that the Knights, I guess, capitulated a little bit there in that round, but you still need Worthy to put in a really solid performance. It is not easy to hit a 1v3 under so much pressure, and he played it perfectly.
Certainly did, all the way down to the end with the timing of that as well, and yeah, pumped. A bit of a smile off the conclusion of that. Oh, no, we're back already.
I had my arms crossed, I was like super serious.
I was just sitting there watching and enjoying it. Either way, deserved MVP. I can say, you know, that was, of course, a very last-second switch. We did have, and I'm just going to say, we did have Boydie as our original MVP, but with Worthy making plays like that, he did, in fact, steal it away. There was a couple of players tonight, of course, that I think, you know, had some big moments as well, guys. You know, Nate was one, Josh had some big moments. Obviously, we mentioned Boydie and then Worthy at the end. So it was a pretty good night overall, I think, for a lot of the players to have some big standout moments.
Yeah, Jigsaw as well is one that comes to mind. It felt like we were just plucking players out left, right, and center that were putting in solid numbers, solid performances, big impact plays. And I mean, that's just the showmanship of OCN. It's a lot of fun, and we love to see it. So who knows where we're going to go from here? Who's going to step up next?
I know where we're going. We're going to have a look at the standings for where we're at after 4 play days. Only 3 play days to go. It's still Team Bliss at the top spot. Hashtag Bliss up. They are up as they can go. Chiefs, of course, in sole second place now with 2 regulation wins. Order and Knights not too far behind them on 7. And Wildcard, they're making a late run of things. They're in that 5th spot. And I got to say, I don't see that top 5 changing.
Ooh, okay, pretty big call. I mean, I would expect that we may see Ruffles sneak in. The inconsistency of Order still has me a little bit concerned, even though they are still positioned nicely in 3rd. I would say that the top 6 is locked in. I know that that's a pretty broad statement and a little bit cheap to make, but unfortunately Alpha and Rhythm still feel as if they're on the back foot a little bit at the moment. The top 5 might be safe, but Ruffle, I still think, have what it takes. We just need to see them close out some of these games in regulation and earn a few more points.
Yeah, certainly. It's definitely shaping up to be a very fascinating end to the season here for the Oceanic Nationals. It's been a really good play day overall. It's been a good first half of the season. I can't wait to see how the playoffs shape up and the teams that are going to be participating there as well. And it's hard to look past Team Bliss, but then you see a performance like that from Chiefs, and you know that that kind of siege stands up come playoff time and what they're capable of. Then you can never count out the Knights. I just don't even know. How blessed are we, guys?
It's anyone's game. I mean, when we get to be in the box seat to call all the action, which is always a lot of fun. But yeah, I mean, we are really starting to see these storylines solidify. We have Bliss going undefeated. That's a huge effort from them. The Chiefs, though, stepping up when it matters. You have Order still trying to piece the puzzle together. I mean, every team has a storyline that we're trying to follow at the moment. They're all producing really exciting siege, and that's the best part about OCN.
Certainly so. Well, we're running out of time here for OCN Playday 4, so we're going to leave it right there. Of course, we'll be back next week for Playday 5. Make sure you guys tune in.
That was shocking. Does deny Weddable's ability to gain more intel, though, with that clone, which is really well played! Oh my god! Pat! Good night, Deptra! I can only guess that it was him that replaced it. Or, in fact, maybe even actively tried to play it. Oh, Deptra! Oh, my load! What a shot!
Sort of dropped down pillars after taking Cocktail, and it's working for Roppelcopter. Bailey forced into action, and he came up big! Monstrous even with 3!
I like this little cheeky setup from I like the setup, but not the execution. Jack Daddy executes.
And they've proven that.
The Vakes gets thrown down. Oh, but he hits the shot! Epic! Sit down! Wow, what a kill there from those Vakes.
8 seconds left. There's not really that much time. Vast is going to have to stick to plant. Nitrocell from Sage. Oh, it's perfect. Vast is gone. He's been obliterated. 1 versus 1. Knights win the round. I mean, he's got 20 seconds. Sage has no health. 1 bullet will get the job done. This might be a moment for Xenox's Chop of the Week if they lose it from here, and they do! Chiefs go to OT. What a play! This is it. He just has to protect him. Bouncin drops down. Is there another spin in this one? He gets off of it. Bouncin with a good headshot onto Nico. What a play from Bouncin and from Roppelcopter. As they send this one to overtime, and they do, in fact, deny all 3 points away from Order.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling, so I'm running out of time. choice to leave it all behind. Broken seeds are